I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Peace, 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 family. Peace, family. What's going on? Poor City coming right back at y'all with this African history, culture, and greatness. I really hope you guys are all doing good out there. What's up, everybody? Peace, peace, peace. What is going on? What is going on? Today we coming in hot, coming in early. I'm still waiting for the fellas. I ain't get a chance to call these y'all turkey, so I don't know if they know I'm on or not, but they will join, I'm sure, pretty soon. But we got a really good show today. This is volume 9. We've been doing 9 continuous weeks of presentations. Every weekend we have been bringing you guys nothing but the funk. You hear what I'm saying, family? I mean, really good comprehensive information about history. We talked about West Africa. We talked about the slave ships. I mean, we left no stone unturned when it comes to this shit. So special shout out to everybody that has, been there since volume 1. You dig what I'm saying? We could be doing anything else on the weekend, but we choose to hang out with y'all. And we appreciate that. So today's presentation is titled Slave Religion, the War on the African Mind. And that's something we need to talk about. And I got a couple of books. Well, I got one book. I'm not gonna dive into too many books today. I got one book. One book got a lot of shit in it today. So that's what we're gonna go through. But the fellas and stuff, once they get up here, they got a lot to go through too. Peace to the chat. Shout out to everybody. Patrice was in here early. Shout out to Patrice in the comments. Shout out to Tabitha in the comments. Peace to everybody. And for everybody who has not liked this video on the live, go ahead and hit that joint up. It gets the algorithm cooking. You know what I'm saying? So we can come out with that heat over and over and over again. All right. Shout out to Kanisha in the chat. Peace to you. I make sure I put my glasses on so I can read these names in a minute. But yeah, peace to everybody. What's up? For those who don't know, I moved. Yeah, I relocated. Got me a different location now. Had to change the back cave. I hope you guys like the setup in the back. You know, appreciate y'all for hanging in there with me. I was gone for like one weekend and shit, so that part. But peace to everybody in the chat. Peace to everybody in chat. Hello, what's going on? Marla in the chat, I see you. Peace, what's up? What's going on? Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Thank y'all for hanging out with us. The fellas right now, they ain't even in the green room. I don't know where the hell they at. I'm just out here pushing buttons and shit. You know, wanting to show off my little studio and shit. But real talk, I'm gonna go over. I guess I'll probably be going first. But yeah, I'm gonna go over the book titled Slave Religion. Okay, we're gonna hit that up. And we're gonna talk a little bit about that book. In the last presentations, right, pertaining to religion, we had the Orders of Christ. Prince Henry and the Navigator came through West Africa to try to colonize that area at first. And they were met with some resistance and stuff like that. But they set up churches and stuff as well. There might be one more book I might go over too. But yeah, they set up churches and stuff within the West Africa. They wanted to colonize the mind of the African. With that being said, they wanted to basically convert the African to the way of the European, the way of thinking as far as Christianity is concerned. Some people wanted that, and then some people didn't. Some people, or some of the Europeans rather, thought that Africans were not good enough to know Jesus, shit like that. So in these two books, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about a little bit about the history. Oh shoot, you said you sent me, John. I haven't even got a chance to look at that, but I will. Stay tuned for this though. I'm glad I'm got it right here, so we got it on the screen. Thank you for that. But I had time to look it up. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from. The homies will be in here a little later. I know I'm early today. Usually, I know I usually get on here between 1 and 3 on a Saturday, and I'm definitely here early. But so yeah, I'm gonna be going through that. That's what I'm gonna be going over. So I might go ahead and get started a little bit since I'm in here cooking by myself. That's what I'll do. Give the fellas a little bit of time to get they shit in order. Y'all let me know if y'all see them. I'm gonna put the link in the chat for the fellas just in case they show up. And I might be into the joint already. Sometimes I can't see my shit. So the link is in the chat. If the fellas show up, y'all tell them the link is in the chat. That part. So yeah, da, 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 da. The book that I'm gonna be into is I might go back and forth, but the main book is gonna be titled Slave Religion. That's this joint right here. All right. Slave Religion is a really good book. Um, that's what we're going to talk about a little bit today. That's what I'm going to go over a little bit. All right, fam. This shit needs some WD 40. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to go present my screen. Right. Okay. So, the title of this book, like I said, is Slave Religion, The Invisible Institution in the Antebellum South, by by Albert J. Robotu. I can't pronounce that, but y'all can clearly see exactly what that says. So we go in there, and this is on page 20 right here. I'm going to start reading from this. Put on my glasses. All right, here we go. The enslavement of an estimated 10 million Africans over the period of the almost 4 centuries in the Atlantic slave trade was a tragedy of such scope that it is difficult to imagine, much less comprehend. When these Africans were brought to slavery in the mines, plantations, and the households of the New World, they were torn away from political, social, cultural systems that had ordered their lives. Tribal and linguistic groups were broken up, either on coast of Africa or in the slave pens across the Atlantic. The most brutal of all the exchanges of the slave trade did not allow the preservation of the families or kinship ties. In the New World, slave control was based on the eradication of all forms of African culture because of their power to unify the slaves and thus enable them to resist or rebel. So that off the break. When it came to the enslavement of the African, uh, they wanted to enslave the minds and the hearts of our people, right? So the first thing they did was cut off your religion, anything that connected you back home. They wanted to eradicate all forms of African culture because, listen to it now. It says because of their power to unify the slaves, thus enable them to resist. So the more you are close to your African spirit, the more you're resisting this bullshit that's going on. You dig it? And that's why you had most of these rebellions that took place along the 1400s, around the 1500s. You had the Haitian rebellion and etc. Because a lot of them held on to these cultures, and they couldn't take all of that away from them, so they rebel. But anyway, it says nevertheless, African beliefs and customs persist and were transmitted by slaves to their descendants. Shaped and modified by a new environment, elements of African folklore, music, language, and religion were transplanted in the New World by the African diaspora. Influenced by colonial European and indigenous Native American cultures, aspects and of African heritage have contributed in a greater, lesser degree to the formation of various Afro-American cultures in the New World. One of the most durable and adaptable constituents of the slave culture, linking Africans' past with Africans' present, was his religion. It is important to realize, however, that in America, the religion of Africa have not been merely preserved as static Africanisms or as archaic retentions. Sorry if I'm chewing this up. The fact is that they have continued to develop as living traditions, putting down new roots in new soil, bearing new fruits as unique hybrids of American origin. African styles of worship, forms of ritual, systems of belief, and fundamentals perspectives have remained vital on this side of the Atlantic. Let me see if I can go down. Not because they were preserved in pure Orthodox, but because they were transformed adaptability based upon respect for spiritual power wherever it originated, accounted for the openness of African religion synchronisms or syncretisms, which other religion traditions, and for the continuity of the African religions. Let me go over. Okay. So again, the title of this book family that I'm reading from is Slave Religion, the Invisible Institution in the Antebellum South. Okay, African religion traditions. Among the Africans who became slaves in the Americas were those such as the Wolof, the Sere, Mandinka, Bambara, Fulani, Hausa, who were Muslims or at least had been influenced by Islam. Again, remember we talked about the Arab conquest that went into Africa, and a lot of these African states embraced Islam. The ancient kingdom of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai had been centers of Muslim influence in the Western Sudan, south of the Sahara, along the coast of Guinea. And through inland kingdoms, people had been exposed to Islam through the trade with North African Muslims through the conquest. Remember, I said the conquest, and throughout these trade routes, that's how Islam got through. And a lot of these religions got through and impregnated the African continent. Through colonization and through conversion, in fact, the first Black Africans whom white Europeans came into contact on the coast of West Africa were Black Moors. We talked about this in the last couple of sections before about Adahu and how he, basically told him what the business was. King Henry got a lot of information from these Moors, but these Moors practice Islam. But anyway, it says distinguished from the 20 Moors, light-skinned Berbers in the fifth 5th century Portuguese sailors in service of Prince Henry. We talked about this all before, ventured beyond the Canary Islands and Cape Bojador and sailed along the coast of West Africa in search of trade, wealth, and the legendary Christian king Prester John. Never found Prester John's ass either, right? In a kind of prologue to the Atlantic slave trade, the Portuguese by the 1440s were capturing Berbers and Negro Moors from the coast of Mauritania and the Senegambian region. According to the Portuguese chronicler Gomez Azura, we read this all in I think volume 1 or 2 or 3. We read out of this. So this is all primaries that we've already talked about, but it's kind of going over that. It says over 900 Africans had been seized and brought to Lisbon. We talked about that too, as slaves by 1448. And okay, it says an 18th century traveler observed that while some West African towns had mosques through some Muslims, Fulas and Mandingos attended the ceremonial duties of their religion with such strictness as well might cause Christians to blush. Yet they still entertain a degree of belief in powers of witchcraft and in those of charms. It is clear that elements of Islam were often mixed with or adapted to forms of traditional African belief, right? In the case in point recorded of the Dahomey among the amulets and charms, the principle is a scrap of parchment containing a sentence of the Quran, which the natives purchased from the Moors who visit the country, as we shall see. Muslim slaves became particularly noted in the New World for the power of their magical charms. It is possible that a few enslaved Africans may have had some contact with Christianity in their homeland. Attempts to establish European Christianity along the coast of West Africa. Okay, so this is telling y'all that this shit was not already here. Christianity wasn't here when the Portuguese arrived. They attempted to push that shit on the African. Now, what was there was the presence of Islam, because Islam had came through there. You had the what do you call it, Songhai, Mali, all of those states recognized Islam as the state religion of the area, so they embraced it. Okay, but when the Europeans arrived, they wanted to establish Christianity on the west coast of Africa. It's telling you that right here. So when those caravels came, we talked about the caravels and the orders of Christ that was sent from Prince Henry and the Navigator. They've been trying to Christianize Africans for a long time, at least on that region, right? It says right here, attempts to establish European Christianity along the coast of West Africa date from the time of the Portuguese missionaries in the early 16th century. John Barbet, in his accounts of Guinea, written around 1682, he noted that the Portuguese missionaries have undergone great labors, right, and ran mighty hazards to convert some of them Africans in the region of Gambia to Christianity. Why was it so damn hard to convert these Africans to Christianity if we was all talking about Hebrews and Yahweh and all of that, yada, 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 yada? It said that they caught hell trying to Christianize Africans. It says ever since the beginning and the last and during this century, but with little success, for though some seem to embrace the doctrines, yet many mix it with pagan ideologies or Mohammedanism. See, at that time you had Islam. Most Africans was embracing that. You know what I'm saying? Mansa Musa, he was Islam. You had the Songhai Empire, and a lot of those empires and they embraced it, Islam. So you had a lot of that going on there. That's what these European folks came into contact with. So the leadership in Islam ran the slave trade, which told them motherfuckers how that shit was going down. So it says others are no sooner baptized, they run into their wild natural way of living. So it says it was hard to convert these Africans initially, right? Now reading further, it says the French Capuchins were working on the Gold Coast in 1635, and the Portuguese Capuchins, I can't pronounce that shit. We slaughter words over here. But anyway, were sent out of the kingdom in 1683. They were some African converts among the Creole societies, right? Now, there were some African converts. Now, these are what these converts were made of. Mulattoes of the Portuguese African descent, which grew up around European forts on the coast of Guinea. So you had that intermingling going on when these Portuguese came in and had their way. And a lot of these kids that came out embraced the European way, European belief. And of course, Christianity came along with that shit. So the Portuguese had some success in the Congo, where the mini Congo, or the premier king, Nzinga Mbemba, was converted to Christianity and was baptized as Don Alfonso in 1506 and in 1543. In general, however, the early missionaries had very limited success and did not penetrate the interior. Now get this. Not until Christianized slaves began to return from Europe and America to Africa in the late 18th century did the expansion of Christianity on the west coast of Africa begin. So it wasn't until they took Africans out, raised them outside of Africa, had them embrace this culture that was not theirs, believing in Jesus and whatever, and then come back and then push that shit on the people. That was the easiest way to convert the African, pretty much. You know, the brand new Negro coming back home from college, you know what I'm saying, and forgot where he came from, kind of thing. And a lot of the Europeans took that to the advantage. It says, not until Christianized slaves began to return from Europe and America to Africa in the late 18th century that the expansion of Christianity on the west coast of Africa began. Christianity was carried further inland by the invasions of European and American missionaries. So you had returning Christianized Africans coming in there, converting their brothers and sisters. You had a whole war of European missionaries going in there, converting and stuff like that. It was just overwhelming with this shit. Imagine a bunch of Christians knocking on your door every day, and you know, sooner or later you're gonna fall for that shit, right? So that was what was going on. Christians was carried further inland, like I said, through invasions. Let's make that clear. They invaded a lot of places. They took a lot of the riches out. A lot of these riches are still stuck in European museums that you see today. Make sure I know where I'm at. Christian was carried invasions. It says European and American missionaries shortly before and the contemporary with 19th century colonization. Though Islam and to a much smaller extent Christianity had extended into sub-Saharan Africa. By far, the greatest number of those Africans who fell victim, here we go. Now, y'all need to listen to this. By far, the greatest number of those Africans who fell victim to the Atlantic trade came from people who held the indigenous and traditional beliefs of their fathers. Indigenous, key word. So when I say Islam and Christianity raised war on the indigenous folks, and most of these indigenous folks ended up enslaved, that's what I'm talking about. The Igbos, the Yorubas, and all that stuff. The non-Muslims or non-Christians really fell victim to it. And it's telling y'all that right here. This book, again, is titled Slave Religion, The Invisible Institution of the Antebellum South. It says over the 4 centuries of the Atlantic slave trade, slaves were seized from many parts of Africa, Central, South, and East, as well as the West. The problem of the provinces of American slaves is a difficult one, complicated by the lengthy duration of the trade. Various European and American countries exported and imported slaves at different periods for a variation periods of African coast, depending availability of slaves, the wishes of African slave traders, and other exchanges of the market. As a result, slaves bound for Americas came from many different nation, tribes, and language groups. Records of slave ships mention points of embarkation, but are often hazy about the original homeland of the human cargo. On this side of the Atlantic, the ethnic names supplied by slave merchants and owners to newly arrived Africans were frequently confused and inexact. Nevertheless, it is clear that a large percentage of African slaves came from West Africa and from the Congo Angola region. We talked about the first slaves that was signed by Peter Stuyvesant in New York and the New Netherlands came from Angola from a ship called the White Pearl. This vast territory stretched along the coast of Senegambia and the northwest to Angola and southeast. It extends several hundred miles inland and embraced societies and cultures as diverse as those of the Mendiki and the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Bakongo. There were and are too many significant differences among the regions of various West African people, not to mention local variations within any single period, people to permit putting them all into a single group. However, similar modes of perception, shared base principles, and common patterns and rituals were widespread among different West African religions. Beneath the diversity, enough fundamental similarities did exist to allow a general description of the religious heritage of African slaves with supplementary information concerning particular people, such as the Akan, Iwe, Yoruba, Igbo, and others, who influences upon the religions of the Afro-Americans have long been noted. It is important to remember also that no single African culture or religion once transplanted in alien soil could have remained intact. It was inevitable that slaves would build new societies in America, which would be structured in part from the diverse background in different African societies, in part from the experiences of enslavement in the new environment. A common religion heritage then resulted from the blending and the assimilation of the many discrete religion heritage of Africans in the New World. So basically, during the transatlantic slave Holocaust, we lost a lot of stuff, but we kept a lot of things intact. And it talks about certain similarities and certain synchronisms that Africans might have used to synchronize their religion with some of the new world shit that was going on around them. Okay. It says common to many African societies was the belief of a high God or supreme creator, the new world, and everything in it. It was also commonly believed that this high God, often associated with the sky, was somewhat removed from the uninvolved in the activities of men, especially so when compared with the lesser gods and ancestral spirits who were actively and constantly concerned with the daily life of the individual and the affairs of the society as a whole. Early travelers were quick to note that Africans believed in a high God who transcended ritual relationships with humans, describing religion on the slave coast. It says William Busman, a Dutch factor, remarked that the Africans had an idea of a true God and ascribed to him attributes of the Almighty and the omnipresence. It says it is certain that they believe he created the universe and therefore vastly prefer him before their idol gods, but yet they do not pray to him. Sorry about my mic. Or often any sacrifice to him, which they give for following reasons. God, they say, is too high, exalted above us, and too great to condescend such or so much as to trouble him or think of mankind. Wherefore he commits the government of the world and their idols to whom, as the second, third, and fourth person distant in degree from God and our appointed lawful governors, we are obligated to apply ourselves. And in firm belief of this opinion, they quietly continue. So basically, there was a high god system, but they didn't send any sacrifices. It was more on an ancestral plane. Like we basically more close with the ancestors. We knew of a God. We believe in a higher power, higher being, and stuff like that. So when you had the slave trade going on, you had Africans that try to identify just with that concept alone. So if Jesus gave an African an out, that's what a lot of Africans subscribe to if they was in that spiritual cosmology, if that makes sense. Associations, it says occasional individuals and committees did pray to a high God, but sacrifice to him was rare. See, it was generally that other gods and the spirits of deceased ancestors who received the most attention. See, deceased ancestors received the most attention. We honor our ancestors, and that's kind of how we roll. I keep forgetting where I'm at. My bad, y'all. Since they had been delegated to attend the affairs of mankind, usually the tradition religion of West African and high God is a pattern is in parent of other or lesser gods who are sometimes seen as mediators between man and God. Among the Yoruba, for example, Olarum, if I'm pronouncing that right, I always chew up these names, is viewed as being above all other gods, and sacrifice to any one of them is concluded in his name. Among other people, such as the Ga, there appear to be overreaching high God, but one God who is senior to many, a kind of premise enter for the God village. The Igbo supreme deity is the Chiku. We talked about this before. So they're all types of supreme type of gods in the cosmology of the West African. Let me see if I can go to one more spot that had these bookmarks in it. Hang on, family. Hang on, let me check the studio, make sure anybody. Oh shit, y'all in here. Hang on, y'all chilling. What's up, man? You in here now, Professor? All right, so let me go back. Shit.
Peace. I'm good. Audio good?
Yeah, you good, brother. How long you been waiting, man? You weren't waiting long, were you?
Nah, just like 2 minutes.
Okay, my man. I'm just trying to push a little bit, man. A little push. Is that all I got?
Peace to the chat. How y'all doing?
What the hell? So yeah, we talked about the Yoruba and the Igbo. I ain't want to double dip on that. So I'm trying to move around it a little bit. Again, this book is called Slave Religions, the Invisible Institution in the Antebellum South. Where's that other shit? Okay, I think we're gonna start here. Sorry, family. All right. This is page 111, I think. Talks about conversions. Go ye therefore and teach all nations baptism. I'm sorry, teach all nations. I'm sorry, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. Matthew 28:19, right? So it says here from the very beginning, the Atlantic slave trade conversion of slaves to Christianity was viewed by the emerging nations of Western Christendom as a justification for enslavement of Africans. When the Portuguese caravels, then we heard that word before, the caravels, returned from the coast of Africa with human booty, pause, in the 15th century, Gomez Azara, the chronicler of the achievement, observed the greater benefits belong not to the Portuguese achievements, but to the captives of the Africans, for their bodies were now brought into some subjection that was a small matter in comparison of their souls, which was now possess true freedom for evermore. Pangs of guilt over the cruelty inherent in enslaving fellow humans were ostracized, if I'm pronouncing that right, by emphasizing the grace of faith made available to the Africans who otherwise died as pagans. Azura's pity was sounded by the tragic scene of a shipload of captives being divided into parceled out to their owners. So this was in that book, The Chronicle of Guinea, and it talks about how they felt from the jump. You know, they justified this shit with the belief of their faith and all of that shit. They just didn't really care what the fuck they was doing. Let me see if I can read this. But what heart could be so hard as not to be pierced with piteous feelings to see that company? For some kept their heads low and their faces beheathed in tears, looking one upon another. Others stood groaning various gloriously, looking up to height of heaven, crying out loudly, as if as if asking help of the Father of nature. Others stuck their faces with their palms in their hands, throwing themselves at full length upon the ground. Others made their lamentations in a manner of a direct after the customs of their country. And though we could not understand the words of their language, the sound of it right well accorded with the measure of their sadness. This is them writing about them fucking, capturing Africans. Increased their suffering. Those who had changed their division of the captives began to separate from one another, to part fathers from sons, husbands from wives, brothers from brothers. No respect was shown either to friends or relation, but each fell where he or his lot took him. And you who are so busy in making that decision of the captives, look with pity upon such misery and see how they cling one to another, so that you can hardly separate them. It says Azura took solace in this fact that these slaves benefited not only spiritually, but also materially from the contact of the Western civilization. Ain't that a bitch? And so their lot was now quite the contrary of what it had been, since before they had lived in perdition. Perdition of soul and body of their soul, and that they were yet pagans, without the clearness and the light of the holy faith and of their bodies and that they lived like beasts. This is what they thought about us, right? And this is the burden of the white man when they capturing us, right? And they're like, oh my God, we got them. They're pagans. They know not what they do, kind of shit, without any customs or reasonable. They call us pagans. For had no knowledge of bread or wine. You poor little Negroes, right? And they were without the covering of clothes or the, what to say, lodgements of a house. You don't have a house. They're talking shit about Africa. You know what I mean? Like, they felt like they were just giving us something, giving us Christianity. Like they was doing us a favor by kidnapping our asses and then embracing, and I'm sorry, not embracing, but putting Christianity on us. Crazy shit. This was during the 1400s. Azura rationalization started in the mid 15th century, right? And was to be repeated for over 4 centuries, right? By what it says, successful generations of Christian apologists for slavery. So they justified this shit. Like, we, the Christians, are saving your souls by enslaving y'all. What kind of sick ass shit is that, right? Now we get down to the religious instructions. Again, this book is titled Slave Religions, the Invisible Institution in the Antebellum South. Religious instructions. England, no less than Spain, Portugal, and Netherlands and France proclaim missionary zeal as an important motive for colonization in the New World. The duty of Christianizing slaves as well as Indians, see, they know the difference, was urged upon the Council for Foreign Plantations by Charles II in 1660. His instructions to the council read in part. Let's see what they had to say about how they was going to Christianize these Africans. It says, and you are to consider how such of the natives or such as are purchased by you from other parts to be servants or slaves may best be embedded to the Christian faith and be made capable of being baptized, it being in the honor of our crown and of the Protestant religion, that all persons in any of the dominions should be taught the knowledge of God, right? And be made acquainted with the mysteries of salvation. You dig? So they was on that bullshit. Okay. And y'all saw that shit. They said they wanted to Christianize Indians and us Africans. They know the difference. Instructions were sent out from the crown to colonial governors such as the Cupper of Virginia in 1682. So my man, like, okay, hold up, let's go back. So let's go back. Hold up. Let me read this shit again. It says England, no less than Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands and French proclaimed the missionary zeal as an important motive for colonization, the New World. The duty of Christianizing slaves as well as Indians was upon the Council for Foreign Plantations. There was a council for fucking foreign plantations by Charles II in 1660, y'all. And he gave instructions. He said, and you are to consider how such the natives or such as are purchased by you from other parts to be servants or slaves may best be invited to the Christian faith and be made capable of being baptized. Y'all niggas need to be baptized before we fuck with y'all. Okay? That's why y'all know Christianity, because it was a religious instructions. It says instructions were sent out from the crown to the colonial governors, such as the Culpeper. That ain't that Virginia Culpeper. That's what that is. Yeah, Culpeper. That's a spot in Virginia, I think, right? Anyway, but in 1682, and the Dongan of New York in 1686, to do all within their power to facilitate and encourage the conversion of Negroes and Indians to Christianity. Do y'all see this shit? Let's blow that up. So they wanted to push this shit on us hard, family, from the jump, from the time that they came, from the time that Prince Henry and the Navigator came over with the Orders of Christ and the Caravels, and since they set up churches over there, since they set up the Amina dungeon and all of that shit, castle and all of that, all it was about a conversion. The missionaries and all of that shit, they sent letters over here to say we need to convert these Negroes and these Indians. Clear distinction between the two. Instructions were sent out, right? Instructions were sent out from the crown to the colonial governors, such as Culpeper of Virginia in 1682 and Dongan of New York in 1686, to do all within the power to facilitate the encourage of the conversion of Negroes and Indians to Christianity. The task was all the more important because England feared that Catholic Spain and France were outstripping her missionary zeal, a serious weakness in the contest for empire, as well as the failure of the Protestant cause. So this was a Protestant movement to try to facilitate the Christianity of all you pagans that didn't believe. It would, they had to get this shit popping, despite the widely held justification of slavery as a means to spread the gospel. What kind of weird shit is this? Despite the widely held justification of slavery as a mean of spreading the gospel, and despite proclamations of the duty of Christian colonialists, the evangelized and the heathen, the process of slave conversion was blocked by major obstacles, not the least of which was the antipathy of the colonialists themselves. The economic profitability of his slaves, not their Christianization, held top priority for the colonial planner. Now, that's the only one that had a problem with enslaving these Africans, right? Because they was like, hold on, man. If y'all enslave these Africans, we got to treat them like the white man, because we have to give them certain liberties, because, in the Bible, it says, we got to act right. We got to be, they embracing our shit. So we got to do that. We can't be it was a contradiction. So the planters was all about the money. It says right here, the economic profitability of his slaves, not their Christianity, or I'm sorry, the economic profitability of his slaves, not their Christianization, right? Held top priority for the colonial planner. So most of the planners didn't want y'all niggas to be Christians. They didn't want y'all reading in the first damn place. Really. They was like, nah, they shouldn't read this shit. Why is we giving them our Jesus? Pretty much. Why is we giving these niggas our Jesus? Why? Because they're going to be rebellious. You dig what I'm saying? So think about that shit. It was all about the money. It says, writing in 1682, John Barbet noted the indifference of the slave owners to their Christian duties. Christians in America, especially the Protestants, take very little care to have their slaves instructed. They had to becoming a Christian was an instruction given. Ain't that some shit? Your Christianity came with instructions, nigga. That's crazy. Right? And they're talking about this shit. They're having problems amongst themselves. The Europeans are having problems amongst themselves with this shit. You got Protestants over here. You got Catholics. You got some people. You got the planters making a bunch of money off the sugar, off the plant. They don't give a fuck if you're a Christian or not. Your ass gonna work that plantation. You dig what I'm saying? So it says Christians in America, especially the Protestants, took very little care to have their slaves instructed as if it were not a positive duty incumbent on them by the precepts of Christianity. They are provided that the slaves can multiply and work hard for the benefit of their masters. Most men are well satisfied without the least thoughts of using their authority and endeavors to promote the the good in the souls of those poor wretches. Ain't that a bitch? Whew. This is some crazy shit back then. Morgan Goodwin, an English divine who spent several years in Virginia, decreed the priorities of the colonialists in a sermon published in 1685 with an, what they say, accusatory title, trade preferred before religion, and Christ made to give place to manum or man. Oh, I'm sorry. What did it say? Monum. Sorry, I'm fucking up shit today. But it says one of the principal reasons for the refusal of English planters to allow their slaves to receive instructions was fear that baptism would emancipate their slaves. That's why they didn't want y'all niggas believing in this shit. They really didn't. You know, because they feared that they was like, hold on, all y'all want to be free. It says the notion that if slaves were baptized, they should, according to the laws of the British nation and the canons of its church, be freed was legally vague but widely believed. Repeatedly would be missionaries to the slaves. What it says, complain that slaveholders refused them permission to baptize their slaves because baptism made it necessary to free them. Ain't that something? Thus, it seemed that the Christian commission to preach the gospel, right? Preach the gospel to all nations ran directly counter to the economic interests of the Christian slave owner. So there was a beef going on. The more Christians, Africans that we have, the less workforce we have, the less these niggas are gonna get this shit done for us. That was the problem. That was the real problem. They ain't want y'all to be Christians. They ain't give a shit about y'all believing in Jesus, Yahweh, any of that shit. They wanted you on that farm field working that shit. That's kind of how they rolled. But a lot of people that believed in that shit thought that was the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? So that was a rift in the division of them wanting us to accept Christianity and shit like that. It says this dilemma was solved by colonial legislation. In 1664, the lower houses of Maryland asked the upper house to draw up an act obligating Negroes to serve durant vita for the preventions of damage. Masters of such slaves must, what does say, sustain by such slaves pretending to be Christians, as so plead the law of England. By 1706, at least 6 colonial legislatures had passed an act denying that baptism altered the conditions of the slave. So that's what they had a problem. They had a problem with this shit. So they was baptizing enslaved Africans, and eventually that would lead to a lot of the emancipation of slaves. And it got so bad to the point where they was like, hold on, whoa. We can't be doing this shit. We are letting these Africans go. We are losing our workforce. We are losing our stock. We are losing our assets because we're letting these people go. We need to create a law saying that, if you just because your ass baptized, that don't mean your ass is free. They literally made a law in what it says in Maryland, right? Negroes to serve, right? Regardless of your fucking baptism, nigga. You still gonna come back to work. So that was the dilemma that these planners were having with the local class. Okay, Virginia was typical of the statute enacted in expressing the hope that diverse masters from their freed from this doubt made more careful endeavors in propagating of Christianity among their slaves. But there still remain other impediments to the religion instruction of the slaves, which were more difficult to remove. Even after colonial assemblies had declared baptism to be no threat to a planter's legal right to hold Africans in perpetual bondage, the process of religious instruction, which had to precede baptism, was seen by many slaveholders as an economic detriment. It says for a slave to be baptized inadequately.
I don't see anything on the screen.
Oh shit! Am I not showing this shit, yo?
I just see slave religion, the invisible institution.
Man, this whole time I've been going at this shit. Hold up. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, that's bad. Thank you, bro. Shit. That shit was not sharing. I was going for a hot minute too.
I was organizing my shit. I ain't see.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Look, I ain't gonna go no further on that shit. Yeah. But anyway, let me see where I was at though. Damn. I'm glad you said something.
Oh, and just for clarity, in case y'all, because I know some of y'all probably like, what? So what was Christianity part of it, or what? Like, what was going on? When you have everyone believing it, that's when it causes that type of rift, because everyone believes it. So the intention from the conquest of Africa, you have the people who, like the higher up, the elite people who know what they're trying to do. They understand what the indoctrination is for. Same thing with Islam. But then once you get everybody believing it, now you have the people who are descendants of the slave masters and the people who are descendants of the slaves. They're still the lame people. They're the common people, and they're all believing it, and they not understanding that it's a police force. You see what I'm saying? So, and then like he said, Britain would at this time, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the end of the 1700s and then into the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's when they're trying to get slavery is kind of being shunned now, because now they're competing. Too many people are making money, so everybody's coming up with different ways to free the slaves. People are protecting slaves. They got baptized. You can get baptized and you can get free. People are just making this stuff up. It's not like it doesn't say it in the Bible. They're just making that up because they're trying to ruin other people's slave trade. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to basically sabotage the entire slave trade, whoever's still doing it, because they don't want to just be like, oh, well, we can't do it, and you still over there making your grip. So they're going to, well, what do? Let's go in and help the slaves so that we can turn them against the people. You know what I'm saying? Give them a way out. And then everybody's running. I think the Portuguese did the same thing. The Portuguese offered to free the slaves if they did, A, B, and C, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they protected people. Yeah. Remember, I think we went over that like 4 or 5. They would run over to Portugal and try to get their slaves back. And it was like, no, we're going to fight. You're not getting these slaves. But Portugal lost. They were one of the first people to, get slavery removed from their, I guess, legality. It wasn't illegal for them to do slavery. People were stopping them from doing that shit. So these were different ways for them to get them, to stop utilizing slavery for their benefit, since they did it to them first. This is the blowback. This is people like, okay, I see what y'all doing. Well, we're going to do this. And then the other thing is, in the North, there was a better treatment for slaves anyway. So people of the mindset that everybody's a child of God and all of that stuff, they're not really looking to indoctrinate people. They just like, I'm trying to do right by God. So this is the result of people actually believing it. The slaves and the people, the regular people and the elites who are really believing in the God. That's not expected. Only a few people actually know that the shit is not even real. So this is the end result. You got a whole bunch of people actually sitting here thinking like, damn, I got to do the right thing, which is positive too. It's still a positive thing, but at the end of the day, you still got to, recognize how everything happened in sequence. Because I don't want y'all to think that like it was a good thing them giving that shit to us. This is just what happened from a result of people believing. But go ahead, Greg.
Right. Yeah. That's about it, man. Like, it wasn't a good thing. They wanted they wanted to give it to us to control us, and they wanted us not to have it to control us too, because they feel like if we had, they figured the more we know, the more dangerous or more resistant.
Wait, hold on. Echo. Who got an echo? You hear echo?
I don't hear one. Do y'all hear an echo?
No, I don't hear anything.
I guess we good now. But shit, I did not know. I was not sharing my shit. God damn. But y'all know what book to go get now, though. Yeah, I probably had one. Yeah, my mad family. I did not know I was going in too. I was going in. I'm gonna probably come. I'll go over those books again. For sure. But yeah, the book that I was referencing from, y'all gotta get it. It's titled Slave Religion. It's got some good stuff in it. It talks about how the when the Portuguese came there, like I said, they were already on they was on Islam a little bit, because those were the major religious powers that was there prior to the European getting there. So you had a contact with them, and then you had them try to convert. They had they were unsuccessful. It wasn't until the Christianized African came back into Africa with that shit and in the invasion. So there was 3 different ways, or maybe at least 2, when the African left out. That was the signature thing that they would do. The Portuguese would take the African out, the European take them out, and then they Christianize them, then come right back in there. And hey, man, I got this book called Jesus, man. Have you heard? And they probably dress different. It's like my man from the hood, he leaves and he just changes like completely. And you don't even know, like, damn, bro, I remember he used to be different. He just left and just kind of forgot where he came from. And I think that what happened with a lot of Africans coming back into the interior of Africa. Because it says that in this book where a lot of that stuff came back in, because we just got Christianized. So when you hear Indigo saying, hold on, man, y'all gotta be careful when to go back to Africa, right? Because all of us have been colonized. It's true. It's a sad truth. And she was kind of pointing out on that day, because I'll never forget that, you don't want to bring that shit back in, especially when you got indigenous people got that has attachments to their sacred roots and stuff, their sacred beliefs, their own culture. And then if we come in there on our European mindset, which we might not think we have, but a lot of us might do, that can kind of fuck shit up for them. But yeah, that's it, man. I'm not gonna go no further. I did not know. I hope y'all got the material, family, because I was going in on that shit. But Mo, if you ready, man, go for it. Jump in there, man. Get you some. My wife sleeps some. Oh shit, you're okay. It's all good, baby. But Mo, you hear me, bro? He don't hit me. But let me see.
You hear me?
Yeah.
I'm just getting a couple of scriptures.
Okay.
Just hold me down real quick.
Yeah, it's all good. Take your time, man. Everybody, this is volume 9. Shout out to Susan. I see you in the comment, man. Whenever you got an opportunity to come on in, man, I'm gonna put the link in the chat again. You can hop in there. I just started going over a little bit. Yeah, thank you, Patrice. Um, good book, but yet I'm gonna go over it some more later on. But if anybody want to know, I was in chapter 3. It talks about those conversions, and they was really trying to give us religious instructions. You know what I'm saying? The religious instruction um, of the Negro. That's an actual book too. Let me see. What's up, Van? In the comment section. Peace to Van. Van, come on in here if you want to come, bro. Get some of this. But yeah, the religious instructions of the Negro. I got that book somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. But they that's what they was about, conversion, and because they knew that that was the best way to keep us lost and shit, lost in the sauce. That major part. Peace to the chat, man. We got everybody in the chat hanging out. Peace to the chat. Peace to Van. Peace to Taylor. I see y'all. We got Mo getting it in here in a minute. Vance is up here. Oh shit! Watch out now. Vance is in the motherfucking building. What's up, man?
What it do? What's happening?
Man, I can't call it, man. I'm just, pushing a little shit back a little bit today. I didn't even know my shit wasn't sharing. I'm up here going in, and I'm like, damn. I ain't repeating that.
I was looking at the screen. I said, "Wait, what the fuck?"
So glad you said something though. But Rob, you can come on in, man. Man. I think Rob's been busy a little bit. But
peace to the chat too.
Peace. If I take off for a hot minute, are you good? You got enough gas in there in that tank?
Yeah. I'm gonna preach a little bit too.
Okay, all right. I gotta square away some shit. Banter, you going in too?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, bet. Give me a minute. I gotta take care of some shit. This will give Suitin time to get in here. His lady is sleeping right now, so let her relax and get some relaxation. But when she get up, I know Suitin is gonna go all in. But I gotta step away from the studio for a hot minute.
All right, you good. Let me get one more screenshot. Yeah, hold on. More screenshot. How y'all doing? We on number 9. I'm gonna be running back. It was some stuff that it's really good to point out with Israel, since I guess this is still a thing. People not understanding how we got involved in this shit. How's my background, y'all? I got a fan on and an AC. Am I good? It's pretty cool in here. I could turn it off if it's too loud.
I think you're pretty good. It probably sounds loud to you, but I can hear you. Y'all can hear him?
Yep.
All right,
All right, cool. All right, well, fuck it. I'm about to go in.
Man, stay cool.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So now I'm gonna start, and I'm gonna go into a little bit of the book, and y'all about to get a preview of the final copy, which is going to be soft cover, but y'all all getting it free. You know what I'm saying? This is just the shipment of the soft covers or whatever, paperbacks, and then when I find somebody that's going to do the hard covers or whatever, I'm gonna send y'all those. So I guess the people who got the hard cover, y'all gonna get a soft cover final and a hardcover final. So that's a plus for y'all. But I'm gonna be going through there because it was something that I thought of that actually came from it was a result of religion that happened, and it repeated itself. This is the craziest shit about our people being involved in it, and y'all see it today. So I don't have to go too deep into the Hebrew Israelite mindset and how that affected our people and is affecting our people. But when I show you what happened in history and then bring that up to speed with what's going on today, it's going to be crazy. It's like, God damn, it's almost like they did it on purpose, but when you think about it, we don't want to make it seem like they were that fucking smart. But it would be crazy if they had that, if it was a plan and it was like some blueprint that they were using, because it would make sense why, so many people are indoctrinated and they just gotta be these characters from the book, to the point where people are even the rebirth of the characters. Like they're coming back as the characters. And I know y'all seen that all last year and the year before. So we're going to start off. I'm going to go ahead and revisit Israel Hill. Okay. And this is, my stomping grounds when I was a teenager. And when I moved from Maryland and went to Northern Virginia and Central Virginia and parts of Southern Virginia, these are the people I ran into. This is before my family was involved in. Actually, I think I was a Hebrew Israelite before my family was. It was me, my mom, and then my dad ended up becoming one later. So that's what a lot of people don't know. Some people in my family still don't know that, because it's so chaotic. They don't know that I was a Hebrew Israelite before they were. And that's why I know that it's capped. So this is on Israel Hill. I had read this on the live a few times. I think I presented a little bit of it up here as well. So I did it on TikTok and YouTube. But this is on Israel Hill. Black community pursued pre-Civil War freedoms. Let me check the comments real quick to make sure my sound is gravy. Just double checking, because in my ear, I'm sorry, y'all, this shit is loud. I don't know how y'all don't hear it. So all right, I guess we cool. Boom, boom. Now this is David Willard. You could also go get his book as well. I think I'm gonna go into that book. I got a few things I'm gonna go into in that book as well. But I'm trying to think, do I want to do that first? You know what? I'm gonna start here because I don't want to stop sharing. So the story that unfolded ultimately was based on court records. The free blacks, after all, remain second-class citizens. Only a handful were ever were able to learn to read or to write. In the 60 boxes of archive materials, Eli uncovered at most a dozen sentences actually written by blacks. And that's what I was trying to tell the guy on the live yesterday on Suitons Live. I was trying to tell him, these are the primaries. This is not a person existing today trying to write the story of the past. This is not just our people recovering these archives from people's attics, basements, old courthouses, abandoned buildings, locked boxes from banks. All types of shit is resurfacing. Just like we, study history in other lands, and those people are still there, but they're not the people who were there thousands of years before. We're finding stones and sheepskin and animal skin, different, writings and receipts and clay tablets of people doing business, and they're selling people, so this is true all around the world. This isn't just something that is happening with black people in America. We're finding out the dirt of everybody around the world, because people move around. They got to eat. They got to mix and mingle and expand, so they leave shit behind. That's what we do. We leave stuff. Remember, we talked about that. That's what humans do. We leave stuff everywhere. All right. And some of these things happen to be primary sources. So there were no collections of letters, or no diaries. There were only fragments, a note attached to a business transaction, a brief letter dictated by a black woman and sent to a brother near Israel Hill from Bedford, which inquired whether you think anything of me. Never has wrote a letter, ask if I was dead or alive. I'm sorry, they talk a little funny. But those are people, they weren't, like they said, they were just getting into the groove of reading and writing. All right. But the court records contain abundant information. Several of the people who were freed by Randolph became very active entrepreneurs. Eli explained they bought boats to carry cargo up and down the Appomattox River. They bought lots in the town of Farmville. Having bought lots, they put buildings on them and sold them, sometimes at a large profit. They became business people. So, of course, you're going to find records of the land transactions. You're going to find tax records. You're going to find deeds and lawsuits surrounding these financial records. And this is what people don't seem to understand. You know, they go back to these points in time, just like Rob points out. They go back to these points and they don't get why they can't go any further. They're not going to admit it to you. They'll be like, yeah, I went back to 800 BC. They're capping. They are going back to when it was people was letting their foot off your neck. And every European wasn't evil. It hurts me to say it. You know, that's the mentality we have. They're all snakes. We're not trying to figure out which one's poisonous. You know, that's what master teachers and the elders say, right? But the point is, in reality, even though you got to play it safe and you got to be careful because these motherfuckers be on fuck shit all the time, they weren't all on that type of shit anyway. So you're going to, even still, you're going to have people who were done with, like, I got them to build my house. You know, I got such and such bales, some odd bales of hay and cotton and all this shit. You guys are good. Go. I'm done with you. I don't necessarily love you or care about you as a person or anything, but I don't need you around me. I don't need you no more. Go free. Here, take a little bit of land and get away from me. Leave me alone. Don't turn back. Everything wasn't, there's different. There's slavery in the South. There's slavery in the West. There's slavery in the Southeast. There's slavery in the Northeast, Northwest. There's different types of ways people were treating you, even with the tribes. The tribes had slaves who were of African descent, and they treated them differently. Some of them were ruthless even to their own people, cannibalism, all types of shit. Okay? So we got to stop with this cookie cutter history. There's different sides of history, just like he just showed you. There's different sides of how Christianity was utilized over a span of time. It wasn't that for you to say that it was just all negative and somebody was just always trying to chop your legs off and split you apart between horses and make you bow down and pray every day. That's not a true version of history. Okay, so just keep that shit in mind when you run into these people or they come into our lives and they're speaking about, well, yeah, my family had land. Yes, they did, and people gave them land. They're like, I don't understand what the issue is. These people have completely lost their goddamn identity, as you can see, and this is why I brought Israel back up, because this is going to show you that emptiness needed to be filled. You know, if they were actually an official identity, they wouldn't have done, you know, this adoption of a biblical nationality, I guess you can call it. So repeatedly, Eli was moved by the solidarity of the community and by the astuteness, my bad, and the intensity of individuals that enabled Black Israelites not only to make their way in the world, but to become prominent people in the biracial community. Okay, and this is Israel Hill that they're speaking about. But notice this right here. It says, let me get a highlighter real quick for you. It says, this is very important. Black Israelites. Okay, they're Black Israelites. So this is telling you within language, if you know anything about language, the evolution of language and how things, terminologies evolve over time, and you have compound words, you have suffixes and things, when you adding and experiencing a more wide variety of concepts that started with the language when it has lesser words, and then you add more words to it. Okay, so you would have an Israelite already before you get the slaves in America, right? That already exists, whether you think they existed in real life, which is still up in the air. And then you have the Bible, right? Whichever one you believe, it did exist before these people in America picked it up. And that's why you have to say Black Israelites, because Israelites is already a term, whether it's they know these people from the Middle East or they know them from this story. This is a very popular story at this time in America, before you get the people adopting it as they're being freed from slavery. So that's why you see Black Israelite. The same thing I'm going to attach to Black Indian. They would just be called Indians, people. Common sense, language itself can tell you history. Okay, there's history in everything. There's history in your body. There's history in the ground you walk on. There's history in the sky. There's history in the ocean. There's history all over the place. Language itself has history. And if you just look at the sequence of events, you'll understand why the hell it's called a Black Indian and why it's called a Black Israelite. It's because there was Israelites first, and then there was Indians first, and then there were Black Indians and Black Israelites. Common sense. A fucking 8-year-old can get it. Y'all need to quit the cap. Okay, this stuff is really easy to understand. So, the biracial community. That being said, Eli in no way wants to become an apologist for the larger society in which some accomplishments took place. Although the free blacks had liberty, my bad, y'all. The free blacks had liberties. They could neither vote nor serve on juries. How could that even happen if this is your shit, people? This is your shit. You're already supposed to be an Israelite. No one's introducing the Bible to you, right? This is the new spin they got on this story. They're not being indoctrinated no more. This is their book. This is our book, right? This is what they're saying. This book belongs to black people. We're the Indians, and we're also Israelites because we were everywhere in the world, so we're everybody, right? That's the spin. And you created the court system. That's where the Moorish part comes in. They're taking everything. We're everybody, right? And you got to take all of these claims and try to apply logic. How can you be kicked off of jury duty? You're already you're part of the system. What's going on here? How is someone preventing you from doing this shit? They not that deep yet. They're deep today, and there's a lot of military tanks and helicopters. But what's going on? Y'all supposed to be the majority in America at this time, and there's people saying you can't vote and you can't serve as a juror. Come on, man. It's cap. You're in small numbers, and you're over here in a foreign land. That's why they're capable of doing this shit. They had to register with the county court and pay special taxes, and they remain profoundly affected by the malignant institution of slavery. He insists. He offers as just one example the plight of Israel Hill resident Tony White, who was married to an enslaved woman. Eventually, he was able to purchase his wife. However, he could not afford to liberate their 5 children. So these people are like, yeah, where they get money from? That was our money. How could you purchase your wife out of slavery if you were a slave and you weren't getting money? Because you are talking about cookie cutter history. You're talking about cookie cutter history. This isn't cookie cutter history. Everybody wasn't a slave the same exact way as when we read those narratives where somebody was treated like foul. Okay? You have people who were treated very messed up, and we're going to get into how this affected people psychologically in a couple more slides, right? So you have people, I'm just briefly run over it. You have people who were treated so bad by the time they got, to someone else who was just wanting them to work and, do a little something strange for no change or a little piece of change. It was heaven to them. Like, what, you ain't going to violate me? You asking me if I would like to have a night out in the master's house with you? You're asking? I usually get dragged out the barn and forced, right? So it's different. It's like, okay, well, I have options here. I could say no. I said no. Imagine that. A person saying no, and they're, just chilling, going about the rest of their night. Nobody comes in and try to violate them or anything. Okay, cool. Well, I'll just go ask one of my other slaves or something, or go buy another one in auction tomorrow. Like, yo, it changes their mind. They're already scarred. So they're thankful for anything. You ever given somebody like a poor person, bless their heart, you ever give somebody homeless that's out there stuck or whatever, you pull up, hop out the car, you coming out the store, whatever, you like, here you go. Before they even ask, you just or some of them just don't ask, the humble ones, you here you go, take this 20, take this $5, and they just drop down on their knees. Oh, thank Jesus, Lord, because they've never experienced that before. They've been out here asking, and people saying no, quarter, no, dollar, no. The whole entire day, sometimes you don't get shit. And then one guy pulls up out of nowhere and then drops a 20 on him, drops a 5 on him. It's going to be like, wow. So keep these things in mind when you hear these people try to be slick, like how they get the money, where they do this. That slavery was not the same way for everybody all over the United States. Even in some states, my bad, my phone is going retarded. Even in the certain states themselves, it was different. So keep that in mind. Do not let them trick you with that. Oh yeah, well, how they get money? Yeah, come on, common sense. Obviously, some people was paying, some people weren't. Some people were indentured servants, some people weren't. Everybody was not following the rules. So eventually, he was able to purchase his wife, but he could not get the kids. Okay, the couple had to watch those children be split among 3 different masters. One of whom took 3 of them off to Missouri, never to be seen again. Okay. Next we're gonna go into this part. I think, do I want to start up here? Although it appears that the relationships between the free blacks and whites are there. So okay, yeah, I'm gonna just start up here. Milan and Israel Hill. Although it appears that the relationship between free blacks and whites in the area were civil, Israel Hill and its residents were maligned by pro-slavery advocates both near and far. Okay, so let's read it again because this is exactly what I was trying to brief you guys on. Although it appears that the relationships between free blacks and whites in the area were civil, Israel Hill and its residents were maligned by pro-slavery advocates both near and far. You see? So this assumption doesn't come out of nowhere. There are places where people, see little pockets where it ain't really going down like it's going down in other areas. They said near and far this is happening. Okay. The author of one article was Colonel James Madison, a local planner and politician who submitted his story suggesting that over a period of 25 years, this free black community had degenerated into a clump of lazy, mischievous, thieving, worthless people, and that the idea of black freedom was an illusion. Okay, so if y'all remember from previous times I presented this, I told y'all that this was an experiment, and I'm going to show y'all this book later that y'all can get all the full details on it. It's basically, it was an argument before it even happened, before they called themselves Israel Hill, before they called themselves Israelites. This was a discussion like, yo, should we do this? Should we not? People were offing each other in the family, Randolph and his family and shit. They were, fighting like, I don't think this is a good idea. And you're about to emancipate them and give them land and set them free. What the hell is wrong with y'all? So people was like, no, pokey, stab, pour poison in your food. It was offing each other because they like, no, I don't want them to be free because they may come back and do something to us. And some people was like, no, they just don't deserve to be free. They're supposed to be slaves. We went over that on the last one where, the curse of Ham and all that stuff that was still ongoing, and it's still ongoing today. It's just our people are involved in it. So, yeah, this was a situation where you do have a mixture of both people, and you're about to see soon that there was a lot more than just Israel Hill that was involved in this. And actually, it started before Israel Hill. All right. So this was an ongoing thing to see if slaves can be free without them having any, a kickback from what they've been doing to these people. You know what I'm saying? And so you would naturally have people who aren't treating their slaves that bad. And we're not trying to okay this shit. I'm just saying, when you compare the two, you got to compare it because it's just there. It happened. We don't agree with any of it. But when you compare the two, one guy is being very abusive. The other one is, beating you to make you work faster a little bit more, just disciplining you kind of like a child, right? So that's different. But then you got someone who's just torturing you every day. You get beat if you didn't do anything. Just you're overworked, you work to death, all types of shit, okay? So when you compare those two, you do have somebody who's, I'm not trying to own you forever. I'm not trying to pass you to my children. So some people are letting you go. Some people are passing to their children. They're treating you better. Some people are beating you before you could even be passed, and you're not even good enough. So they try to sell you before you die off or whatever, because they can't even work you no more. You're too abused. All types of things are going on. So let's stop the cookie cutter bullshit. Where we at? Lazy, Eli recounts. It was published in the 1830s, the Farmer Register. In the Farmer Register, and I guess y'all should let me highlight that because I got to grab that too. In the Farmer's Register, and as the pending crisis between the North and South heated up, revived in the 1850s by a Baltimore newspaper and other publications. So that's exactly what I was saying. It's different people talking about, now they still don't really fuck with you. It's not like they really care about you like that. It's just a lot of people were smart and they were like, yo, this ain't really good for our nation. We're trying to build a nation here. We got children. It's common sense. Why the hell would we have all of these slaves? We about to die off. Our children are not even trying to take over the business. You know how kids are. They got their own mind. They got hoes and plows now. They got different machinery. Technology is coming online. We get electricity is taking us to other levels. The cameras is on, and their kids are not really trying to do what they were doing, even though they still don't fuck with people of African descent or people with dark skin. That's not the point here. The point is, this wouldn't be a good idea for them to have this shit going on anyway. It would behoove them to stop it, even though they probably still want to do it. So some people were smarter than others. You got the Southern people who just, chewing on a tobacco in a trailer, like, nah, they're always going to be under our foot forever. And then you got the more intelligent European people in the North or whatever, and they're looking at it differently, like, yo, this is not cool. We got what we wanted. Now we got to figure out what we're going to do, because it's inevitable that these people will be free at some point in time. It's going to happen. So they were trying to get ahead of it. All right. The story was a concoction, he continues. The problem that Israel Hill posed for white defenders of slavery was precisely this. Pro-slavery people said that people of African descent were incapable of functioning without white supervision. If an Israel Hill could function and prosper, if free Black people could strive and excel and accumulate property and assert themselves and hold their own, then the theory behind slavery was poppycock. Okay, and that's, I guess, older form of cap, poppycock. Now I want to move into the intellectual discussion of the bondage, of course, is ongoing. It was the reason why Eli called Israel. Okay, yeah, I'll read that. The intellectual discussion of the human bondage, of course, had been ongoing. It is one reason that Eli can call Israel Hill an experiment set into motion by Randolph's initial decision to free his slaves. So this is what I was trying to tell you. Randolph, and he was offed actually by, I think, his nephew. And I'm gonna give y'all this book later so y'all can go read all about it. For those who were there already, you already remember me going through the whole thing more extensively. But yeah, Randolph was killed by poisoned actually by his nephew, right? Because he didn't agree with this situation. So there was people who said, no, these people should not be free. You see the statement the guy made earlier. They were, he said over the period of 25 years, the free Black community right here, 25 years of free Black community had degenerated to a clump of lazy, mischievous, thieving, worthless people. The idea of Black freedom was an illusion, Eli recounts. Okay, so these are different mindsets all the way down to Randolph's initial decision and his unalivement by his nephew, because his nephew was like, yo, man, hold up. I'm supposed to get all of this. I need, like, you about to just let them go. You done did what you wanted to do, and you about to just let these people go and be free. Okay. And if you remember from that article, they called it Israel Hill. If I can find it, I will go through it again. They called it Israel Hill because they felt it was their promised land, and that's why they called themselves the Israelites. They related to the story. Okay. That decision, Eli asserts, was influenced by Randolph, spent at the College of William and Mary. Okay. And that's what this website is actually. Yeah, when you type this in, this is their archive, William and Mary News Archive. Okay, on Israel Hill, Black community pursued pre-Civil War freedoms. Okay, now we're going to move into, I'm going to go back when Port gets back. Port, if you can hear me, tell me when you get back.
We good, bro?
Oh, yeah, okay. I want to go into the book before I go into this National Endowment for the Humanities. So I'm going to stop sharing this, and I want to open up the book because it's still on the same topic. Where's that book at? Where I put that book at? How y'all doing in the chat? Hope y'all good. We're gonna keep it moving. Here we go. This is it. This is it. So now let me get to the top. Let's take it from the two.
A Scholastic drive-by.
Right. I'll air this shit out real quick. And I think I'm going to start right here. Let me share this. But let me make sure this is the first page. Yeah, that got to be the first one. Okay. Let's go back over here. Share the screen. Bada boom, bada bing. And we want VDoc PDF. Let's rock it. Okay, we on. Bet. Let me get back to the share screen. Okay, this is, let me show you the title. Israel and the Appomattox. A Southern experiment in Black freedom from the 1790s through the Civil War. Melvin Patrick Eli, that's who we were just talking about. That was an article, and this is the book, that he's promoting and referencing in that article. Okay, and it goes into a lot of details that you can see. There's 902 pages. Okay, because this is no easy task. There's a lot of stuff that was going on, and y'all got to read this, and you're going to get a great understanding of what the hell is going on with our people today with this whole Israelite shit. This is ridiculous. They don't really understand how this shit happened, how it got engraved into their head. But it does speak volumes, and we're going to get into a bit more. Wait a minute, hold on. Did I? No, okay. I think that's going to be here in this book. If not, I'm gonna go back to that article because it was another part I wanted y'all to see. So, forgive me, these pages are not numbered here, like on the actual PDF, but you can kind of see them over here. And if you get the book, you can just use this to find it if you get it on PDF. And then if you get the physical copy, of course, it's going to be off like 1 or 2 pages, but it'll be in the same area, kind of. All right. So it says, great events, the rise of natural rights philosophy and American Revolution and its aftermath had brought Sam White his liberty, and momentous development had continued to shape his life as a free man. A Virginia slave, Nat Turner, led a rebellion in 1831 that killed at least 55 whites. In the days after Turner's revolt, a major of militia in Farmville, shout out to Farmville, where I rock rough and stuff with my Afro puff. That's where she's from.
Farmville,
yeah, Farmville, VA. I know what it is. So, major militia in Farmville worried that the blacks of Israel Hill might be considered a local replay of Turner's Rising. Huh? So that shows you that there was a benefit in the beginning with religion, especially people who are foreigners, Africans who don't speak the language, right? They can't really read it. They know the stories. They're converting, and most people are not converting with a book in their hand. You gotta, even though our people give these little poetic analogies or examples, it's basically poetry. So they didn't always give you a book, right? You were to be indoctrinated, you were to be converted, and then they would pick a few people to actually hold the book and teach you and pass out pamphlets or whatever, or you just sit there and listen and go to church and Bible study and all that. All right. So this wasn't a book all the time. That's why it was very beneficial for people in the beginning, because they weren't reading the book to even assume any of the identities in the book. Okay.
They didn't want us niggas reading that shit at first.
Right. Yeah. The goal was not for you to read shit, really. Okay. So in the days, but Rob replayed the uprising. Cooler heads averted any extreme repression of the Israelites and other blacks of Prince Edward County, but the county court did confiscate free Afro-Virginians' weapons. The court did confiscate their weapons because they were afraid that something was going to pop off, okay? And these Afro-Virginians are the Israelites. That's who they're talking about. It's just that these people called themselves Israelites, so they were considered as separate people because they had established themselves. But they were Africans who lived in Virginia at the time, which shows you that that's another name. Follow along, children. Children of the corn, children of the feathers. Afro-Virginians. They're not Afro, literally. They don't come from, they come from a tribe, right? They're Virginians, because they live there and they're of African descent. They come from African. So this is where this name comes from. That's not their tribe. So to stop asking us about a goddamn tribe. Stop talking to us about nationality. What's your nationality since you're from Africa and all that? You're playing word games. These people called themselves Israelites. Y'all calling yourselves Black Indians. They're Black Israelites, Black Indians, Afro-Virginians. These are names because that's just how it works. This is how we communicate. This isn't something that we planned for ourselves. This is what we had, and we picked up the pieces that we had, and we used them to our advantage because that's how we do. That's what we make fucking Kool-Aid. Not Kool-Aid. I'm not say that. We make the lemonade out of the lemons, all right? Even a Southern pro-slavery hawk might utter the occasional good word about a free African-American. Sam White himself had a rare experience for a free Black in the South, winning praise in publications from New Orleans to New York as one of the honorable original settlers of his community, a venerable patriarch, as highly respected for tried and well-sustained character as any man. The bad news for him and his fellow Israelites was the context in which White received those accolades. Okay, so this is showing you both sides. There's people who are fighting to get there, and they're calling them the Afro-Virginians, and then you have these Israelites. See, Israelites and other blacks of Prince Edward County, but the county court did confiscate free Afro-Virginians. They're speaking of these, they're the same people. These are Afro-Virginians that they're talking about. They just call themselves Israelites. That's what you're trying to understand. All right. It says, and other blacks. See, right there, and other blacks, Israelites, and other blacks. That's just their name, right? Just like we would say, no, the Moors. You talking about the Moors? No, I'm talking about the black indigenous people. The Moors kind of believe the same thing, but I'm talking about the black indigenous. Oh, the black. Okay, you talking about the ones who are Afro? No, not Afro indigenous. I'm saying the black. You know, the ones who believe they were always here. Those people. Oh yeah, we got all types of shit. This is how communication works. But they take these words and exploit them and manipulate other people's minds because they don't understand history and definitely do not understand the morphology and the sequence of how terminology works within linguistics. Okay, even a Southern pro-slavery, we did that one. Sam White had seen many whites in Prince Edward's struggle in a way that Colonel Madison never did, to sort out the dissonance between their desire to defend slavery and their free black neighbors' obvious fitness and function as free people. According to the county's oral tradition, after a series of thefts on neighboring plantations, suspicion had fallen on the free blacks of Israel Hill. White men searched homes on the hill for stolen goods. Finding none, many Prince Edward whites came to admit and repeated for years afterward that the black Israelites, there we go again, the black Israelites, were honest and decent even as men, like Colonel Madison proclaimed the opposite. Okay, so there you see those examples I was pointing out there was to show you that these people moved there, they set up shop there, and they became the Israelites on Israel Hill. And there's another part. I'm gonna go ahead and show you all this map too. I could have sworn I highlighted. There was a map with a caption. I highlighted it. It must be coming up later. All right, so y'all can go ahead and get a nice little look at this shit. Israel Hill. If you any of y'all, been in this area in VA, this is Farmville Hill. Well, a half a mile into this direction, so you can kind of understand where this is at. Appomattox River. I used to fish here all the time. And these people actually still exist. It's one of the reasons why this was picked up by people so fast when other people around the United States started in the late 1960s picking up this Hebrew Israelite identity again, because they revamped it and it was a little deeper than just being freed from slavery. This was, no, we're really Israelites. Okay, so you got the people down here in VA believing that they resemble the Israelites, and they're adopting that name to tell their story and make a little culture, spice up their culture, because they don't really have an identity. Who are you after your slave master let you go? You've been hearing this Bible story for the longest time. Well, shit, that's like us. We have the same story, and they believed in it. It gave them hope. And then look, I got my freedom, and they probably thought God did it. And then later on, it evolved to people were probably really thinking that they were actually fucking Israelites. You see what I'm saying? So this played a serious role, and what's going on today. So we do not need to go into all of the details about what the hell is happening with our people. You are going to see it later on tonight. You're going to see it tomorrow. And I want you to remember all of this stuff that we're going through right here, because these are the beginning stages where this Israelite shit comes from. The beginning stages that nobody speaks about. Okay. And thank goodness my ass had stomping grounds in VA. So I was able to see this shit. Even the matter of fact, let me show y'all. Port, you still there? I'm gonna show them this real quick. If you still there, if not, I'm gonna pull it up and I'll get to it in a second. Matt Turner. Okay, when he comes back, I'll show y'all this. Somebody remind me if I forget. Matt Turner. Damn, what was it called? It's Southwest Hampton. Jerusalem. Called it Jerusalem. And the guy, I touched this with my hand. I touched these places with my hand. I've been here. These are my stomping grounds, man. This is actually a real thing that people don't even know about. And they use people's lack of understanding of history to give a false version of history. Let me copy this image and put it in PowerPoint so I have it ready. That way I don't forget, because I will be going back to the PowerPoint anyway. So let's go back to this book. Where we at? We are right here. Okay, pro-slavery propagandists who wrote about Israel Hill years later, stated that the Randolphs, the family, provided the newly freed Israelites with means to build themselves houses and agricultural implements to till the soil. These ideologues had a strong motive to exaggerate the advantages the pioneer Black Israelites enjoyed. To do so rendered their tale of Israel Hill's supposed decline all the more shocking. In reality, Judy had complained several years earlier that she lacked the money even to keep her own home in repair. That house burned down only 2 years later after the launching of Israel Hill. I wonder how that happened. How that happened, y'all? House burned the fuck down. So what is it? Negligence, and they don't know how to take care of a house, even though they've been, taking care of mass house for the longest time. Building houses and everything, they repairing shit. We know what's happened. We can speculate all types of things, but I'm pretty sure we know what happened. Then one of her sons lost his sanity and the other his life, and Judy herself died in 1816. Judith thus had little time or money to devote to Israel Hill. John Randolph, for his part, had worried before the emancipation that his brother's slaves might sue him for postponing their liberation. See, so there were people who wanted them to be free, and there was people who didn't. They're not in agreement. They're not all in agreement of this. This isn't a one group effort to free the slaves. So you're going to see different things. Now, if you have a one group effort, then it would make sense where you would say, wait a minute, how they had money? Wait a minute, how was he free and he had farmland? Hey, how they have 1,000 acres? That would make sense if everybody was on the same page. Then these other things pop up like, what is this? This doesn't make sense. No, it does make sense, because they're even arguing amongst themselves to the point family members are offing each other shit over the freedom of slaves. So there's no question why different things are happening in history that don't align with what the hell you thought was slavery, and they're actually telling on themselves. These people who try to point this out and try to use it for shock value are admitting that they don't know history. That's what they're really doing. They're trying to push on you the idea that you have been taught by the European a little false history, right? And they didn't really tell you the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help them God, right? But they're coming to rescue you and tell you the whole truth. But what they're telling you is that that's all they knew about slavery. That's all they knew, and they're trying to project it on you. So you got to be careful. These motherfuckers slick. Cult leaders are not stupid, y'all. I don't know what history of cults and cult leaders y'all been watching. And we're including the Abrahamic religions in that. Okay, we're not just talking about the people under them. I know a lot of people think that they're not cults, but they actually are. They're just accepted cults. Okay, these people are not dumb. So we got to stop doing that. Okay, we call each other names and say shit. These people are intelligent. They're slick, very clever. And they will project on your ass some shit that's actually going on in their head. And then once you take on that identity, they can start working on you just like they're working on themselves. Okay. St. George Tucker may have reassured him on the point, however, for in the end, John does not seem to have offered the ex-bond people any substantial reparations or assistance. Okay. So this ain't all cut and dry and cookie cutter. Okay, I gotta quit that shit. All right. Next. Many American slaves married people from plantations other than their own. That is for these people who may be part of the group of Israelites who say that they have never mixed with anybody. My shit is pure. And if y'all were in a live with Vanta and Moorish Master Teacher, he has his own little spin, which is a little bit more honest, even though I still don't agree with it 100%. He says, well, I was purified, I don't know if he's saying his family did it on purpose, but he was pointing out, like, I think that after so many, shit gets washed out. He's at least using some type of logic. That's why we can still sit and have conversations, because he don't have to go off the goddamn cliff. He walking up to the cliff, he taking a look, but he's trying to build a bridge. He's still gathering wood to get across there, tying strings together. He's trying to make sure he get across this motherfucker. These other people are just like, jump, go ahead, jump. You can make it, you can fly. All this crazy shit. We ain't doing that. Okay. But you can see here, they're mixing. Okay. Many American slaves married people from plantations other than their own. Yet such unions could lead to heartbreak when one spouse's owner moved to some distant place, or when a slave owner's bankruptcy or death led to the sale of his or her bond people. You see how many different aspects? Look how this is multifaceted, y'all. There's no question as to why it's hard for you to trace shit back. There's no question as to why there some things that are going on people don't want to brag about and put it out there for people to see and document it within their history books. Why would you want to talk about all the shit that you're doing when slavery wasn't supposed to be like this anyway? That wasn't the initial goal. You got to remember that. It was supposed to be productive. It was still wrong, but it was supposed to be more productive than it was to be like, oh, this is my property and I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do with it. It was supposed to be a business, and people were taking it way too fucking far, and the Bible did contribute to it, and y'all about to see here in a second. Perhaps in part as a hedge against such perils, a sort of endogamy, a tendency for slaves owned by the same master to marry, evidently became established among the Randolph slaves in the years preceding their emancipation. The marriages of Phil and Fannie White, Isham and Nancy Patterson, Hercules and Molly White, John and Tilla Brown, and Sam and Susan White all seem to have united couples from within the ranks of Randolph slaves, while Richard still lived, though the Randolphs may occasionally have made an outside marriage into an inside one by purchasing the spouse of a favorite slave from another owner. Such endogamy must have seemed even more attractive to Randolph. Okay, this is the important part, y'all. To the Randolph bond people after Richard left his emancipatory will in 1796. Finding a spouse among the group destined for liberty could well mean that freedom, when Judith Randolph finally granted it, would embrace one's entire family. Hampton and Phoebe Giles, Guy and Mellie Howard, and Titus and Amy Gibbs married within the Randolph fold during the years after Richard called for their emancipation, and they settled on Israel Hill at the first opportunity. Each couple already had one or more children by then. Okay, so people saw that this was happening. He must have talked about this, you know, in the midst of arguing with his peers and his family members and stuff about like, look, man, we're about to let him go. And I want to say this again. With this letting them go, everyone's not doing it. It was not abolished all at once. Not in America, not in other lands. It was a process. And as we can see, we are still experiencing the bullshit. It's not all the way done even till today. We still are fighting for the rest of it. Some people gave up and they just want to turn into frogs and turtles and aliens and shit. That's how bad it is. You know, if it was so good and all we needed to do was go back to being Moors and going back to being Israelites and go back to being Indians, we would just go do that. We wouldn't be on the internet crying and like completely changing our identity and trying to push a hoax. Just go set it up. There would be people who are not even Indians who are black, and it would be Africans who recently came over here like within the last 10 years, and they'd be like, shit, I'm Indian. Am I good, brother? They'll join in with you. Fuck it. These are my brothers and sisters, and they owe us too. They'll jump in, go get the shit done. You know why you don't go get it done? Because you can't. It's impossible, motherfucker. You can't do it. This shit is impossible. You have to do exactly what the European did. You gotta get into some crimes to get the shit done. All right. It's not going to get done by us just reverting back to what we used to do. Us reverting back to what we used to do ain't got shit to do with being an American. Okay. The Black Israelites lived in a compact settlement bound together by a web of relationships. And just one more thing to say about this up here. These people who were trying to get, they dibs on this shit. This also shows you, since it was from different plantations, that's why we have so many different pieces of Africa in us. Because everybody didn't come from the same place in Africa. We may have came from the same region for the most part, but there were still other people who came from north, south, east, and west. Okay. And these different plantations with people who escaped, the people we don't know about, the people who are marrying other people, the nice slave masters who allowed it. There were slave masters who say, you know what, they like each other. Let me buy this slave for my slave to make them happy. They rub your feet better. Everybody knows what sucking up does. You think slave masters never wanted to suck up? Everybody wasn't ruthless. You see what I'm saying? But this also sheds light on mixing. So I just wanted y'all to keep that in mind, because these people also just keep acting like there ain't no fucking mixing going on. Israelites and Indians say that shit. So the Black Israelites lived in a compact settlement, bound together by a web of relationships, but they also took their place among a larger local population of Afro-Virginians. One wonders whether Richard Randolph, when he received his own experiment in Black freedom, realized that a free Black quest for self-determination and dignity was already well underway in Prince Edward County. See, that's what I was trying to tell y'all. This was documented by him because I guess he was more of a prominent member of the community and had a tight-knit, connection with his networking and stuff. And his slaves were pretty much outspoken and they were in his will. He was a different type of slave master. So that's why we're hearing this story in a more liquid fashion than we would hear it with other people. But they were there, as you can see, they're speaking about that. This was something that was already in the works amongst other slave masters. Okay, the talk is out there. What are we going to do? Are we going to let them go? Are we going to off them? Are we going to keep slaving them? Are we going to ship them back to Africa? It was inevitable because there was shit we just didn't need to do. We're seeing that now with our computers and robots and shit. People are losing their damn job. My aunt just had surgery not too long ago with a fucking robot. Like you just had one human, sticking a hand into this machine with this super fucking microscope, flipping her fucking kidney around because it flipped over somehow, and they went in and flipped it back around, and she's using the fucking robot hands when usually you'll have like 6 people surrounding you, cut you open, and one person hold this and move the gut this way and all that. The fucking robot is doing the whole goddamn thing, so it's tough. And we're seeing that today where your job is not really needed because somebody else is taking it. Same thing was happening around this time. So it doesn't mean that these were good people. It means that it was just inevitable that this was going to happen because we're advancing in technology and people are no longer needed for those types of labor. Okay. So Israel Hill, a number of Israelites, the extensive Black Barlet clan, free at least since the turn of the century and probably longer, lived only 2 miles or so from Israel Hill. A number of Israelite and Barlet men worked as boatmen in the river trade and operated out of the Barlet's hometown of Farmville. Joe Barlet married a former Randolph slave, Polly Brandom. I guess that's the name, Polly Brandom, and came to live with her at Sam White's on Israel Hill before he settled among his own extended family in town. Some of the Afro-Virginians whom the Israelites joined in freedom in 1811 had never been slaves at all. That's very important. Let's read that again. Some of the Afro-Virginians whom the Israelites joined in freedom in 1811 had never been slaves at all. Millie Holmes, White's grandmother, had borne a daughter, Temperance, by a Black man, and probably during the 1730s. The law at the time required that Tempe and children of like percentage be bound out as indentured servants until the age of 30. We went over this the last time where people caught that this rule would actually work to free slaves. They would literally just be workers and they will be born free technically because white people for the most part were called indentured servants. So now we have, because people are mixing, this is what led to the whole Walter Plecker situation, because they were trying to stop this shit because this was an out for Indians and Black people. Like, hold up, it ain't nothing for me to get a snow bunny. You know what I'm saying? She be creeping around with me anyway. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing for me to go ahead and get a snowman. He be creeping around with me anyway. So people was like, there's a benefit to this. I can go ahead and pop one of these things out, run away together. Or, if it wasn't that severe in the area where it'd be like some Rosewood shit, people just go, all right, whatever. You got a baby with my daughter. Y'all going to have to do what you got to do. He's still a slave, but you, since you're my grandchild, come stay in the house with me. You can just, stir the pot. You're still a worker because you're kind of dark skinned or whatever, but you're my grandchild at the same time. So I'm going to treat you kind of different from the pale ones, but you still, we can understand how this happens. And why they needed to draw that line and make it very precise. Like, no, you are colored and you are Native and you are a European, and that's it. We don't want all of that mixing up shit because this problem here happens. I'm gonna read it again. The law at the time required, I'm going to start from up here. Some of the Afro-Virginians, whom the Israelites joined in freedom in 1811, had never been slaves at all. Millie Holmes White's grandmother had borne a daughter, Temperance, by a black man, probably during the 1730s. The law at the time required that Tempe and children of like percentage be bound out as indentured servants until age 31. Millie was born during her mother's period of servitude in 1757, and she too served her mother's master. Millie's father, like her grandfather, was evidently black, for she was classified variously as black and mulatto. She may have had some American Indian ancestry as well. So in this one fucking sentence, we see all of these things, okay? She was labeled as black and mulatto. She may have had some American Indian. Okay, check it out. It's covering shit all across the board. All you got to do is just read it. You ain't got to accept it, but you're going to read it and be honest about it. Okay? We're going to get to the next part. Free blacks who, unlike the Israelites, had no land of their own. See, these are different types of blacks going through different things. Some people got a whole new outfit. You know what I'm saying? Some people look a little fresh. Some people walk out on the Harlem streets, and they got big dookie gold chains on, right? And then some people pushing carts, picking up cans, right? The Harlemite. He's what is he? He could be a blood. He could be an OG blood. He could be a kingpin. You know, he could be the head honcho. He could be Luca Brasi the third, even though he black. You know how we like to take on the mobster mafia shit, right? He could be part of the Black Panther movement. He could be part of the Hebrew Israelite movement. He could be a Moor. You see what I'm saying? Like, these are different things that are still going on in our community. There's people of all types of shapes and sizes who wear different types of uniforms and badges and shit. And now we can get certifications and all types of shit. Voting, yes, the identity is going to spiral out of control. But it says free blacks who, unlike the Israelites, they're still talking about the free blacks. They're just telling you the different things that are going on amongst these free blacks. They got different names. They don't all call themselves the same shit. Take yourself to wherever you at right now, to the other coast of America. And you're going to see people who are just different from you. They still black, but they got these different things that they call themselves. These are facts. You can see it on TikTok. It's on their damn profiles. We can see, who is this? Okay, he one of them. You can read their profile and know who the hell they are. But we're talking to our brothers and sisters. We all black. Are we literally black? No. Is that a nationality? It can be. It's just not because he said it's not. You see what I'm saying? Like, we know who the fuck we are. We know what the fuck is going on, and this is for communication. And people are taking these things and confusing them because people like to wear different types of uniforms. It's no problem. I get it. So they had no land of their own, typically resided on farms or plantations of whites, and often worked for those same people. Sharecropping. People just recently were revealed to didn't even know that they were slaves. Y'all remember that? Well, I gotta find that too. I keep forgetting. And y'all not reminding me because I told y'all like a whole bunch of pushes back. Remind me to go find that because I want to run through that real quick and, you know, let those people's story be heard by more people, because a lot of people didn't hear about it. Like, what? There was people in 2000, what? That didn't know they were slaves. They were just, the slave master and the slave were just living their life in a little corner of one of the southern states, somewhere in the Bible Belt. All right. Most others found themselves scattered family by family or individual by individual. Many Afro-Virginian women spun, sewed, knitted, wove, or washed clothes. Some men worked as waiters, while others plied various crafts. Free blacks of both sexes did farm work in fields owned by whites. Even Hercules White sustained himself partly by working for white clients, of course. Several Randolph slaves and free people earned money on the nearby Chambers plantation over the years. And some of the newly transplanted Israelites probably took on at least occasional jobs for the planters they had settled next to. Okay. Let's go up here. There's a little snip here I caught. 8 years after the settlement of the Hill, a white individual went so far as to question outright the free status of a black Israelite. One William Randolph challenged the credentials of Essex White Jr., a boatman. Randolph may have been exploiting the handiest threat available against White after some kind of scrape between the two of them. The court did issue a summons requiring White to answer Randolph's complaint, but an almost unique marginal notation in the country's court order book tells what happened next. The summons to Essex White was filed with dead papers, never acted on. Okay, so this is still an argument. There's people that are letting them go, so we shouldn't be confused about them being free the entire time. There's people sleeping with people that's supposed to be their slaves, and they're having children with them. So some of them technically were never born into slavery, and they were indentured servants, but they didn't come on the boat. They have a completely different identity. You think they're calling themselves African? You think they're calling themselves, I'm Ibu, but my father is a slave man? Come on, man, you washed out mentally. Your parents aren't even talking the same way they were talking just 200 years before. These are a different group of parents, different from their grandparents. They're not keeping their records. That's why it stops and starts at certain points, because there was a point where you were actually brought into the fold and you were allowed to keep some type of documentation. All right. There was something else. Okay, is that map I was talking? Oh no, this is actually something I wanted y'all to see as well. These men spent up to 10 days walking every property line in their small district, confirm where one person's land ended and another person's began, and ensure that the boundaries remain well marked and recorded their own movements in writing. Okay. This right here is 4 justices of the county court consulted a list of black Israelites in 1816. Details shown here in order that all residents under 21 be bound out as apprentices. The order was never put into effect. Okay, so they were still trying to work this. Well, okay, well, you're gonna come work under me and I'm gonna train you and you're gonna learn some skills, some trade. Bro, I am a fucking slave that got freed. I got all types of skills. You're not about to catch me with this okey doke. And why the fuck didn't I highlight this? Hold on. No, I got to fucking erase. What the fuck am I doing? Yeah. So they need to be bound out as apprentices. This is the Archive Research Services Library of Virginia. Okay, I'm gonna blow this up a little bit so y'all could get a good pause of it. I don't know how good the quality is gonna be, but y'all know the book. So if y'all want a more crispy image, you can get the book. But yeah, these are primaries, y'all. These were actual maps that they drew. They were walking, marking the land. These are the people that are there. These are their names. Some of them are Bible names and everything. They no longer have the African identity at this point. So y'all need to stop this. Yeah, show me where your tribe is and show me, like, come on, man, what the fuck is we even talking about? Y'all indoctrinated, and on top of that, you're just not the same person that you were. Like, you've been breeded out, breeding farms, beaten, just trying to survive, told to obey. Stop asking questions. You're not writing in your language, not keeping record, and you lost a lot of your practices, like your oral teachings and stuff along the way. You're busy working and being violated. You're not really able to continue. I'm waiting for this to clear up, y'all. Come on now, don't get all blurry on me now. In 1819, the county court ordered Charles Ford, a neighbor of the Israelites, to repair a section of the Sandy Ford Road. As usual, the order named those whites from among those slaves. Ford was to conscript his road crew. But this particular document instructed Ford also to enlist the free male laboring TIFs at Israel Hill. TIFs being people old enough to count for purposes of taxation. So if y'all know what TIFs are, tithing, you understand how this connects to the Bible and how they were still using it for the people that were so-called free. You know, they still had struggles. This was a work in progress. This was technically an experiment, if you ask me, and the writer and the people involved, because they were fighting to prove their point. They wanted to test it out. People were trying to check and see if they were stealing. There were people claiming that the neighborhoods were, reduced to lazy people and people who didn't want to do shit, and just, a bunch of nonsense or whatever. So the term laboring itself is said, the term laboring by itself said little about the court's view of the Israelites. Officials in the early 19th century Virginia often applied the word laborer to white men. That's what I was trying to tell y'all earlier. And that's what caused a fucking problem. You got a mixed kid and now you're just calling them an indentured servant. They're just a laborer. They're a worker, right? That's going to fuck things up because that's not what we're trying to do here. Okay? I know, like, people may be surprised about this, but it's really because you're probably listening to the wrong people that are standing on the wrong side of history. They're just talking like, yeah, and then all white people were slave masters back then. All white people were thinking the same, and they wanted to do the same exact shit. They clap hands and completed their goals and made goals together, and then carry those goals out. Manifest destiny. They were all on one accord. Cap. That's not what happened. Okay, not excusing what they did, but they weren't all on the same page, and they didn't all go to the same extremes. Okay, but on the back of the court order, someone entered the names of 5 Israelites. Male TIFs, whether this list simply named prospective suppliers of labor. All 5 men lived on the end of Israel here nearest the road and needed repair, or whether an official tallied afterward the names of the people whom 4 had actually drafted to work, we cannot know. So they don't know how it happened, but they know that those names were there and that this was what was being argued at the time, and this is what they were trying to accomplish. All right, they're not sure exactly if somebody entered the names or not. Okay, or if it was by the people who were just looking for the labor. Okay, there was one more, I think, more important. Is that other map? Well, hold on, I'll just show y'all that because put a little snap of that. William A. Allen's financial failure and John Tuggle's lawsuit against him put Prissy, the enslaved wife of free black miller Phil Bowman, on the auction block because of his financial failure. Lawsuits, and this is so it can't be cookie cutter, y'all. There's so many different things. How much can I blow that up? That's get too blurry for y'all. But yeah, if I catch those while I'm sliding through here, I'll stop them to stop and let y'all see that. Some important sources. I think there was another one. If not, Port, are you back? Because I'm just dragging this out before I share something else. Okay, he's not back yet, so let me see if I can type something in and find something for you guys. It's compromise. Promise. Okay, let's just put a space right there. Narrow it down. That's it. Okay, so it must be in an article where I see the promise. Hold on a second, y'all. Black Israelite Tina Carter. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. No evidence from the old shows white people using those forms. Saying we done gone. Okay. Oh, and this is how they know that these people were black. Okay, because they were unsure. I'm glad I ran into this part because they were just talking about how they don't know, but this is how they can make an assumption as to how these primaries link up with. What is this? Oh, okay. Cool. All right, bet. That's what's up. Okay, certain features did distinguish Black English from white. Afro-Virginians used third-person verb forms such as she go as well as the possessive he for his. They pronounced a D at the end of words such as the and this, yielding D and this. We still do that. I just did it. You know what I'm saying? No evidence from old Prince Edward shows white people using those forms or saying we done go, gone, went, and he be saying, though the use of done and pronunciations such as D, this, and that did make inroads into white Virginia speech, white Virginia speech at some point. These and other subtler differences between black and white dialect would often have provided enough clues to identify a person's race if one heard him or her speaking in the dark or in the next room. Language was one marker of racial difference then as now. So that can be applied to what we read earlier when they were like, they're not sure, like if who put what down or whatever. It's those names are Israelite names. Some of those names that they found on those records and the way that these people were talking in their letters can determine who was who. Names in the morning of full name of Israelite Melly. Okay, this seems like it's getting close to the part where I was trying to get at. In reality, whites held near a monopoly, the bazaar, Hercules. Conspicuously biblical names as distinguished from common ones such as John, James, Peter, and Mary were occasionally used by black and white, slave and free. A number of white and black Hezekiahs lived in the area. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego of the Babylonian fiery furnace were all represented in Prince Edward County. Free Afro-Virginian Jethro Ferguson himself, named after an Old Testament figure, had a son named Shadrach, while Meshach Boaz, a white man, happened to bear a biblical surname too. Obscure names from the Bible, such as Benjamin and Micajah, could apply to boys or of either race. Unusual biblical names for women: Magdalene, Keturah, Mashurah, appeared among whites, not blacks. Families of both races used the biblical name Jemima, inextricably tied to the black mammy stereotype, many decades later by a pancake syrup company. So we all know about that. So this is the role that the Bible's playing, and why this is dangerous. I'm gonna just rant a little bit. These people who look at this stuff in history, I don't know if any of y'all been Hebrew Israelites or you've talked to Hebrew Israelites or heard them preaching or teaching. They're online, offline, and a corner store near you. You know, they're out there and they see things like this. We're not the only one that's finding this type of stuff. They find these articles and these books, and they also go, look, this is what you were calling yourself. But they don't read as much as I've just read to you guys and give you the full context, right? It's funny because they say that that's what we do with the Bible. We just read pieces of it and we don't know the full context. No, we can read fragments of the Bible because we actually do know the full context of it. Now, this is what they do with this type of information. They find these Jethros and Boaz and Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, Keturah, and Mashurah. They find these names and they pretend. Hold on a second. Let me check my door real quick. Check that. Come on now. What the fuck is he calling? Okay, that's the Amazon man. All right. Safety off. Himself. Okay, boom. Okay, yeah. So where I was going with that was they take these things, and this is why I believe we shouldn't. Damn, I accidentally called somebody. Hold on, y'all. Hello. That was an accident. I'm on live. All right. So yeah, when people do stuff like this in the past, even though it was probably innocent, later on in life, you have people who live in 2023 who may find this shit and go, "Oh shoot, man, but this is all real names, man. My mom over here naming me, you know, Tyrone and all this stuff, man. I'm a fucking Israelite, man. These are my people right here. We were Israelites, man. We ain't had no African names." They go back to this point and stop. They actually look for this shit. If you ever seen some of them do research, that's why I want them to come up here. They look for this type of shit. We look up primary sources to get the story, and then we tell the story from there. And then anything that aligns with the primary, we also use that too because it aligns with the primary source. We don't give a fuck what it says. We don't give a shit what the fuck it says. We're just trying to tell you the history. These people look this shit up and go, look, this is who we were. This ain't even you. How you know you from VA? The hell? I can say I'm from VA. I lived there long enough, but my family ain't from Virginia. When you trace them back, they're not actually from Virginia, and I'm technically from there. You see what I'm saying? So these people who are talking and saying, using these names, look, we're the Hebrew Israelites, and they point out, oh, you backport feedback. I want to show y'all this picture. It's a sign that not only do Hebrew Israelites use, but you're going to see Dane Calloway. You have seen him use it. And what I read to you about Nat Turner and shit and what's going on in that area is going to explain how those people in Southampton, which was renamed New Jerusalem, hence to the word New Jerusalem, how that happened. These people are trying to flip that and make it seem like this shit was over here. This was over here. No, it wasn't. The Bible got over here, and that's why New Jerusalem ended up being over here, and that's why these black Israelites ended up being over here, because the Bible was over here. If we didn't have the Bible and we had whatever the French had, we would have had their language, and we would have had whatever the fuck the French were using, right? We would probably had some type of other mythology or some shit we were using, all right? Or they were using, and it would have got passed on to us along with the language. So this is who won, and this is what was used to indoctrinate and keep the people in check, and that's why we ended up taking those identities. Okay. Several white women in Missouri, some enslaved Afro-Virginian women carried the name in America, and so did a few prominent whites, including the wife, the wife of Carrie C. Allen, co-owner of the plantation that lay between Israel Hill and the Appomattox River. Bro, my phone is on some shit. I'm about to turn this shit off. Y'all tripping right now. I just told everybody I'm on live 1,000,000 times. Let's do some. Well, I can't turn my phone off. That would be ridiculous. As soon as you turn, as soon as you do that, some shit happened. And then what happened? I turned it off because niggas, we're gonna deal with the sound. One of the was the Appomattox River. Several white women were named Missouri, while the mother of a slave girl born about 1840 called her Indiana. One rare divergence in naming practices between whites and blacks involved the given name Africa, which a certain number of male and female slaves bore during the years between the Revolution and the Civil War. Prince Edward's free Afro-Virginian community included neither Africans nor Africas nor Americans. Americas. Speaking of the land masses, y'all. Let's see. The practice of using famous family names as given names in modern times, a trademark of Virginia's white upper crust, had already begun in the 18th century, and blacks observed the custom about as frequently as whites. Bondmen named Harrison Carter, Randolph, and Carey lived on the neighboring Allen Place when Israel Hill took shape. Israelites born shortly before or after the Hills settlement included Randolph Brandom, Archer Wilkerson, Archer Gibbs, and Beverly Howard. A few other free blacks in Prince Edward during the first quarter of the 19th century bore prestigious surnames as given names: Branch Epperson, Archer Richardson, Beverly Moulter. I don't know how to say that. One might assume that black parents who chose these names revered or identified with the master class. Again, however, reality confounds so facile a conclusion. Free Afro-Virginians gave prestigious white family names to their children, just often enough to refute the idea that they spurned any connection to whites, but not so frequently to suggest that the elite white clans loomed large in free black consciousness. One area of naming which white and black custom differed, at least as to timing, was the adoption of middle names. Some white parents began to bestow these on their children in the latter 18th century. Middle names rarely appear among free blacks until after 1820. That gap of 1 or 2 generations suggests that Afro-Virginians were not simply imitating white practices. So does their apparent readiness to use the full middle name, while most whites sign with their mere initial. Even if given names did not become labels, setting the disadvantaged race apart, one might point to the supposed absence of family names among slaves as a marker distinguishing them from white people. Yet some blacks, perhaps many, adopted surnames long before their liberation. A less than complete reading of county court papers turns up between 60 and 80 slaves who bore family names that whites recognize. The slave surnames we can document represent a much larger phenomenon. Almost every enslaved individual who appears in the record with a last name would have shared it with a number of family members. More than 20 slaves with family names appear in the records of Pernal Dupuy. Dupuy. I don't know how to say that. Family, and that family alone, out of about 100 all told. If that ratio or anything approaching it applies to plantations where masters kept less thorough records, then many hundreds of slaves in Prince Edward bore family names. Okay. I'm just wasting time right now until you get back. But let's go to the next Israelite. Oh, you back?
Yeah, my bad, man.
Other whites in the vicinity of Israel Hill also
I didn't know.
tangled. You good? Let's just do this last one. I want to show them a picture real quick. Okay. Other whites in the vicinity of Israel Hill also tangled with fellow whites rather than with free blacks. The Israelites' next door neighbor, William L. Legrand, if that's how you say it, became the area's resident Kermungian. Let's see what the hell that means.
These fucking names, dog.
I have no clue what the hell that means.
Hey, real quick, if you have not liked the video, please like the video. It really helps out with the algorithm, gets things popping, keeps these consistently coming to you guys all the time. Shout out to Mo for pushing this shit in today.
Bet. Let me get this definition for y'all and the pronunciation. It's curmudgeon. Curmudgeon, a bad-tempered person, especially an old one. Okay.
I know a bunch of damn curmudgeons then.
Right?
I can be a curmudgeon too. Or what it says, or what?
A bad-tempered person, especially an old one.
Okay. Curmudgeon.
Don't make me go curmudgeon on your ass. Don't make me get the curmudgeon out of this one.
Yo, I got the curmudgeons, but stay the fuck away from me.
Yeah. So let's go back a little bit. The Israelites' next door neighbor, William L. Legrand, became the area's resident curmudgeon. Okay, he bitterly protested against county and road building plans involving his land, and he griped about taxation. Okay, so let's go. I'm gonna see if I can run into this other one before I go to this picture. Israelites, both dead. No. Okay, so the Baptists became sort of another congregation to the church that Black Israelites Sam and Phil had founded in 1836, 3 decades before the Civil War. No, that's not it. That's not it either. The failure of some Israelites to pay their tax in the land. Oh, the failure of some Israelites to pay the land tax in certain years, and the sheriff's theoretical auctioning off of a few disused acres in the early 1830s would be repeated a couple of times in the decade that followed. But Israel Hill as a community would remain intact, and that's facts. Most free Afro-Virginians did not own land in the first place, so the tax had no relevance to them. Okay, so anybody who be trying to use this shit, make sure you point that out, because this was a work in progress, and these people still were going through hell because people started playing law games with them. We're going to make all of you guys apprentices so you can come and work under me. What is this? Intermarriage within Israel Hill was common enough that some couples, such as Curtis and Priscilla White, united 3 founding Israelite households. Okay. The Depression complicated nearly all economic relationships, yet long-standing ties between whites and free blacks generally held fast. A co-owner of a store, Merritt Steger, the tobacco manufacturer, found himself in a financial pinch, and he sued to recover money that one free Afro-Virginian boatman owed him in 1838. Over the next couple of years, however, Steger also signed bail bonds for 2 free blacks, Sam White and Randolph Brandom. You see, so this is why people be confused about this shit. There's free people from the mixing, like we spoke about earlier, and these people did prove their point. Like, we can go into society and not be a problem. Did that change how people were thinking down in the deep in Florida and Mississippi and Alabama? No. Because I'm sure they traveled and went down there to them fucking sundown towns and found out that we don't give a fuck if you're an Israelite, and we don't give a fuck that you free and emancipated. Run it. Run what? Hit my money? No, your life. Okay? So stop letting people confuse y'all with history, because y'all going to miss what the hell is going on. It's still today by believing that this shit didn't happen. That's crazy, because you're saying that these European people didn't do what they did. You're not only saying that you weren't a slave. They don't know how much they're speaking about. You're saying that these European people didn't do what they did. So that means that you would kind of take people's guard down. You're going to take people who are living in present times guard down, because they're thinking that this mentality was just made up, some made up story for movies and entertainment and school books to miseducate black people. Meanwhile, that descendant of these same people is still walking around, riding around in his truck with his Confederate flag, waiting to catch your ass slipping. But you think it never happened. Fuck out of here with the shit. Okay. Relative family. Okay, I'm gonna try one more. Let's see, Israel white family brawl. But I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it, y'all. I'm going to find it. I gotta read that shit again. It's probably in one of the other videos, but them shit is way too long for me to go back. So let me stop sharing this. Asserted protected Africans. Wait a minute. Let me check this real quick. He charged the Israelites with indolence, reprising Thomas Dew, and idleness, repeating virtually everyone. Francis Watkins too picked up the ancient refrain of idleness and of dishonest and dissolute behavior. The Baltimore Reporter even asserted that the Israelites had been protected from competition with white labor, the bane of the African who settles in the free states. Watkins repeated that thesis verbatim, and the eminent historian U.B. Phillips would say that the same thing about free blacks in general more than six decades later. So they're still referring to them as free blacks, even though they're speaking of Israelites. You understand? So that was a good catch, but that's still not what the fuck I'm looking for. So we're going to stop sharing this, and I'm going to go to this picture real quick and show y'all. Let me go back to this PowerPoint, because I got to go here anyway. And I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to go to my book real quick. And when I show y'all what I'm showing y'all in my book, it's going to tie into this, but it's also to show y'all what y'all got coming. This shit looks beautiful. When y'all have the book that y'all got and put that shit side by side with this shit, is like, oh my God, this shit is so fucking crispy. It's very crispy. Yeah, they. So, all righty, let's get back to the PowerPoint. And my PowerPoint ain't trying to show up. What the hell is that about?
Yeah, I don't see it.
What is we doing? Window. Hold on. This shit. Y'all like fucking me up. Your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon to. Okay. My browser blocked it. For why?
It's still up.
What the hell? It's blocking my PowerPoint. Why is it doing that? It says click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. Okay, so can reload the page. Ah, damn. Let's see if it'll.
Yeah, if you
I don't know if it's gonna kick me.
It's all good. I figured that might have done that. I'm gonna stand by. We standing by for Mo. Mo is having some technical difficulties right now. Trying to share his screen. He was cooking too in the kitchen, man. I smelled the food. I had to come out. But like, hold up, man. Damn, let me get a piece of that. All right, hang on. Bring you right back in, Mo.
That's exactly what the fuck it did. Kick me right on that.
You good?
I'm gonna try it again, y'all.
Okay. Well, it just kicked you out?
Yeah, I tried to refresh it and shit, and it's why in the hell is my power? Let me see.
Yeah, I smelled the food, man. You in the kitchen cooking good, bro.
Hold on,
stinking,
hold
man.
on. The screen icon in the address bar. But I'm trying to show the PowerPoint. Why is it doing this? What if can I do it on slides? Let me see if I can do it this way. Hold on a second, y'all.
Yeah, family, we got a little technical slow down, but we're gonna try to get through it. Thank y'all for y'all patience and support. Staying with us.
Let me see. I should block my screen. That's all right. We're gonna find another way to do this. Let's go to my PowerPoint to see if I can upload it directly to this live. PowerPoint and push 9.
Gotta keep on pushing.
Let's see what we're looking at. Processing. Hold on, y'all. I haven't done this before. I don't know what's about to happen.
Yeah, Mo trying to get a screen to share.
While that's loading, let me see if I can share. No, it's pulling up. This shit blocking. In my address bar.
All right, we good. I think we about to cook. There you go.
Y'all see that?
Yeah, we back
Oh,
on.
bet. We could just throw the PowerPoint right up on that bit. For sure.
Oh, yeah, that's clean too.
Okay.
Oh, that's clean right there, bro. Yeah, that's gonna work in the future. Whatever you did, keep that same energy, nigga.
Yeah.
Keep that same energy. That looked really good on the screen.
Okay.
And compared to like the last times.
Now it says this is from National Endowment for the humanities now, but there was something. Oh, this is what I was showing y'all. My bad. Right there. There we go. See this? Nat Turner's insurrection. It says on the night of 21/22 August 1831, Nat Turner, a slave preacher, began an insurrection some 7 miles west with a band that grew to about 70. They moved northeast towards Southampton. That's what it was, Southampton. I don't know what I said, but I said it wrong, y'all, so I stand corrected. Southampton County seat, Jerusalem, now Cortland, killing about 60 whites. After 2 days, militiamen and armed civilians quelled the revolt. Turner was captured on the 30th of October, tried and convicted, and hanged on the 11th of November. Some 30 blacks were hanged or expelled from Virginia. In response to the revolt, the General Assembly passed harsher slave laws and censored abolitionists. And this is when, y'all? The 1830s.
All day.
They passed harsher slave laws and censored abolitionists. Now, let's check this, though, because I want to make sure I'm correct about the date, because this is going to prove my goddamn point. So this is 1865, right? 1865 is when it hits the paper. So the talks are going on all before that. And what I just read y'all before the 1830s, remember they said they were scared that those Israelites were going to do the same thing that Nat Turner was doing, right? So that means he was putting in work before the 1830s, before they actually got him. He'd been putting in work because his name is ringing bells in 1811 and shit. His name is ringing bells, and people are afraid that they're going to get involved in the same thing that he's involved in. Okay. And there were people who were being humble, standing there like, no, we're not trying to get involved. That was their argument. We're not on that type of time he on. See, we're just trying to live. We're doing our thing. We're Israelites here. We got our freedom. We were set free. This is our promised land. We're not into none of that. We even mix with white people. We're here having babies together. My father's a slave master. What's going on? You know?
They didn't like that. They didn't like no damn Christian Nat Turner. They didn't like the Christianized Nat Turners. That's the problem. They know that motherfucker was running loose, fucking shit up.
Right. Now, let me go here, and I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. One of the most dramatic, and this is coming from the endowment, National Endowment for the Humanities. One of the most dramatic accounts that Hannah discussed was Jackson's final hours, and this is about Andrew Jackson. Y'all, I'm trying to shorten it. It's Andrew Jackson. If y'all know about him already, dude, fucking whole weirdo and a half. But this is one of the slaves that he owned, and just let's bear with it. One of the most dramatic accounts that Hannah discussed was Jackson's final hours of life. She was presented, I think, and this is a reporter interviewing her later, of course. She was present in his bedroom when he died on the Sunday afternoon, June 1845. According to her, some of Jackson's last words were, "I hope to meet you all in heaven, both black and white." Other witnesses in the room, including Jackson's doctor, his niece, and his son, all recorded those words or a close variation of the sentiment. One of the newspaper reporters observed that always insisted that the years, I don't know if that's what comes next. What the hell happened there? Observed that always insisted that. I don't think that's what's next. Hold on, y'all. Let me go to this article real quick. Something's off.
Probably missing a page, you think?
Something going on. Insisted that. Oh, okay. One of the reporters observed that on the subject of slavery. So what am I missing? Observed that on the subject of slavery. Do y'all see that on there? Yeah, something's cut off. Okay. Let me see if I could do something real quick. Let's see what happens. We all learning together real quick. Let's just try
yeah, man. It's all good, brother. We got a patient crowd out there. Everybody out here chilling, man. Make sure you roll something up. Make sure you pour a nice tall glass of whatever you like to enjoy to drink and just chill the fuck out because we getting it in right now, y'all.
Y'all see that? This article?
Hold on.
Or is this something? We got to toggle something?
Okay, I see that.
Okay, boom. All right, so the other shit is still up there.
So yeah, we got, I guess you could, if you want.
Cool. So I'm straight. Yeah, leave that up. I'm gonna just read it from there since it's cut off on the other. Okay, yeah. And just to show y'all, it's still from the same article. This is right here, National Endowment. Hannah, Andrew Jackson, slave. And matter of fact, since we're up here, we might as well go ahead and do it. Though he no longer holds an exalted place in American imagination, Andrew Jackson continues to draw attention. Witness John, we just call him John, Pulitzer Prize winning biography, American Lion, which chronicled the triumphs and travails of the 7 presidents' 2 administrations. No less interesting, if slightly offbeat and irreverent, was the Broadway play Bloody, Bloody Andrew Jackson, which depicted Old Hickory as a mascara-wearing emo punk rock star and included a tagline, "History just got all sexy pants." Andrew Jackson, I am given to understand, was a patriot and a traitor. He was one of the greatest of generals and wholly ignorant of the art of war, a writer, brilliant, elegant, eloquent, without being able to compose a correct sentence or spell words of 4 syllables. The first of statesmen, he never devised, he never framed a measure. He was the most candid of men, and he was capable of the profoundest dissimulation, a most law-defying and law-abiding citizen, a stickler for discipline. He never hesitated to disobey his superior, a democratic autocrat, an urbane savage, an atrocious saint. All right. So this is a two-faced monster. It's basically what they're trying to illustrate for you. And you're going to see how smooth this criminal was. Okay. That's really what we don't understand about this shit, and why it's really detrimental to our community to try to divert away from what happened. Even if some things are wrong, it's safe to leave these people with what the fuck is documented until further notice. Let them disprove it themselves. For now, we're doing proper methodology, looking at their primary sources and finding out what the fuck these people are involved in, and it's criminal activity at the highest extent. Okay. And you can't, why the fuck would you erase that? You plead your own case, sir. We got you documented. We got the sources and everything, and you just got to own your shit. If something is wrong, you provide the proof. You protect your ancestors who are no longer alive, and we're going to protect ours, right? And I want to just read one more part that Hannah, something, little part that she said. One of the dramatic accounts. It was something up here she said that really stuck with me. Favorite center on a trip back to Nashville. Okay, in addition to being a source of patrons, Hannah was a subject of 2 other interviews following the Civil War. In these newspaper interviews, one with the Cincinnati commercial in 1880, the second with the Nashville Daily American in 1894. She covered a number of different subjects: Andrew Jackson's treatment of her and other slaves, Andrew and Rachel Jackson's death, and other anecdotes about the life and her hermitage. Hannah recalled the special treatment that Jackson gave her from the very earliest days of her servitude, which began around 1808. She told one reporter that Jackson received her and her mother as payment for legal services rendered in East Tennessee. So this alone shows you what is going on with these people, because can you imagine that for yourself? Having a discussion about how somebody is treating you. Oh, he treated me good. Well, do people treat people bad or something at work? Is that what's going to do? People treat people bad at work? You're just a worker, right? No, it goes deeper. She told one reporter that Jackson received her and her mother. How the fuck do you do that? As a payment? So clearly, of course, this is one of our sisters or whatever, bless her heart, but her mind was out of there. She checked the fuck out. Clearly. She checked out. We know what this is. This ain't a peaceful situation. This ain't some shit this is what they were accustomed to. This is what they had to adapt to. Okay. So I just wanted to show y'all where that person's mind was at the time. And, bless them, but it is what it is. Okay. So here's where we were. One of the newspaper reporters observed that on the subject of slavery, Aunt Hannah's views are different from those of most of her race. So that magnifies it even more. It says Aunt Hannah's views are different from those of most of her race. Having had an indulgent master and mistress, she has always insisted that the years spent in slavery were the happiest of her life. To labor for those who were benefactors was no slavery to her. So the people who are interviewing her know it's slavery. They're calling it slavery. It is slavery. The way that she's talking, it's slavery. And the way she sees it is slavery, but her brain is not registering the shit because she's indoctrinated. She is broken. She's probably been, she's born from people who were browbeaten for so many years, to the point you're not going to say anything bad about your master. Why the fuck would you do that? We look forward and put our hands on the goddamn wheel, knowing damn well we want to do something else when we get pulled over, right? Come on, man. We know what the fuck we dealing with. Stop playing stupid, y'all. Y'all are using people who are traumatized, people who are afraid of their lives, and people who are trying to survive. How do you just gonna get it? Like, people can't have inventions today without getting knocked the fuck off. You're just gonna get up and just be like, yeah, we're gonna put in the newspaper that this dude was the most evil fuck in the whole goddamn antebellum South. Like, come on, stop. That's not what's gonna happen. That's what they're going to say. But they already knew that it was different from what other people were saying. So there was people who were scared, people who weren't scared, people who took L's, lost their life talking, people who had to run away, probably made it to a different reporter and said something and told the truth because they weren't really under that person. All types of things, and slave narratives and shit. So there's more than one side to it. He, the reporter, assuming the reporter is a man, underscored Hannah's satisfaction with her lot in life by including her assessment as she looked ahead to her pending 100th birthday. So she was 100. She was 99 at the time, I guess. Everybody is good to me, both white and colored, and I have no reason to complain. But you were a payment. You and your mother were a payment, and you have nothing to complain about, because the treatment could have been so bad for other people. They could be looking at how other people are being treated. Like they said, her view is different from everybody else's. So imagine her view looking at what everybody else is going through. They got newspaper at this time. You know, there's other plantations around her, surrounding areas. There's things happening, people being hung and stuff. And she's like, well, I ain't being treated like that. Right? Okay. Here we go. This is the important part. And we're going to be closing out. Okay. Or I'm going to be closing out. It was true that Jackson did not divide Hannah from her children, except to bequeath them among the members of his own family. And the records show that as late as March 1860, Hannah was busy with the upkeep of the Hermitage. But with the Civil War came a rupture that cast Hannah's feelings in a rather different light. In June 1863, Sarah Jackson reported that Hannah had gone over to the Yankees. Having been very insolent for some time, Rachel Jackson Lawrence, Jackson's granddaughter, announced that Hannah was making $20 a month and blamed her abandonment of the Jacksons on the Yankees. Having emancipated herself, Hannah worked as a midwife and lived with family in Nashville until her death in 1895. The two newspaper interviews she gave, along with the time spent with James Parton, in 1859, constituted Hannah's public reminiscences of her former owner, and substantively shaped the memory of Old Hickory, particularly regarding his attitude toward the treatment of slaves. The Jackson of her memory was paternalistic, indulgent, and kind, and while he did not practice racial equality, seemed to believe that whites and blacks were spiritually equal in the eyes of God. But can Hannah's assessment of Jackson and his relationship with his slaves be trusted? Historians have mostly overlooked the slave experience of the Hermitage. It is possible, however, to outline generally what it was like to live there. Some slaves lived in yard cabins as close as 90 feet away from the main house. One of those slaves, for example, was a man named Charles, who served as Jackson's personal slave and carriage driver. Other slaves lived much farther away in quarters close to the fields in which they worked. Like on many southern plantations, these slaves would have labored at the plantation's main focus, agricultural production, primarily cotton, but also corn, hemp, and tobacco. Don't get excited over the corn. Additionally, slaves raised livestock and ran the cotton gin and grain mill on the property. One final responsibility was tending to Jackson's stable of racehorses. Jackson had a longtime trainer, an enslaved man named Dinwiddie, who trained Old Hickory equestrian stock. As an elite Southern planner, Jackson recognized the importance of slave property to his financial security, and when he could, sought to increase the number of slaves he owned. Between 1812 and 1820, Jackson's enslaved population increased from 20 to 44. By the time he was president, he owned nearly 100 slaves. An estate inventory following Jackson's death counted 161 slaves, split between the Hermitage and a Mississippi plantation. Okay, here goes a little bit of pictures for y'all. Ignored in Hannah's recollection was the violence visited upon the Hermitage slave community, such as when Jackson ordered runaway male slaves whipped upon capture. In 1804, for example, Jackson, these are workers, y'all. They were just working and he's beating them and shit. That's crazy. Picture my boss whooping me. That's tough. In 1804, or picture y'all boss whooping y'all. Like, just imagine that. Like, you come in late for work, or you say I quit, and somebody finds you like at another job, and you over there, hello, yes, it's such and such speaking, 12 toes down in the building. How can I help you? And somebody just go right upside your head, grab you by your hair, drag you outside, and just beat your ass. and your boss is like, oh, I didn't know, I'm sorry, here's his papers. Come on, man, this shit is crazy. They tripping. In 1804, I guess anything to escape slavery, huh? Anything to escape slavery, even while in your mind, like the story, you're trying to escape that as well. It's crazy. In 1804, for example, Jackson placed a newspaper advertisement describing a runaway slave named Tom Gid, or Jid. Yeah, I'm going with Gid. He promised $10 extra for every 100 lashes any person will give him, to the amount of 300 if Tom were captured outside the state. Tom does not appear to have been captured. In the case of one repeat offender named Gilbert, running away costs him his life. In August 1827, Jackson's overseer, Ira Walton, determined to whip Gilbert in front of the other slaves to send a message. Instead, the slave fought back and ended up dead after a knife wound. Okay, so that's enough of that. I'm showing y'all what she stated and then what clearly was going on around. Okay, and I didn't even know that. I kind of like glimpsed at it and read and saw that it said something like that, and I was like, let me just go ahead and keep reading because I was actually done. But interesting to say the least. So let's go back now. When I click this port, am I back on? Or do I need to? I think I need to stop the screen and then click this, or I think you probably have to do it. Can you put that PowerPoint back up if you can? Thank you very much. So that was that, and now I want to go back to the bequeath if I have that on here, okay? Because that was the very important part. I can't highlight that right now because I'm doing something else. With this PowerPoint, it was true that Jackson did not divide Hannah from her children, except to bequeath them among the members of his own family. Okay, so now we're going to go here. This is, my dumb ass did not do the, I want to say this is, no, we're not going to guess. Let's not do that. This is Leviticus. Let me go find it. Bear with me 1 second, y'all. I'm already on the same page. Leviticus 20, chapter 25, and we're going to start at, let me go back to the screen. Damn, I got too many windows open out here. Okay, yeah, and we're going to start, damn, what just happened? Oh, it moved. Okay, we're going to start at 38. Okay, so Leviticus chapter 25, verse 38. Pay attention to the words, okay? I am the Lord your God, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your God. Okay, keep that in mind with the Israelites who wanted to call themselves Israelites. Y'all with me? They wanted to call themselves Israelites for a reason, because they're relating themselves to this story. That's why they became the Black Israelites and lived in Israel Hill. There was a promised land for them. That emancipation that they received was connecting them to this story spiritually, physically, mentally, psychologically, all that, right? All the leads. So it says, I am the Lord your God. Who would be their God in this instance? Their God will be their slave master. That will be their father. And that's what she said also in the article. I can go back to it if y'all don't trust me, or y'all can go pull it up yourself. She said he was more of a father than a master. She argued that despite all of the shit that was happening. Okay. And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bond servant. So if you're actually a fucking Israelite, how the hell are you gaining your freedom? And how the hell do you have brothers and sisters who are slaves under other people? They're not even supposed to be slaves, and we're going to see why. But as a hired servant and as a sojourner, he shall be with thee and shall serve thee unto the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee. So that's 7 years. That's up to, and some of that could be less because it's until that year. Okay, because I think they do that like every 7 years. Okay, I stand corrected if I'm wrong about that, but it's a certain amount. It definitely ain't 31 years and it ain't for life. But check this out. Let's keep going. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants. This is God speaking. God is saying that these are my servants. He's separating the Israelites from other people, right? For they are They are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. And remember Canaan up here, y'all. Remember this. Keep this in mind. Keep Canaan up there at the top of verse 38, because I'm going to go into my book and I'm going to give y'all a preview of it and show you how this all ties in. So we're tying this in to slavery, the effect of the people's mind at the time, them switching their identity, and then what's going on in the book and how they relate it to themselves, but how they miss a beat because their belief clouds their judgment. Okay. Thou shalt not rule. Oh, here we go. Wait a second. What the fuck was that? Oh, I was logged out of something. My bad, y'all. Okay, it says, for they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. So you're not, if these Israelites in America, or the Israelites that were brought over here, allegedly, if they can't be put into slavery. They're not allowed. This wasn't you. You weren't a free person who was also an Israelite. It's impossible. Because if you were the one in control this entire time and you've always been free and it was just some indentured servitude going on, how in the hell were we reading all of these things we've been reading for the last 8 weeks and the pre-pushes before that? How is that possible if you're the native and the Israelite? You're not allowed, according to your law. This is the Levitical law. This is the Leviticus. This is from the book of the law. For they are my servants. You're God's servants. You're not the servants of men. You got indentured servitude, true, but we're going to get into it a little deeper. Which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over them with rigor, but shall fear thy God. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen. Shout out the what's the name in the chat? Said her mom called her a heathen. Who was that? Kanisha. So they're only to be considered are the people that they're supposed to be slaving, the bondmen and bondmaids, which thou shalt have. So they're permitted to have slaves. You can have them, but they're supposed to be the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that sojourn among you. See, moreover, of the children of the strangers, not the Israelites, the children of the strangers that do sojourn around you or among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever, but over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over the other with rigor. So this is what they're talking about, bequeathing, the bequeathing of people. They're giving it to them for life. It was one of the reasons why Randolph was offed by his nephew, because it was supposed to be passed down. He didn't have a son. It was supposed to be passed down. He thought if he got rid of him, then it'll go into default and he can at least stall on a will or whatever. And they did. They stalled it because it didn't happen as fast as it was supposed to happen. Okay. So I'm just showing you how this was actually the blueprint. They were using it. Okay. But once you start reading, as Port was showing later, you start taking part in rituals. The Portuguese helped out. Great Britain, everybody did help out, or whatever. They probably taught more of the Bible, gave people more of a expanded look of the book as a real person, a child of God, and you kind of look at things different, and you can kind of pick your character. So it's like, well, you know what? I'm an Israelite. I'm an Israelite, or I'm a Christian if you're more into the New Testament, and it doesn't really even deal with slavery or anything like that, because that shit is all supposed to be over with. You just got like the common man, and then you have elite people, and then you have the promise from God and his wisdom being bestowed upon the people through the transitioning and of his prophets and shit, them coming into the knowledge of God and passing around his word, and then the gospels, and on and on and on till we get over here in America. And so after you got all of these believers for so long, people kind of stray away from this type of shit that they were using as the blueprint, and they start focusing on, well, the New Testament don't say nothing about that, and he came and he abolished the law. Abolishment, slavery, abolitionists, boom, boom. It's all tied in, guys. It's tied into the same shit. Okay, so they're trying to say that this is in there, but we're not supposed to follow it anymore, even though this is the same blueprint, to the point, and this is the last point I'm going to make before I go to the book, why it's dangerous for our people. It is because, and this is Leviticus 25, y'all, 25, and I recommend y'all read the entire thing, even though I just read this part just to be brief. It was for the sake of brevity. But why this is dangerous is because our people, let me remove this from the studio. Our people are now taking the identity of the Israelites, whereas before other people had the identity and they felt like they could slave people around them. They were the children of God. We know that because Port pointed it out. They felt like this was their God, right? If this was their God and God said that he were their people, then their people. Who is it then? It can't be talking about black people. White people could not have been talking about black people when they were referring to these people in the book at the time. And I think Andrew Jackson even has a speech that he was given, and I'm gonna find that and probably give that to y'all on the next push. And he uses the Bible very well through it. I think it's Andrew Jackson. If not, it's somebody else, but I'm gonna get that speech and show y'all that they were using Leviticus and Deuteronomy at different times in slave history in the Americas to justify what they were doing. Okay, not just with the curse of Ham, but the rules that were laid down. That's why they still use the word bequeath to the family forever. And you see it in the scriptures, they can trade you to the family, pass you down in the family forever, but they're not to treat each other the same. White people were considered indentured servants. Okay. And then later when black people were mixing in and stuff like that, and the Plecker issues start coming about, or they claim it was an issue, but it was really a problem with people mixing, and they were to be just serving a term as indentured servants, and then they were to be set free. That was a problem for those people because their people are not supposed to be treated the same. They can't. That's in the law, in the book that they follow, because they're God's chosen people, and they don't have to say they're Israelites. They're saying that this is our God and he ain't your God and you don't deserve to be following him. So that means they think that they're the chosen people, and that's why they're slaving people surrounding them. Did that not happen? Did they not slave everyone everyone around their land? They slaved all the way over here to America. They slaved every fucking body, right? So they did have their own servants. Their people were servants as well, and they had people that they treated bad as well. I'm not trying to say that they were perfect, but I'm saying for the most part, the bad treatment was for our people. Now let me go to my new and improved print here, Abrahamic Faith and Fear. Give y'all a preview of this, and I'm going to go over some of the chapter. Where am I at? I'm over. Okay, wait, I'm on the same window, so I'm straight. I blew the page up, y'all. My bad. I could not see. Faith, Abrahamic Faith and Fear. Here we go. Tell me when I'm on, because I don't want to click out and get lost.
All right, you good?
Okie dokie. So as you can see, hold on, my battery's dying. Hold on. How long was my shit? We're gonna take y'all back to Canaan real quick and see what the hell is going on. But I'm gonna try to keep it short because some extensive shit in here. But y'all make sure y'all cop that book. Quietly, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna start on 2:20. Is this Abraham, the father of division? Yes, it is. Okay, and as you see how they have this each chapter up here. This is one of the things that I wanted that they didn't do what they said they were going to do. The chapter where it started, the chapters didn't start on their own pages. I didn't like that. The font was extra big, which was good for me because that helps me read, but that's not how I wanted it for professional work passed out to other people who don't have that same issue for me that I have. And so it has that. Then it also has, like I said, it starts on the same page, and then the numbers match. So Abraham, the father of division. Let's say this is, I think this is actually a subtitle, but let's just say this is the chapter for the sake of this example. The page number matches up with it in the table of contents. So that was another issue. And a lot of my paragraphs were, I don't know what the hell he did, but they weren't indented, they weren't separated. Some of the subtitles were missing, and all of that stuff is in there, and it's precise, very nice and professional looking. So this is free, y'all. Y'all don't have to buy this one when it comes out, because it's going to be posted up. I think I'm getting a shipment so I can look at the sample in next week, and then after that I'm gonna be shipping y'all shit out. So I don't mind if you go buy another one, you could do that, but I'm just letting you know I'm going down that list, and I'm gonna run it from the top, and I'm sending y'all all the soft cover and shit of this version. So I want to start right here. Recorded in Genesis, the 11th chapter, the biblical deities. Wait, I'm on page 222. Hold on, let me remember that. And this, he did a lot of extra shit I didn't even ask him to do. Boom, he did that. You know, he organized this shit really good. Yep, he fixed this shit because these pages actually match up, and he kind of reduced the page numbers too. I think he knocked off like 10 or 20 pages, so that's good. My titles are officially in there for the first chapter, because it wasn't sectioned off properly. And yeah, let's go back to 222. And the graphics, he's working on the graphics too. He just said that I don't know what was wrong, because I like the cover. I love the fucking cover of the book, but he's saying like he can make it even better. So I'm thankful for that. He's doing that shit free of charge and everything. But he said the person before, he don't know what the fuck they were doing. They just like rushed, I guess. But let's get back here. 222. Okay, recorded in Genesis, the 11th chapter, the biblical deities have a bout of divine intervention with the affairs of humanity by confounding their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. At this time, there are few writing scripts in existence. One must ask, how exactly would these beings confuse the way humans communicate with one another? Whether these beings use magic to interfere with human thought processes, or they completely destroyed all written languages and any trace of their existence up to a certain point, the act itself confirms that the Abrahamic deity, if he is real, has one specific goal in mind, and he will do whatever it takes to accomplish it, even if that means that he has to blow his cover and reveal that he is not actually a pure benevolent force. With talent and entertainment in mind, this is an exceptional story. With the reality in mind, considering a real supreme being, if our father is Abraham from the biblical narrative and his deity is the creator of all things, it would be offensive to say that we are children of something evil. So we will just say, theoretically speaking, this would make us children of a supreme being that is nowhere near as good as we have been taught. That's just me being nice, since people are going to be butthurt about it. The plot thickens yet again as Abram is born right after the confounding of the languages. Terah, Abram's father, is a minister and or priest serving under King Nimrod of the land of Shinar, later known as Babylon, the first king mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. Another important figure around the time of Abram was the high priest of Melchizedek, king of Salem. Melchizedek brings bread and wine and blessings and blesses Abram and El Elyon, the Most High God. A key piece to take from this spiritual encounter with Melchizedek is the wording used by Melchizedek during his benediction, where he says, Abram of the Most High God, El Elyon. Take another look at the structure of these last two sentences. Homing in on El Elyon and the Most High God, grouped with what you have read in the chapter, A Background Check on God. One is a phrase, and the other is the name of an ancient Near Eastern deity exalted above the minor deities of the polytheistic pantheon in Canaan during the late Bronze Age. And we went over that on Port's channel. Shout out to Port for letting me do that. I ran you through the history of El Elyon, Yahweh, and Baal, a little bit of Baal, and where this stuff came from. So that's interesting that they're using the word El Elyon, but in the Hebrew language, people are looking at it like, oh, that's, you know, it says Most High in English, but when you're reading the language, it says El Elyon. So the God is still there in the book if you understand the history of the gods and their names And if you understand the Hebrew language, then you'll go, okay, wait, this is actually a name of somebody. And then they translated it and they go, oh, Most High. That is another trick that they use to take the name of other gods out of these scripts, because the names of other gods are there. They are there, and we still have the primaries, or not the primaries, but the I guess I would say primary copies. I guess the copies of a copy, the facsimile. So the same thing happens with the word Messiah, right? Sutin points this out all the time. So does Buck. Shout out to Buck. He need to pull up. I don't know what he's doing. He sent us hella sources earlier today. I was about to tell him, but I was in a rush. I was like, yo, bro, just come on with the shit. Come up here and share your motherfucking screen and show us. But so you'll see the word Mashiach or Messiah all throughout the book, right? And then when it gets to the English version, they say anointed. So you don't know that there are multiple messiahs all throughout the goddamn book. You just think when you get to the New Testament, they start using the word Messiah and Christ and all that shit. And then you're like, oh, okay, so he's the only one. No, he's not. He's not the only one. They just translated it the same way they did this. They take the name out. They take the title out of it. And it's translated into Most High. El Elyon. So you don't know that it's naming a God. You just have the word in English, the words in English, Most High. The same thing where you don't see another Messiah. You go, oh, that's an anointed guy. He's not a Messiah. But you don't know that the word Mashiach or Mashiach is the anointed one. The same as the Christ. That's what it is. So they're playing game. You have to study this shit to understand what's going on. Okay. And like I said, this chapter is continuing on. It's connected to the background check on God. Okay. So one is a phrase, the other one is the name of an ancient Near Eastern deity exalted above the minor deities in the polytheistic pantheon in Canaan during the late Bronze Age. The striking portion of this biblical information, when paired with the archaeological finds, is before Moses, according to the biblical timeline, Abraham traveled through regions where we find the oldest inscriptions that mention Yahweh. How was Yahweh not known to anyone before Moses if there are inscriptions dating back to periods hundreds of years before the Exodus accounts? That don't make no goddamn sense. How the fuck does that make sense? He didn't meet Yahweh, and then when he did meet Yahweh, he said they knew me as El Shaddai. That's another god. That's not El Elyon. El Shaddai is another god, the big-breasted one, the mighty teat. Okay. So El Elyon, Yahweh, and then El Shaddai. You see, these are multiple gods. This is a polytheistic background of the Abrahamic faith, or Judaism, for to be more precise. When analyzing the story of Abraham and his sons, there appears to be a pattern of conveniences that only benefit the people existing 2,000 years later. Abraham is a well-traveled man, right? He's traveling all over the place. If anybody's familiar with the story of Abraham, this dude is making moves like goodness. God instructed him to go to Canaan, where, with all events considered, he is merely getting a tour of his seventh great-granduncle Canaan's land. So in the story, to make it more appealing to everybody, is like, yeah, Abraham went here and he was going through this, and God told him this is going to be yours. This dude is pulling up to his great-grandfather's land, y'all. Let's keep the shit funky. He's not that far away. This is Abraham. He's not that far away from Noah. He's a well-traveled man. God instructed him to go to Canaan, his family's land. These are his people. Where, with all the events considered, he is merely getting a tour of his seventh great-granduncle's Canaan's land, a great-granduncle Canaan's land. In this sense, the omniscient biblical deity is allowing Canaan to borrow the land for a few centuries, because this is Canaan's land, right? The allotment was given to him through the chosen Noah and his father and all that, right? So Canaan has it, but later God already knows, because he's all-knowing. He's everywhere at the same time. This is an omnipotent God, and he's omniscient, omnipotent, right? Everywhere, knowing everything. And he knows that Canaan is just holding it, because he's going to send Abraham later to come get that thing. So the Canaanites are in for a ride, right? Did God tell him this? Who knows? But this is just weird when you're applying logic to it. So he allowed them to borrow the land for a few centuries. What else do we make of this allotment if later in the story God is recorded allegedly completely obliterating all in Canaan who had the breath of life in their lungs by way of his humble servant Joshua. So God is bragging in the Bible. I'm sure I got, yes, I do right here, 130. We always put the sources up. Okay, so if we go to 130, which will probably be down here on the next page in the footnotes, right here, this is where you can find it at. Joshua, just read Joshua chapter 10 through, I think, 12, through chapter 12, and you'll see that that's the whole conquest. Okay, and he said he obliterated them. He wiped them out. But that's interesting. Let's keep reading. Much like every other story in the Bible, things do not seem to add up, as the Canaanites in real life were never obliterated. In fact, the Canaanites, also known as the Phoenicians, by mixing or distant ancestry, circumnavigated the coast of Africa during a voyage circa 600 BC. With the help of Necho, an Egyptian ruler who commissioned the expedition of the Phoenicians for the voyage from the Red Sea, around Africa, through the Strait of Gibraltar, all the way back to Egypt in 3 years' time. They circled all the way around. And just to do my brother some service, Yusuf, Morse, master teacher, who else out there? Evergreen. Who else we got out there? If I'm missing any names, put it in the chat. I'm referring to the brothers who say, come on, y'all. Port, Sutton, Mo, Vanta, Rob. Y'all really think we, like, come on, man. It's right there. When you look at, you know, the Canary Islands and what's the other area? The New Guinea and all of that. And you see South America's right there, right? And these people right here, it says, you know, they circumnavigated the coast of Africa during a voyage in circa 600 BC. So I get what y'all saying. 600 BC, they were already, with the help of Necho, an Egyptian ruler who commissioned the expedition of the Phoenicians for the voyage from the Red Sea around Africa through the Strait of Gibraltar, all the way back to Egypt in 3 years. They went around full circle of Africa, and they just couldn't go to South America. We got you, brother. But we need evidence. Just like I have evidence for this, I got it all backed up. 132, 133. It's all down here. I have the sources. Herodotus, Robert Drew's Canaanites and the Philistines. The sources are all here. We have the sources for it. We don't have the sources for that. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but until we get it, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about what the fuck actually is proven. And that's what I'm going to use. Okay. So shout out to them. Who commissioned the expedition of Phoenicians, Egypt in 3 years' time. Furthermore, a recent study reveals that ancient Canaanite DNA found in the people of Lebanon. Hold on now. Hold on. Furthermore, a recent study reveals that ancient Canaanite DNA was found. I got to make sure that this is fixed. See, ancient Canaanite DNA was found. Supposed to be a was right here. Hold on, y'all. Let me screenshot this. I gotta hurry up and get him before he. Damn, I might have to jump off because I think he may be sending that shit out right the fuck now. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm finicky. I know y'all like it. Don't fucking matter, Mo facts. It don't fucking matter. Yes, it do. This is one of the reasons I'm very good at the shit that I do, because I'm fucking precise, and this shit will make me have anxiety. I cannot stand mistakes or things that are inaccurate. It just gets on my fucking nerves. All right, so the possibility does not need to be rejected. Okay, Lebanon. Okay, are we to believe that the Abrahamic deity really, and keep in mind, because I know I went off a little bit to speak about the brothers, these people are supposedly wiped out, and it's mentioned in the conquest of Joshua, and you can read that in the Bible up here. Joshua's conquest is chapter 10, Joshua chapter 10 through 12. I think it goes a little bit further than that. But yeah, go check that out and you'll see he bragged about it. Yeah, he wiped them out. This is dumb. And remember, God knows everything, right? So when God says that he wiped them out, how could he be lying? Ha! Caught you. A man can lie and think that he went through somewhere and wiped everybody out. I don't know how many of y'all people done thought they got somebody. Cops thought they arrested everybody. People done thought they hit everybody on the block, and people start coming back, right? You know how many people been to war, been fighting and stuff. You thought everybody was gone, and next thing you know, some of your people in your platoon or whatever, back in the barracks or whatever, get hit. You thought you got everybody. Some people crept away. He got hit in the leg, wrapped that shit up, tied the belt around it, and came back. You know, a man makes that mistake. A God, when he says he wiped you out, you gone. You not understand that? You're gone when a God says he wiped you out. You do not exist no more because he knows everything. He can't make that mistake unless you're saying he's trying to deceive us. Then who is this? He can't be benevolent. You can't have it both ways. Okay. Are we to believe that this Abrahamic deity really needed to obliterate a group of people, including innocent women and children? Yeah, because everybody wasn't involved in it. They're babies, y'all. Probably being born, moms that are almost at full term, they're about to have the baby, waters breaking, just delivered the baby. How can these, even if you say the parents were wrong, how are you getting rid of children? You're wiping out children and bragging about it. These children have nothing to do with it. The possibility does not need to be rejected unless the Abrahamic texts continue to illustrate the deities as all-knowing and all good beings by nature. So I'm giving them an out. You don't have to say this God is omnipotent, omnipresent, like you don't have to say that. He doesn't need to be all-knowing and he doesn't need to be benevolent. Why do you have to say that? If you stop saying that shit, I won't catch you in these illogical situations in your story, right? So all these events can be accepted as acts committed by an evil deity, and disbelief would only be in the form of distrust, right? I don't trust this dude. If we want to make him real and accept what he's saying, he don't know everything because the Canaanite blood is still living through the people of Lebanon, the Lebanese people, and he said he wiped them out. He lied. Don't know why he lied. He can't be all good. I don't trust this motherfucker. Cool, he exists. You can have your God. I don't fuck with this dude. He's weird. And those Canaanite people, as I'm gonna show y'all later, the Natufians, you can go look them up. Those are the actual original people of that land, not Canaan, the character from the Bible. People were probably labeled Canaanites later because of these religions and mythologies or whatever you want to call them. But the original people of those lands were African. Those are facts. You can't get around it. The DNA has proven it, and the pottery, everything on the ground, it's in situ. It's not an out of place object or artifact or anything like that. The bodies, these people in Lebanon living today are connected to the bodies in the land of Canaan. That land that they call Canaan, that was supposed to be the Bible land, those bodies that they found, the ancient ones, that matches the DNA of the Lebanese people today. So they were not wiped out. The possibility does not need to be rejected unless the Abrahamic text continues to illustrate the deities as all-knowing and all good beings by nature. All these events can be accepted as acts committed by an evil deity, and disbelief would only be in the form of distrust. What makes these stories distasteful is the way they completely contradict the behavior of something that is allegedly better than humanity, yet the Abrahamic deities seem to have a challenging time refraining from the same insolent conduct as the creatures they allegedly created. So these beings are better than us. Any Abrahamic version of God you want to pick, they're supposedly better than humans, and they're doing the same type of crazy criminal acts against humanity that humans are doing. That's crazy. You just walk up, wipe them out, go do this, kill people, take them. What are you doing? Do something different, sir. Ponder this. If the devil or a mere mortal were the aggressors in these grisly scenarios, there would be no hesitation to condemn the perpetrators for their acts against humanity. Am I right or wrong? In the comments. Am I right or wrong? If these acts were committed, if the character in the story, if it said, and the devil went to Canaan and he got in Joshua's mind and made him wipe out all of the Canaanites because the Israelites were supposed to be the people of the land because they're the chosen people of God and that was their promised land, and those people are now going to be their slaves, even though they're related. Like, that would be some devilish shit to turn Abraham against his descendants, I mean, against his forefathers. They're like, what the fuck are we doing? You're turning people, that would be devilish. And if the devil was there mentioned, you wouldn't be surprised either, nor would you hesitate to condemn the perpetrators for their acts against humanity. It is clear that there was a plot to erase the ancient Canaanite people, and that there exists not a speck of evidence that it was the work of a supreme being. The story of Exodus shows that there was a motive to take land in the name of a deity of Abraham, as the main mission of reaching the promised land stuck out like a sore thumb since the time of Abraham. God is merely a smokescreen used against those who point out the thievery that used against those who point out the thievery that is taking place. Okay, yeah. So when basically what I'm saying is when you point it out, they're gonna say like, yo, hold on, man, you taking these land from these two? No, God said so. God said we can do it. This land was given to us by God. So bring that back to Israel Hill, y'all. We are now doing this shit to ourselves. So you have people way back. This is way back. We're going back to near supposedly the 11th century BCE. This is what we're going back to at this time, right? And some of them will put it later. So I'll leave a window, a 200-year window. We can go from 1100 to 1300 BCE, right? Where this stuff is supposed to be taking place. And I'll just let you have that. So why do we have this happening in the BC times, allegedly, right? I'm thinking that of course, it happened way closer to, I think, them circumnavigating the land, the continent of Africa. But for the sake of their argument, I'm gonna let them have that and just put it back that far because it hurts them even more with their indoctrination or their attempt to for our people today. Now our black people are involved in it because they're Israelites. But how do you make sense of this? This is happening in the past. They're taking land. Their identity is changed. These are people, the Lebanese people. They are their own people. They are a people. The Natufians exist. They descend from the Natufians. They're erasing part of African history because we don't even know that the Lebanese people are connected to the Natufians. We don't know that the Natufians, that language probably was developed by them, but instead we have this story of Noah, and like me and Moorish Master Teacher were talking about on Vance's Live last night or this morning, the Paleo Hebrew. This don't exist. This is an African language that was developed by African people, the Natufians and the people who came before them. And moving forward, that's how the language was built for what you would call Hebrew way later down the line. So our history is even being erased using the religion, and it was used in the past, and it was used by our enemy, and now we're using it to erase our own identity and our history that is tied to the land of Africa. Ain't that about a bitch? That's why this book was carried from there all the way over here, because this motherfucker work. It works. It will pull your ass in. And like I told you up at the top, a few paragraphs up, this is a great story. It is very entertaining, but it becomes very dangerous when people assume the identity of the characters in the book and then try to infuse that into actual history. Now this ain't entertainment no more. This is very dangerous. So God is merely a smokescreen, like I said, used against those who point out the thievery. Right? You say, yo, man, you took this land. No, God gave it to me. So it's a big cover up. Here we have a omniscient deity who ironically does not know that the people of Canaan existed thousands of years before Abraham and even his great grand uncle Canaan, whom this land was allegedly named after. The people of Canaan already existed before Canaan himself. This shit is impossible. And this is the last part. Joshua's conquest after the death of Moses shows even more plots to conceal history, as we now know that the walls of Jericho were built approximately 10,000 years ago, and that Jericho was founded approximately 12,000 years ago, and that would put it at 10,000 BCE, built 8,000 BCE, and founded in the land, Jericho, 10,000 BCE. That's what 12,000 years ago would be, because we have to take the AD 2,000 years off because we're in 2023. So that's how you do that, guys. And I know that they like to butcher the hell out that shit all the time, especially my brother, the Most High. All praise to him. Even Noah would sound historically inaccurate if he ever claimed he marched around the walls of Jericho. As for the Canaanites, aside from their superficial ancestral connection to the biblical Canaan, and specifically referring to real scientific data, such as the prehistoric inhabitants coined the Natufians by Dorothy Garrod, these prehistoric Levantine people have archaeological footprints that answer questions about the origins of the Near Eastern various human development of not only religion, but language, architecture, writing systems, agriculture, metallurgy, these aspects being catalysts for the greatest civilizations ever formed on Earth. So they completely, using the Bible, erase some of the origins of even where Egypt got their shit from. And they're playing around like, yeah, Moses escaped from Egypt. Oh, no, forget both of them. We need to be talking about the Natufians. They've been working metal for a long ass time over there. They contributed to the writing systems. And now we're just finding out about it. We're just finding out about this history. And I want y'all to go get that book too. a complete dictionary of scientific biography, or you can go to encyclopedia.com too. Well, actually, I think this is 2 sources, maybe 2, because Dorothy, she has some works too. But get any of her works dealing with the Natufians or North Africa. It's very good, and she sheds light on the truth of what's going on. And people do not agree with her. They do not agree with what the fuck she's saying, but she proved her point 100 times over to the point they had to shut the fuck up. Just shut your ass the fuck up, because she hit the nail on the motherfucking head. So that is that, y'all. I think, yeah, that's it. Even if there was some wars and violence that was there. Actually, I do want to do this last part right here. Even if there was some wars and some violence was earned, the atrocious acts that the deity allegedly allowed and sometimes commanded Israelites to conduct are unexplainable. And we see that in our people today. You see our brothers. I salute them for getting together. I love the brotherhood of the Hebrew Israelites, but they are on a crash course or sending other people out to be crash dummies, because they're saying other people going to be scrubbing toilets and y'all going to be under us, and we're going to take slaves and y'all going to go into captivity because you put people in captivity, and there's going to be rankings, and we're the chosen people of God, and you're going to be under us, and y'all going to be suffering the same way we suffered for all these years, because God is going to get payback. This is not good, y'all. This is not good. Whoever need they ass whoop in the future for who trying to fuck with us while we're trying to reestablish ourselves, they can get the work easy for free. I have no problem with that. I'm very militant minded, but I'm on defense because I know I'm dealing with the children of children of children of children, and these people have somewhat of an innocence to them. Even though some of them born racist and they weird, they strange, they holding that DNA, they are still innocent. They're not actually doing anything. They're just reaping the benefits of what their parents set up for them. And we had stopped fighting for so long and tried to amalgamate and integrate with them that we got stabbed in the back. So now we're kind of in a weird situation. We can't just get up and pop off on the first pale person we see. That doesn't even make any sense. It's more systematic and part of their heritage, their ancestry, their allotment that was given to them. We were basically passed on as possession, along with a system that kind of keeps us at bay, you know, not allowing us to get to the spot where we would be world dominant again. That's basically what the fear is. So like I said, even if there were some wars and some violence was earned, the atrocious acts that the deity allegedly allowed and sometimes commanded Israelites to conduct are unexplainable, unforgivable, and unjustifiable within the narrative, because God allegedly commanded the destruction of innocent people even after he targeted Canaan. The fact that Canaanite people were never actually wiped out and predate their own ancient ancestors reveal more about the claims made in the Hebrew Bible, aka the Word of God, and their motives to conceal history from the people of the future. This practice of erasing history in the name of preserving it has not died off, not one bit, as we still see various cultures around the world, such as the people of Africa, whose history is being modified, told, and or erased to the point where some forget the modern day Canaan, which includes Israel, Lebanon, Jordan, and other surrounding areas, for the most part, would in fact originally be part of North Africa, but only recently considered West Asia. Very important to remember. This shit is being used as a big ass eraser. So it's involved in the field of academia. It's involved in the history of Africa, and outside of the United States. So that's still academia. It's involved in our culture, and it's involved in what we went through in slavery, and it's still involved in what the fuck we're going through now, trying to figure out what we should identify as and how we're going to come together and move forward. All right, so this source for that, of course, is your trusty Mofax, Abrahamic Faith and Fear, Unraveling the Unknown Developmental History of Modern Religion. Make sure y'all get that. If you already have it, enjoy it. Make sure you highlight and bookmark and shit, you know, keep that handy. And that's about it, y'all. I wanted to tie that in and let y'all see that. And there's something I needed to find. What was that? Oh, there was something I needed to find. Somebody remind me in the comments if y'all remember. I needed to get one more thing for y'all, but I'm gonna do that sometime later while everybody's just chilling and shit. I'll hop in at some point and show y'all that and come back down. But that's about it, y'all. Thanks for the support. Thanks for showing up. And I'm going to yield the floor. Y'all go ahead and take over. Do your thing. Peace, peace. Thank you, Kanisha.
Yes, sir. Resort.
Oh yeah, that mind destroys that shit, suit me. That shit is dealt with. That shit is nuts. Like we got a lot to learn about our history as African descendants. If you are one, if you ain't disowned yourself, we got a lot to learn, y'all. A lot. That should be blowing. But that should make you get up and walk away and be like, yo, I gotta tell somebody about this shit. What the hell is going on? 40 fucking thousand years. But yeah, peace to the chat, y'all. We were just waiting for Port to show back up. I guess I can go ahead and look for that, what I was looking for. What the fuck was that? Israel Hill. I showed y'all the picture, and then it was something else. Israel Hill. Oh, okay. Now I remember. So if I could find this real quick. But yeah, man, thanks for showing up for the support, y'all. I do need to get some water first, though. Page. Boom, boom. Hey, you about to go next, Banter?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, bet.
I gotta log in through my laptop.
All right, bet. That's what's up. So y'all stay
Wait to Port. Get back. Yeah, I can't.
Oh, there we go. I found it. Come on, Port. Come on back home, man. Come on home, Schlemp. I found this shit. Yes. Y'all don't know how much when shit is incomplete with me, y'all feel very uncomfortable. It's like a OCD shit. And I just cannot.
All right, my bad, man. My bad.
Until I get it. Let me share this real quick so I can get this weight off my shoulders, brother.
My bad, man.
And then Vanta can go ahead and pull up and air this motherfucker out some more. Here we go. Where we at? Oh, Randolph Plantation scandal. Boom. Here we go. Okay, I'm up there. Boom. That's what's up. Okay, see, Israel Hill right here. Israel Hill on the Appomattox was a community made up of free. Well, let me show you where this is coming from. Oh, well, shit, we got the sources down there too. Pocket sites, Randolph Plantation scandal, a bazaar and at Bazaar and Israel Hill. A Randolph Plantation scandal at Bazaar, Israel Hill, Farmville, Virginia, 23901. United States information created by Public History. Randolph Plantation and scandal at Bazaar. Okay, Israel Hill on the Appomattox was a community made up of free slaves who lived, married, and did business with white members of Prince Edward County. Thomas Jefferson had himself condemned slavery, and that's why I used Thomas Jefferson, because he was like he was in that time period, so it was perfect. It lined up nice and perfectly. Thomas Jefferson had himself condemned slavery, but he never believed that whites and blacks could live together. It was his nephew, Richard Randolph, the same one involved in the scandal, who challenged this. Richard Randolph inherited his father's property upon his death and planned to free the slaves in his will after debts were paid. When Richard Randolph died early, around 26 years old, his wife Judith Randolph freed the slaves and deeded over 25 acres to the families 10 years later. And you're going to see what happened to why he passed so goddamn early. He was poisoned. because of this whole situation, calling their settlement Israel Hill, being their promised land. The community developed commercial businesses in blacksmithing, dairy or tobacco farming, carpentry, and general store management. Okay, and these are some sources down here for you, for the images and for some of this text. Y'all can just pause the screen and get that if you want it. All right, so I just wanted to point out to you that they called it their promised land because of the guy that gave it to him, Mr. Randolph. I think Randolph's grandfather. Richard Randolph inherited his father's property upon his death and planned to free the slaves. And so it was Richard Randolph's father. So he wanted to free them and shit. And then them hearing that story and people debating about it, and it was a long process. And I'm sure they just attached it to the Bible, like, yo, man, we like the Israelites, and you know how we do. Hey, man, we like this, we like that. We very poetic. Our people are very poetic. I'm like this, I'm like that, and it was like this and like that, and they became the Hebrew Israelites on Israel Hill. But y'all go ahead and take over. I just wanted to put that out there because I promised it.
Bang, bang, bang.
And I'll be right back. I got to get something to drink.
Okay. Peace. Vance, you still there? You gone.
Oh, yeah, yep. I was just looking for something.
Yeah, man. Well, soon.
I'm gonna log into this laptop real quick so I can read. I just got one little article. That's it. Where's the lab? Oh, there it is.
Peace to the chat, family. Peace to the chat. Crazy bodies everywhere. Family, don't forget to hit the like button. Make sure you like. Catch this on the replay. If you are just now tuning in, welcome. Yeah, I didn't even know I wasn't showing a screen earlier. Had me messed up.
Yo, still on?
Yeah, we good.
Okay,
Were you done already?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think Van getting ready.
Yep.
Okay. Family, if y'all have not hit that like button, go ahead and do it. Do it.
don't know what's going on with this.
I'm waiting on Van to get online right now, pushing shit back.
Oh.
Damn, what'd you just do? What is this? You just fucking around.
Fucking around, moving this shit.
Hey, I ain't know we can insert PowerPoints into it. That's cool. We can inject the shit. So in case anything, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. It said it's been blocked. My PowerPoint
your shit
is
still
blocked.
saying that shit?
Yeah. So we gotta see what the fuck that is. Hopefully it just goes away on the next one.
Hopefully.
But if not, we gotta work around. So
damn, Van just fucking disappeared. Ain't that a bitch? What the hell? Damn. Bam, we got some technical difficulties going on in the studio right now. Van just disappeared. But we got Mr. Sutton back in the replacement. We got a replacement. Van, where you go?
Up at that said he wants to smoke, y'all. I'm trying to get him to come over here.
Who?
I think he just blowing smoke.
Oh, you been out there bullying that motherfucker. It's good. You like, yo, they coming, yo, y'all ready?
Nah, they arguing, bro. I just left B for All's Love. They over there arguing with Joshua dude, Big Prin, and Gotti. They into it, and who knows who else is in it.
Gotti Green?
Yeah.
Oh man, leave that bro. Come on,
Get
man.
in here, get in
Little
here,
broski.
get in here, get in here.
Why they don't fuck with us? They're not coming up. They're not trying to come fuck with us.
Nah, they not.
Nah, we old news for them.
Damn, are we not cool enough?
We're not cool no more.
We're not cool.
We are not cool.
We're not part of that.
Damn,
cool
man, I wish I could be with the cool kids. I want to be with the cool guys. But we want to be smart like you guys.
Yeah, they got their own little circle, and we're not in it.
Let me share my screen real quick. I gotta find this shit. Hopefully it'll play. All right, hold on. Let me go to the present. I'm hitting the wrong shit. Hold on, y'all.
Vincent was about to go. You know that, right?
I'm just showing the clip, and then he can take it over.
Yeah, got you. Say them niggas arguing. They always arguing amongst themselves. All right, here we go.
Can y'all see it?
Oh yeah.
All right. Let me hide this.
What else do you have?
No.
I'm not. I gave you the book. I gave you the book. You never read the book on natural.
Check this out. Makulu, you know I back up my stuff, so just stop.
No, I gave you the book, but you never read that book.
All right, Dr.
Read the book first, and we're gonna talk.
Damn, man, let's fucking talk, man, for a change.
Bro, you're from Brooklyn. Whatever brotherhood you live.
Shut up. Okay, I came up here to back up Dr. No Job real quick about what he said.
By big shooting in them.
Who you backing up?
You being debunked left and right, boy. Your head is swollen because you've been.
You guys need more education.
Hold on, wait. Quiet. Dr. No Job, what you just say?
Yes, I said you've been debunked so many times. Your head is swollen.
Damn, you over here defending
because big shooting.
I can't call on Dr. No Job. Dr. No Job, I came up here to defend you. What are you talking about?
You come and attack me. My bad.
I came
What do you mean
up here to
defend
defend you.
What do you have to defend
Hold
it?
on, wait. Now I'm finna get off the panel because I actually came up here to back you up. I actually came up here to give a source to back you up. Now
What source are you
You
giving?
still do that too, but you still got debunked.
Kenya, stop muting my mic.
Dr. No Job, hold on, Dr. No Job, you fucked up for that. Because first of all, none of them ain't debate me. None of them ain't debunk me worth nothing anyway. So I'm finna go ahead. I'm gonna keep my source to.
That's all I wanted to play.
That shit's funny, yo.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, he still could have read it. Like, if he would have said that to me, like, yeah, man, Yahweh debunked you, I still would have got up there and gave him the source that backed on. See, these people are weird. That's how you know it's a cult. You're trying to tell the truth. It doesn't matter what that man thinks about you or what his opinion was with the debates. Right? I mean, it was brutal, but it don't matter. You're up there like, yo, there's a piece of information and people are thinking that somebody else is right. I need to back up my brother right here because he's telling the truth. Oh, since you did that, I'm out of here. What are you talking about? You're obligated to tell the truth.
Shout out to No Jobs.
Damn. Yeah, shout out to No Jobs.
The nigga was like, yo, them niggas debunked you, yo. Port, suiting, they
Flamed your shit.
He's like, yo. Here go my CD, yo. Here go my mixtape. He's like, yo. Let's see how the streets like it. And he tossed that shit out in the streets. Oh, man. Ooh. Good laugh, man. We needed that laugh, bro. Appreciate that, brother, man. Oh, my God. It's funny.
This shit weirder and weirder. Yeah, but they over there beefing because they said some of their people are in it and they're trying to push a cult, and some of them are really in it because they are who they say they is. So they got some internal shit going on now.
I told y'all it was only a matter of time before it imploded like the damn little capsule, that Ocean Gate capsule under the water.
Yeah. It's a cult, y'all.
It's their fault.
And I broke it down point for point why it's a cult and compared it to other cults and proved it with their own videos.
Cause shit like that only goes.
And I did it on purpose to give them the opportunity to back the fuck out. You already see what they did. Now the rest of y'all, before you slip up, get the fuck out of there. Get away from this shit, and it don't have to be a cult. You could just have bad information. So there's a difference. You got bad information. You used a source that wasn't that credible. It happens. And then you can be corrected and you can fix it. But when you go to a certain extent, you cannot turn back. And you don't want to be one of those people. That's why Yahweh and Earth Speaks, they can't turn back because they went too far. So y'all be safe out there. But go ahead, man.
All right. Let's go something quick. All right. Understanding Black religion and politics in the age of emancipation. Hold on real quick.
Peace, family. If you have not hit that like button, go ahead and hit that motherfucking like button. Keep this thing going.
All right. All right. So, Matt Harper, perhaps you remember the 2008 ABC News compilation of short clips from the sermons of Jeremiah Wright, pastor of the Democratic presidential candidates Barack Obama. The clips, which aired repeatedly, showed Wright calling for God's judgment on the nation for the sins of racism and imperialism. The controversy lay not in the fact that a Black church was politicized, not because his religion inspired political action, nor because he endorsed a candidate from a pulpit. No, Wright's preaching proved controversial because of his ideas. He narrated God's relationship to the nation in the way that challenged how many white Americans understood themselves, their nation, and their God. 19th century Black preachers and politicians made similar moves. Like Wright, they spoke often on God's judgment and favor upon certain peoples. Consider William H. Hunter, a Black Union chaplain who was in Wilmington, North Carolina, on the day of emancipation. On February 22nd, 1865, As black Union soldiers occupied the city, free and enslaved blacks lined the streets to cheer, dance, and celebrate. One woman spotted her son among the soldiers. He was one of many young men who had left home as slaves and now returned as liberators. Their presence meant the end of slavery. Marching with the soldiers was Chaplain Hunter, who, like many of them, was born a slave in the area. He now returned with authority and good news. At a Methodist prayer service for the newly emancipated a few days later, an observer described Hunter as stretching himself to his full size and displaying to the best advantage for a profound impression his fine uniform. He announced that the emancipation was the work of God and that Confederate defeat was God's judgment against holders. The congregation erupted in shouts of joy. To Hunter and many Black Christians, emancipation marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. White Southerners noticed in the days or weeks that followed, local whites reported profound changes in the city's Black population. Wilmington's leading white Methodist minister, Lingern Burkhead, complained about their exhibitions of the spirit of the newly acquired boon of freedom. They flagrantly violated rules of deference to whites. Black women, for example, no longer ceded the sidewalk to white women. Burkhead mocked them, but for Hunter and the Black congregants, who soon after challenged Burkhead for control of the church and then organized conventions demanding equal citizenship, there was nothing laughable about their reversal of fortunes. That's why I ain't moving off no sidewalk. Hell wrong with you. How Hunter and other Black Christians understood God's plan for the race and the nation figured into their political activity. Historians have missed important aspects of Black politics by paying little attention to the content of Black religious ideas, by thinking of Black religion as only providing motivation or institutional resources. Different Black religious ideas led to different Black political choices in the period following emancipation. Almost all Black Christians agreed that God was at work in history on their behalf. The clearest evidence being the emancipation of 4 million slaves. For decades, Black Americans had prayed for, prophesied the coming of freedom. When freedom finally came, it proved to them that God was on their side and had already begun a plan to vindicate and elevate their race. Discerning God's plan in emancipation formed part of nearly every political debate, from how to oppose Jim Crow segregation to whether to join political third parties. All right. So as the word debate implies, Black Christians did not agree on God's purpose for the race post-emancipation. Let's take, for example, Black responses to the collapse of Reconstruction. If some expected emancipation to inaugurate an era where the fortune of African Americans steadily improved, then they faced a stumbling block just out of the gates. Radical Reconstruction brought what May had prophesied citizenship and voting rights for Black men, followed on the heels of freedom. Some of the former slaves in Wilmington who had organized conventions after emancipation found themselves serving in the state legislature 3 years later. But even this victory was short-lived as conservative white Democrats, armed with militias and vigilante groups such as the Ku Klux Klan, regained power. Black legislators such as North Carolina's James Harris, himself a former slave, asked members of the General Assembly to consider what God's purpose had been in freeing the slaves. Harris tried to reconcile his great hope from emancipation with his great suffering from the collapse of Reconstruction. To him, The political struggles for control of southern states were cosmetic battles between forces of heaven and the forces of hell. Other Black Christians wrote their experiences into different narratives. Some turned to the Exodus, the story of Hebrews' fight from Egyptian slavery through 40 years in the wilderness, to the promised land in Canaan, where the years after the 1870s, a vast desert that stood between slavery and the promised land. Black American use of the Exodus is well known, but it was not the only story other Black Southerners turned to tales of the Israelites in exile. These stories recounted God's people living among and overpowered by the ungodly. One Black writer described the Klan in Mississippi in 1872 as the blasphemous Chaldeans in the book of Daniel, who feasted on plates stolen from the Jewish temple. The message: sometimes God's people have to watch God's enemy prosper, if only for a time. Both Exodus and exile narratives challenge conservatives, white Southerners' telling of history. For most white Southerners, the end of Reconstruction marked a permanent return to the racial order God intended. The narratives of Exodus and exile instead cast white violence and democratic power as temporary and unnatural setbacks in a larger story about Black freedom. Yet, despite the similarities, when Black Southerners employed these different stories, they arrived at different political actions. Some who retold Exodus narratives noted that God's people undertook a large migration between slavery and the Promised Land, all across the South, and in the 1870s. Disgruntled Black workers organized migrations out of the region. The large numbers of African Americans fleeing Mississippi, Louisiana, and Tennessee for Kansas christened the Southern Great Plains a new Canaan. Would-be migrants in South Carolina formed the Liberia Exodus Joint Stock Steamship Company. By 1878, they had raised enough money to purchase the Azure, which harbored at Charleston before taking 206 passengers to Liberia on its first and only voyage. Some looked to the American Colonization Society for help. For example, just 2 years after the Azure sailed, 100 Black refugees from Arkansas became stranded and penniless in New York. Having sold their possessions to fund travel expenses in hopes of boarding the ACS vessels bound for Liberia, in the Hebrews' Exodus, possession of the land followed emancipation and migration. So many Black Christians expected their own land as a consequence of emancipation. When prospects for land ownership in the South collapsed with the failure of Reconstruction, to many Blacks, biblical Exodus narratives urged them to search for land elsewhere. Other biblical stories, such as the exile narratives, what time is it? Okay. Other biblical stories, such as the exile narratives, differed sharply from the more familiar narratives of Exodus. By understanding themselves in exile, some Black Southerners found a political voice and ways to predict themselves with violence if necessary. As an ethnic minority living in a hostile land, in December 1870, as Reconstruction seemed to be collapsing in North Carolina, 17 Black state legislators gathered in Raleigh to devise a political strategy to stop the impeachment of the Republican governor. They feared more terror from the Ku Klux Klan and the new curtailments of Black freedom. In the meeting, the lawmakers issued to the state's Black ministers of circular that framed the political crisis within the exile narratives. The story of Queen Esther in Persia. The circular compared the impeachment trial with the persecution of Mordecai. In the biblical account, Haman, a Persian official, became outraged because Mordecai, a prominent Jew, would not bow down before him. Haman then secured an edict from the king calling from the massacre of all Jews and the plunder of their property. Mordecai's cousin Esther, who had kept her Hebrew nationality secret, gained the favor of the king and became one of his queens. While Haman built gallows to hang Mordecai, Esther proclaimed the 3-day fast among the Jews. After the fast, the king had Esther plead for safety for all of her people, and Haman was hanged on the gallows he built for Mordecai. In the circular's extended comparison, the governor facing impeachment was the persecuted Mordecai. The state's African Americans were the persecuted Jews, and the black legislators, as leaders of an oppressed minority, played the role of Queen Esther. They appointed January 13, 1871 as the day for all black North Carolinas to pray and fast. White newspaper editors expressed alarm, fear, and vitriol at the publication of the Esther Circular. One conservative editor warned the circular proposed to incite the Negroes to violence and outrage and would lead to strife, bloodshed, and anarchy. How violent could prayer and fasting be? For those unfamiliar with the ending of Esther's story, the editorial's fear of violence seemed far-fetched, but both the newspaper editors and the circular's authors had in mind the rest of Esther's story. After the Persian king ordered the execution of Haman, the problems of the Jews did not end. Under Persian law, royal orders such as the one of Haman secured from the king ordering the massacre of the Jews could not be repealed, not even by the ruler who issued it. So when the king later favored Esther and her people, he could not reverse the binding edict calling for the genocide. Instead, he issued a second edict authorizing the Jews to defend themselves. By evoking the Esther story, the black legislators subtly claimed a right to arms self-defense. If conservative Democrats continue to use violence to disenfranchise African Americans, then the state's black population had the right to protect themselves, or at least seek the military protection of others. The Esther Circular did not narrate the Jews' acts of self-defense. It didn't have to. The authors could assume that their audience would know the story well, and given the fearful reaction of some white newspaper editors, they assumed correctly. This exiled narrative allowed the legislators to imagine what would be necessary if they're in their new political crisis. The Jews of Esther's day were able to have peace in Persia only by holding some political power in their case, by currying favor with the king, and by being armed and organized, able to fend off future attacks. Historians for a long time missed that the black legislators were calling for military protection or armed self-defense. There's a lot of black politics that we can miss if we don't take seriously the religious ideas of black people. Unsurprisingly, in 2008, few stopped to take seriously the religious ideas of Jeremiah Wright. Though Obama did respond with a speech that narrated America's racial past with the kind of complexity and context not usually given by candidates for public office. The genre of television news and heat of presidential elections are not conducive for careful understanding of black religion and politics. Historians, however, can offer those careful understandings. Political histories can see religion not just as inspiration for activism or otherworldly distraction, but politics and religion asks grand questions. Who are we? Where have we been? Where are we going? To understand black politics well, We have to wrestle with the specific and differing answers that people of faith gave to those questions. 3 misconceptions about Black religion stand in our way. First, historians have often debated whether Black religion inspired political action or inaction. Missing in this analysis, however, is the content of different religious ideas and the different political actions they called for. Second, a long tradition of writing about Black church as if it were a unified or homogeneous institution still makes it hard to see political differences among Black Americans as rooted in theological differences, despite recent scholarship that has highlighted the diversity of Black religious traditions. Third, contemporary White wrote of Black people as naturally religious and emotional. When Black people refer to specific theological ideas or biblical passages in political documents, it became easy to take them as evidence of Black people's religiousity, I believe, rather than attempt to understand what they were saying. All right. So that's it. I might just show, I just wanted to show one last thing dealing with the South. Okay.
That boy Van cooking. Yeah, you had Abraham Galloway from Wilmington, North Carolina, too. That damn race bullshit that went down in 1898. Peace to the chat. Peace to Val B, Taylor, Child of the motherfucking Sun, Patrice, Kanisha, Lily. Everybody. Everybody. Yeah, vamping in here cooking.
Yeah, they're burning down the house and shit.
Cooking.
Hey, since we are up here, for the people in the chat, how y'all feel about some Pushite shirts? I'm just throwing random shit out there.
Kushite?
Yeah, we were supposed to try to come with the concept of the hoodies, but winter over with.
Well, like look into the Kushite civilization.
No, we say push, and Mo calls them. Mo calls the chat the Pushites. So
okay, I got you. I was like, oh, we on that now? I'm like, I'm ready. We go whatever.
I pulled up the wrong thing.
Pushing all over the world. We might push to a neighborhood near you, family. Peace, family. Peace, peace, peace.
All right. It's just a quick little read.
That's all good. Do your thing, brother, man.
They just want to expose the Dixie Daughters. Well, this is a book.
Them bitches.
But yeah, the Dixie Daughters with a new preface, the United Daughters of the Confederacy and the Preservation of Confederate Culture. I'm just going to read the little overview. Southern Association for Women Historians Julia Cherry Spruill Prize, the definitive history of the UDC, highlights the central role the United Daughters of the Confederacy played in creating and sustaining the myth of the lost cause in early 20th century Southern culture. This younger generation of white Southern women was committed to the public vindication of their parents' wartime experiences. They did this through a massive program of monument building, but as Cox astutely argues, they were even more effective in programming pro-Confederate interpretation of the Civil War. Demonstrates the UDC's many kinds of influence on generations of white Southerners. Cox argues convincingly that it was women who, by the truth of the 20th century, were the truth keepers of the Confederate flame. Her book is a valuable contribution to the historiography of the lost cause, provides a much needed institutional history of the UDC at the height of its influence, emphasizes that women, not men, shaped the South's memory of the war, and thereby perpetuated a Confederate culture that celebrated mainly the veterans, but also the women of the wartime generation, and that rested on the coherent narrative of the South's history. Adds a new dimension to the growing scholarship of the creation of historical memory. Even without the right to vote, members of the United Daughters of Confederacy proved to have enormous social and political influence throughout the South. All in the name of preserving Confederate culture, Karen Cox traces the history of the UDC, an organization founded in 1894 to vindicate the Confederate generation and honor the lost cause. In this edition, with the new preface, Cox acknowledges the deadly riots in Charlottesville, Virginia, showing why myths surrounding the Confederacy continue to endure. The daughters at UDC members were properly known, were daughters of the Confederate generation, while Southern women had long been leaders in efforts to memorialize the Confederacy. UDC members made the lost cause a movement about vindication. Somebody just hit me up. Oh, no, it crossed me. All right. Lost cause movement of vindication. I think I read that. Yep. Soldiers in Windows homes, perpetuation of the mythology of the antebellum South and pro-Southern looks. Oh, dang, I missed it. New South in the image of the old. In the pro-Southern textbooks in the region's white public schools were all integral to their mission of creating the New South in the image of the old. UDC members aspired to transform military defeat into a political and cultural victory, in which states' rights and white supremacy remained intact. To the extent that they were successful, the daughters helped to preserve and perpetuate an agenda for the New South that including maintaining the social status quo. Placing the organization's activities in the context of post-war and progressive era South, Cox describes in detail the UDC's origins and early development, its effort to collect and persevere manuscripts and artifacts and to build monuments, in its later role in peace and movement in World War I. This remarkable history of the organization presents a portrait of two generations of Southern women whose efforts helped shape the social and political culture of the New South. It also offers a new historical perspective of the subject of Confederate memory and the role Southern women played in development. So yeah, they were basically trying to push forward their fake narrative, the Dixie Daughters. So yep, that was it. That's it for me today.
The holes of the Confederacy.
Man.
Yeah.
This
That's good work, man. I like that, man.
The scallywags.
Good work on the Wilmington stuff, man. You heard of Abraham Galloway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you were talking about Wilmington, that's the first damn name that popped up in my head.
Yeah, I'm trying to, take this stuff from some different angles as well. Make sure we getting the point across.
Straight facts. Straight facts.
Yeah, that's it for me, y'all.
Suiting you around? I think he's next. If he's got some shit to push, he can go ahead and push it. Yeah, man.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you now.
My dumb ass forgot I was on mute.
Talking for like,
hey, I got a question.
Yeah,
because I see a lot of this, like these people on this TikTok, and they just be beefing with each other.
Oh yeah.
Am I not toxic? Because I feel like I'm just as toxic as they am. Like, but I'm not. I don't talk about the squad though.
Yeah, like, you're not.
This shit crazy.
I wouldn't even say you. I mean, you're
not
off the hinge. We all get off the hinges. Even Vanta sometimes, if y'all catch him, he'll snap the fuck off.
Yo,
but with ours is warranted though. You see what I'm saying? And then people try to decide when, like, our cool offs. Everybody's cool offs. Me, Rob, Vanta, Port. Our cool offs are shorter than Suitins.
Yeah, you just
know what I'm saying? He got a cool off point, but his cool off point happens later. Everybody, different. Mine, I'm next, then Port City, then between Rob and Vanta. I don't know how that works, but everybody got a cool off. Everybody got their own little snap, and they want to decide how you supposed to react or when you supposed to be the bigger person. And I think that's where they confuse that. Okay, you just a hothead. They just want you to go, no, just stop. I hit you first and you did that, but just stop. You're older than me, and I made a mistake. You can't say that because we already warned you before, like, yo, this ain't what you think it is. Well, really? I'll prove it to you. And then it didn't work. And now you want people to shut up after you even talked all that shit. No, like you telling somebody not to take their trophy and throw it up in the air and like, yeah, I did it. Nah, man, just take your trophy, put it under your shirt and go home. Nah, it don't work like that.
Yeah, all of us got a different flavor of the sauce, man. Yours might be a little extra heaty. You know what I'm saying? But we need that though. It's like, y'all remember the A-Team and shit?
Yeah.
you like Mr. T, I pigged the motherfucking food on these niggas. All day.
This shit is crazy.
But not toxic though. You definitely an asset. We all are assets to the group. Them niggas are toxic within themselves because of the pseudo shit. That's what happens. Like, we all on the same sheet of music of truth. And we concede to each other's truths and stuff like that. We're all on the same kind of path. But when they talking about that pseudo shit and it's all bullshit, sooner or later you're gonna have this implosion. Cause the evidence and the facts ain't gonna hold up over there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, primaries canceled out all of our shit. We see the primary, we stick with the information that's on the primary. It's not like we cut the Africa out and put it to the side, we tell y'all the whole shit. So some of us are more aggressive with it, and some of us are not as aggressive, and some niggas get their feelings hurt. That's what happens. So nah, man, don't change for nobody, nigga. Keep on banging.
I ain't gonna tell. I don't see how they be bad mouthing their own, like they said, like
yeah, I can't do that.
I understand some of them ain't in that group, they click,
yeah,
but some of the people in they click, they bad mouth. Like
I can never do that. Like y'all will never ever catch me ever down in anybody that's on this panel at all. I can't do that. That's not. I got class. I like y'all my homies. Like I wouldn't even do that. Even if we like disagree, I would never take it to like some old Aaron. Like that's just you just don't do that, man. Like
yeah, we run. If we have a disagreement, we're like okay, let's run through this information.
Yeah, let's run through the information, but it's nothing personal though. Or they kind of like that's just unsavory bullshit. We way
I want to be David Ruffin, bro. Like I don't get that shit.
Yeah.
How can everybody in the group be David Ruffin? It might look and listen. It might be some days where you just the backup singer. None of them want to be the backup singer. Y'all want to be the lead in every song. You can't do that shit.
Do that, man.
Ain't nobody come and see you, Otis.
Be David Ruffin and the Temptations.
Yeah, I think I like that.
Yeah. See, we ain't like that over here. It's like all of us got some shit to be like, wow, damn Vant, yo, like, you know what I mean? Or damn Suit and that, you know, like we all share the light together, man. I never think nothing like that, man.
I tell
that's
them,
the problem, man.
I know about that genealogy. Y'all need to talk to Vanna on that.
Yeah.
Y'all want to talk about the Hablo group, Vanna and Pork. I don't know shit about that.
No, everything.
Like, no, I know it.
Yeah, I know everything.
I'm like,
yo,
bro,
you better talk to Mo.
You can't always fucking drive.
Or Vant, you need to talk to Vant because Vant really good with DNA. Like, there's only a certain amount of shit that I say about DNA before I be like, look, Vant, you need to get where Vant at? Vant, where Vant? Anybody see Vant? Like we depend on each other for the information. So I think they don't do that. Everybody want to be right, and that's why they gonna make mistakes.
Everybody want to drive the fucking bus and shit. I don't get that shit, bro.
That's why we keep rising to the top.
I'm looking for oh shit, it's in my face. I got it.
Let me see. You going up?
Yeah, I'm about to share it.
Beam me up, Scotty. Let's go.
This is the dude Buck was telling us about yesterday. No, not Buck. Who was it? It was that female. What's her name? Kenesha?
Oh yeah, the one that was in the chat.
Yeah.
The one about John Morant.
Yeah.
Okay, I ain't never get a chance to look him up, but I appreciate you going through the effort. See, that's what's up. See, that's what I'm talking about. Shit like this. Shit just like this. Case in point.
Yeah, it says John Morant. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, you up now.
All right, 1755 to 1791. It was a black, a Bible, a tomahawk, I don't know what a tomb is, atmospheric identity in the narrative and journals of John Morant. Okay, so let me see if I can blow this shit up a little.
For Memphis? No,
So John Morant is a significant figure in the field of early American literature because of his contributions as a writer and a voice for liberation and human rights during the years of imperialism in the Western Hemisphere. Although Morant was born free in New York on July 15, 1755, his fate led him on adventurous journeys throughout North America, and his influence would cross the Atlantic. He is the author of a journal of the Reverend John Morant, a black, a native of the Lord's wonderful dealings with John Morant, a black. Several sermons, letters, and at least one poem. It must be pointed out that Morant's writings map 7 American border locals. Writings map 7 American border locals, primarily covering North America and the Caribbean, New York, St. Augustine, Savannah, Charleston, the West Indies, in Nova Scotia. His London connections would eventually give his publications transatlantic influence. Morant's transcribed narrative and journal provide representation of African American life, culture, and struggles from the 17th century, and supports arguments that page of American literature must be recast to study its hemispheric and transatlantic influence. Okay. As a beginning reader of American literature, you have probably never heard of Morant. He has never been sampled in any hip hop or performance or the subject of any rap chart toppers in today's post Black Panther discussion. He might be seen as an American hero and certainly should be portrayed as a wordsmith. His father died when he was only 4 years old. The next year, about 1760, the family moved away from New York and relocated to St. Augustine, Florida, where they remained for 18 months. The move south was life-altering according to the details of his journals. When Morant was 6 years old, he had his mother move to Georgia, where they remained for 5 years. However, they moved to Charleston. The move to Charleston was perhaps the most meaningful in terms of his social, cultural, and religious development. Let me go down. Let me go back up. Right there. Okay, cultural and religious conversions. At about age 11, Morant and his mother moved to Charleston Town, South Carolina, to live with an older sister so that he could begin an apprenticeship. However, he discovered an affinity for music and pleaded to make lessons instead of working. After some initial protests and a visit from Mrs. Morant, who was living several miles away, they both agreed to the lessons and negotiated a fee for young Morant to begin violin lessons within 12. I don't care about that. I just want to get to the meat. Where's the religious stuff at? This is just telling me about his personal stuff.
He said, I want the meat and the motherfucking potatoes.
Young Morant packed a Bible in a hymn book and ran away from his stressful family environment, according to his journal entries. A typical day among the wildlife in the woods consisted of fasting, praying, and climbing trees to hide from wolves. He survived on sweet deer grass and dew from about 9 days. As fate would have it, or as an answer to his prayer, he met an unnamed Indian hunter and learned survival skills, such as how to kill deer and dry skin. The tribe of the Native American hunter, who also taught him some of the language, is not identified, but together they trespassed into a Cherokee nation were subsequently detained and scheduled for execution. That's about to top him off. And a move that could be considered code switching, changing language based on a situation. The quick thinking Morant stopped praying to God in English and switched to praying for his life in Cherokee. It worked. Morant was then free to visit a Creek Nation about 60 miles away. So he had to switch up. He said, man, forget English. I'm switching it up. But I don't see where they're talking about his Bible stuff. It's basically talking about his life. Okay, so let's see. In his narrative of the Lord's wonderful dealings with John Morant, a Black, he recalls what it was like to gain acceptance amongst the Cherokee, who dressed him like a chief and adorned him with gold jewelry. Morant returned to his mother's settlement outside Charleston, dressed in Native American attire and carrying a tomahawk in his Bible. So even though These people accepted him. He couldn't put down the white man's book, symbolizing a synthesis of his cultural crossover of language, religion, and customs. While there, he would evangelize and visit with the plantation workers of Willstown, Burrowtown, and Dorchestertown, presently known as the Parker's Ferry in Adams Run area of the South Carolina Gullah Geechee Low Country in the Ace Basin, about 30 miles south of Charleston, South Carolina. Morant remained with his mother, sister, and brother until what he described as the start of the American Troubles, the Revolutionary War. Okay, well, we're going to go to something else. Yeah, because it's just talking about his life. I don't care about that. I want to talk. I'm gonna see what this is talking about. Hold on, let me see if this is it. Yep, this is it. This is what I want to talk about. All right, let me know when y'all can see the screen. I gotta a little bit bigger. Okay. It says religion continued. This is just a historical on the African church. It says as late as 1800, most slaves in the United States, y'all probably already touched on this, had not been converted to Christianity in the years that followed. However, widespread Protestant evangelicalism, emphasizing individual freedom in direct communication with God, brought about the first large-scale conversion of enslaved men and women, at first itinerant ministers, captivating large audiences at revivals and camp meetings across North America. Across the North and South during the middle part of the century, reached only a small percentage of slave populations. Of the slave population with their calls to Christianity, larger numbers of black men and women were converted during the resurgence in instantification of revivalism during the Second Great Awakening of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. At the time, Baptists and Methodist ministers they appealed to the slave and free black populations, preaching a planned styled message of hope and redemption, while also catering to manners of worship that African men and women carried with them to America, including spirit possessions, call and response singing, shouting, and dancing. Whereas an earlier generation of evangelical preachers had opposed slavery in the South during the early 19th century, Protestant, oh my gosh, what? The moment they start hearing me talk, here they come. I swear.
It's all good.
Whereas in earlier generations, the evangelical preachers had opposed slavery in the South during the early 19th century, Protestant clergymen began to define the institution, invoking a Christian hierarchy in which slaves were bound to obey their masters. For many slaveholders, this outlook not only made evangelical Christianity more palatable, but also provided a strong argument for converting slaves and establishing biracial churches. I don't know what a biracial church is on. I'm guessing it's half and half. Even so, with much of the religious life of the slave community existing as an invisible institution beyond the purview of whites or formal churches, white control over African American religious practices and spiritual belief was limited. Slave preachers might emphasize the need for obedience to the master while whites were present, but among other slaves, they formulated their teachings, emphasizing them of suffering and redemption. Slaves sang spirituals filled with lyric about salvation and references to biblical figures like Moses, who led his people from freedom. On occasion, these songs frictioned even more explicitly an expression of resistance, encoding messages about secret gatherings, or we got to go all the way back up. While fear of slave insurrections led to prohibitions on black churches meeting openly in many parts in the South, the black church movement flourished in the North. As members of the church, blacks were ostensibly the brothers and sisters of whites, equals in the eye of God. This sentiment was instrumental in helping blacks to gain the right to be ordained as Baptist or Methodist ministers, but it did not prevent discriminatory practice within the church, including segregation seating. In Philadelphia, blacks established St. Thomas Episcopal Church in 1794 as the culminating response to the type of discrimination. Black churches in the North continued to grow into the 19th century, providing much more than a spiritual need of black community. They aided in the adjustment of new black residents, acted as mediators in the personal lives of blacks, and played a vital role in anti-slavery activities, including the protection of fugitive slaves. Black ministers like Philadelphia's Richard Allen, y'all need to look into Richard Allen, because Richard Allen, he was one of the first pillars of the Pan-African movement, way before this Walter Pleckard shit and the other dude that they bring up. And Absalom Jones. And I think I talked about Absalom Jones. I don't think I talked about Richard Allen that much. And Boston's Thomas Paul were among the strongest leaders in the black community. During the antebellum period and after the Civil War, black churches, not just in the North, but throughout the nation, offered African Americans refuge from oppression and focused on the spiritual, secular, and political concerns of the black community following emancipation. The church continued to exist at the center of the black community life with freedom. African American rejected the second-class status they had been offered by white co-religionists and withdrew in large numbers from biracial congregation. Aided by the Freedmen's Bureau, freedmen and freedwomen pooled their resources to build greater numbers of independent black churches, symbols of African American deemed for self-determination. So they basically said, we're gonna build our own shit. We're gonna do our own thing. We don't have that right now. So let me go back to this. Let me hit the stop share. So basically, when they basically figured out, and this is just me looking from what they were doing, the white people accepted them in, and they were still being discriminated against. They segregated, they created a biracial church, but it was still segregated amongst the seating. So they said, well, we're supposed to be just people of God. There shouldn't be no segregating the seating. So we're just going to create our own church, do our own thing, and just stay away from y'all. And they start pulling their money together in the black community, which the church has done. But now the church don't pull their money in the black community. They put their money into the bank, and the bank spreads that money into the white community. That's why when you look at a lot of these black churches, I'm just the local black churches, not these megalithic black churches, just a local black church. Every neighborhood you go to where it's a local black church, the church look good, but the area surrounding the church is devastated and it's impoverished because they don't build up the community. So let me see if I got the other one in here. I think I do got it. Okay, let me cut the screen share. Come on. Boop. All right, Secret Religions of the Slaves. Let me know when y'all can see it.
Good to go, brother.
Good.
Okay, so by the eve of the Civil War, Christianity had pervaded the slave community. Not all slaves were Christians, nor were all those who accepted Christianity members of a church, but the doctrine, symbols, and visions of life preached by Christianity were familiar to most. The religion of the slave was both visible and invisible, formally organized and spontaneously adopted. Regular Sunday worship in the local church was paralleled by illicit or at least informal prayer meetings on weeknights in the slave's cabin. Preachers licensed by the church and hired by the master were supplemented by slave preachers licensed only by the Spirit. Texts from the Bible, which most slaves could not read, were explicited by verses from the spirituals. Slaves forbidden by masters to attend church, or in some cases even to pray, risk flogging. To attend secret gatherings to worship God. Okay, so let me see if I'm reading this right. Most slaves could not read, were explicitated by verses from the spiritual. Slaves forbidden by master to attend church, or in some cases, even to pray, risk flogging to attend secret gatherings. So, what is it saying that they wouldn't let certain slaves go to church, or is it saying all the slaves couldn't go? I don't understand this.
Read it again. What does it say?
It says texts from the Bible, which most slaves cannot read, were explicitated by verses from the spirituals. Slaves forbidden by master to attend church, or in some cases even to pray, risk flogging to attend secret gatherings to worship God.
Yeah, like some of them planners didn't want them believing in it. They didn't want them reading it. That's when that divide was going on. So it was a case-by-case basis, depending on what plantation you was on and depending on how they introduced Christianity to you. Some didn't want you to read it. Some want you to read some of it, where they took some scriptures out and they only put shit in there like obey your slave master, shit like that.
Yeah, and the Indies,
you know what I mean?
The islands, they use
right. And then they had some that just didn't want you to know the shit at all. So it was just different variations of how these white folks try to instruct Christianity to us, because that was the whole thing behind it. They wanted to instruct us on how to be Christians in the new world. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And then this is, can you see the screen?
Yeah, you good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and this is a book, Racism from the Crusades to the 20th Century by Francisco Bethencourt. I got Buck. This is what Buck texted me, so I'm guessing he wanted people to know about it. And then it's New Jersey Princeton University Press in 2013. Huh?
No, I was saying shout out to Buck.
So that I'm guessing that's what he wants people to know about. And that's it. This is just a review. This is a learned and lavishly produced work written for a broad audience about the historical origins of one of humankind's most harmful and persistent ills. It offers a condensed and generally lucid survey of the many waves of discrimination, segregation, and persecution in world history, with a special emphasis on the West. This emphasis is from the late medieval period to our own times. Bethencourt does not really accept that there was racism in antiquity and early Islam, and so these are covered briefly. Okay, so why he want us to read it? The work proceeds in a sober manner with a fine eye for significant detail, variations, and results. Bethencourt's own field is the Iberian world span of Portugal, but it's not. This ain't dealing with us though.
I don't think he was telling you to put it up here. I think he was just showing us.
Oh, yeah, okay, well.
But it looked like it's relevant. Racisms from the Crusades to the 20th century by Francisco Bethencourt.
Yeah. I mean, y'all can check it out. I don't.
Yeah, I think I have that already.
Oh, okay.
I ain't read it yet.
Well, he's supposed to be having a thing at 5, but let me check because I don't think that he went live to talk about it. So let's see.
Yeah,
Buck is live. He's live now.
We live right now. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, he inside of a building with a TV screen talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. But that's all I had. I didn't really have that much for it. Y'all know I'm on crucifying these Egypt and American. I had a plethora. I'm gonna let them slide though. I'm gonna let them slide just for the day though.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's all good, man. I wanted to get in there a little early. About I guess 1, so we can have time to consider looking at Buck's joint. Next week will be Big Ten, yo. The Big Ten. The Big Ten. Are we still on the subject matter of Christianity? Are we still pushing that? Are we trying to do anything else? Okay. That's what's up. I still got some books, man. I'm actually was going through some more shit as y'all was talking. But yeah, Christianity and slavery, and the connection with West Africa. That's kind of where I'm gonna kind of be bridging everything. So y'all, I'm gonna talk a little bit more, I guess, about the indigenous culture of West Africa. And
yeah, you got to get with Indigo on them, bro. They said they ready for the
Yeah, we got to. Matter of fact, shit. Yeah, we got to get up. Yeah, we got to do that. I've been promising them for a while to get them on, but I guess we haven't had a good time to do this shit. But I'm definitely down.
Yeah.
Because India could talk about South Africa, because I might be going to South Africa, y'all.
Yeah, and Ethical Thinker, she was supposed to do something on the Dr. York community. I don't know if you want to do it on your platform or if you want to do it on my platform. It don't matter to me, but she said she's gonna need help with it.
With Dr. York information?
Yeah, because she used to be a part of that.
Oh, well, yeah, it don't matter which one. We can come on over. Anybody that's listening on the replay, man, like reach out to me and y'all more like any one of us, and y'all more than can come out, especially if y'all got some good information and stuff to share it, especially if you indigenous to daggone Africa. Like if you live in there and breathe in that shit, and y'all want to connect with us, because we always trying to connect with you guys. So anybody that's listening, or anybody that's living over here that's directly from there and stuff like that, or anybody that got any information that can push, you guys are all about it.
Right.
Let us know. But yeah, Indica, man, I want to talk to her and then another South African, because I reached out to them and they said, man, just let me know when you come over. I'm like, oh shit, it's on now.
Where Imhotep at?
I don't know.
Anybody seen him lately?
Nah, he was live. No, he wasn't live. That's Third Eye Magic, right?
Nah, that's Hebrew.
Oh, okay.
Imhotep is the one that he be on African history and Christianity and shit.
Oh, Imhotep.
Did he change his name though?
Yeah, he changed it to something else.
Oh, okay.
That's the one who be having what's it called on the show?
No, this dude from Africa.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah, he's straight from Africa. I think he in like Lagos or something.
Oh yeah, yo, we need to get them over here, man. Shout out to Nigeria. We need to get the Igbos over here, the Yorubas and stuff like that. Some Zulus, like we need, because we're, we tell a side of the story that we see, and y'all tell a side of the story that y'all know and live in, and it's a little different sometimes. So we need to make sure that we're all on the same sheet and stuff. So that's why I want to go directly over that joint, hang out with my daggone South African brothers and sisters. If I can get to West Africa, hanging out with my Ghanaian sisters and brothers, Nigerian sisters and brothers. I'm trying to get over that joint. So hopefully around Christmas, I might try to just shoot out there. Y'all gonna see Port City shooting out from fucking South Africa. What up? Yeah. Well, shit, man. With that being said, man, we can wrap it. I think we got a lot out today. We pushing 5 hours today. That's not bad for us, because we can do double. So the time, I think, is getting a little good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's good. If we can keep it within this amount of time, maybe a little less, with more potency on the information, I think our fans would like it. That way we can keep them entertained. So yeah,
it'll be easier to go back and get some clips.
Yeah,
I'll be wanting to go back and get shit, and I'm like, damn, where is it?
Damn, where is
hour
it?
8,
Yeah,
hour
you be
2.
watching that shit for hours trying to find the clips.
So like, yeah, we got to keep that in mind, I guess.
We gotta get somebody that's gonna sit down and go through all that shit and just start snipping all the good information. Like, okay, what y'all think about this? Because we can turn this shit into a DVD. I'm telling y'all.
Oh hell yeah!
Bonus footage, a sit down interview. It ain't even gotta be like a face to face, because we all got access to the internet, so we can do like a Zoom, or we could just do like what we do now, get on the stream, and they have a personal interview, like a 30-minute interview, just touching certain subjects, and then they just like clip the information out of the 30 minutes and put that in the DVD.
Yeah. So we just gotta sit down and look at that shit.
Because I don't really think nobody like I'm just talking about us dealing with actual information, not this hocus pocus shit like Phil Valentine and Professor Kaba and all them, and I've invented some information, all that shit. Like that, it's cool to talk, but it ain't actually real. And I don't think nobody has a DVD like the shit I'm talking about. Because even when you go to Hidden Colors, a lot of that shit ain't 100% information. It's like they just make up some of the shit.
Yeah, we give you course material over here.
Right. I think we finally maybe adjusting to getting used to dealing with the information outside of trying to boost our egos.
Right.
Because I think people still need an ego boost. I'm convinced that a lot of these people we see spreading the misinformation, if they just would have waited a little bit, soaked it up, read more, studied, stayed off of the internet with the information, not stay off completely, but don't present that information that you just found and let it sink in. get through all of your excitement and all of your identities, and then show us what you got after 10 years of study. You see what I'm saying? I think that was the mistake. And I think we ended up going, some of us got into it, got out, but we knew one thing, whether we got in it or we never got into it too deep, we knew we had to sit back and study and shut the fuck up for a second. And I think that's why we knew, like, I get it, I understand what he's saying, but I'm still going to check what my brother is talking about, because we've all been there where we thought, yeah, we were everywhere. And this is, we didn't know. We just didn't know. It was just so exciting to know, like, wait a minute, there's more to my story than just a goddamn boat and running around with spears, you know what I'm saying? So you get excited, and then you got to catch it and be like, wait a minute, hold on now. He said, I created the universe and I got 11 strands of DNA. We got to back up a little bit and see what the hell is going on, and let certain things marinate, you know, or put certain things away to the side, because it just doesn't make any sense anyway. It just seems like it's for people who don't have the confidence to own their history and just be who they are. We don't need to, I don't think any of us feel like we need to be something extra. We're just trying to share what we got, who we are with the people. You like it, you don't, keep it moving. And the one thing that's at the top of the list is the truth. And it takes a while for people to get to that point where they like, you know what, I'm gonna let the truth trump everything, no matter what it is. And it's, some people never do it. They'll never get there in their life. And unfortunately, you know, we're in a good position because we're able to do it. It'd be some shit I'll be wanting to say too, but I'm like, nah, I can't do that, man, because it ain't going to stick. Yeah. Knowing, you know, my team and what we do, like that, we can't do that. We're not allowed to do that. Even though we want it to come out to be true, you got to check it and just put your ego to the side, like I put Africa to the side and shit, and just say, nah, I got to leave that shit alone and back off of it.
Right.
And just tell the whole story, man. Tell it accurately and precisely, and make sure it's coming from some damn experts. I'm not saying that none of these people that they present had any, I'm not saying they didn't have any truth at all. I'm just saying when it's an expert, at least if they get caught lying, they'll be more like prone to people in their community to say something, their peers. When you just got this random dude like what's his name from the Move Jump, LaPlongeon. Yeah, LaPlongeon. When a dude like that, who gonna check him? Right. It's not that many people to check him. I think we found like 2 people that have said something, but he's not all the way up there with those experts in the field for them to, you know, put him on blast. There's no students to challenge him or see his mistake and then fix the mistake in their work. He's just out there slipping through the cracks. So that's why it's important for you to be, you know, going off of the back of established people. And unfortunately, you will run into some liars in there. You're going to run into some Europeans that you can't trust, and that's cool. But we still got to get involved so that this stuff don't happen, because them LaPlongeons and shit, that's what births the earth speaks, and the Yahwehs and the, what's that guy's name from the histories of Americas and all that, the fake bones and all that. That's how they slip through there, because we saying that, you know, you can't trust the information because it's coming from a certain group of people. That, damn. Now you're going to prevent yourself from getting in on the information to make sure it's correct, because you could be standing in the library or the laboratory with them. You see what I'm saying? So, big fact. We got a lot of work. Yeah. But thanks for y'all. Thanks for showing up. I got to hop down like right now.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you coming in, man. We going to keep it moving for sure.
Yeah, I'll check y'all in the next, say the next 2 weeks, next 2 to 2.5 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Check for that, your free book that's coming, y'all. Everybody who already got it. And I got 2 more names on the list, and that's it. So I'm going to be searching for those last 2 whenever I get on TikTok, if it's later or tomorrow or whatever. But thanks for y'all for showing up. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody in the window. If y'all catching this shit later, make sure y'all information is accurate. And peace.
All right,
brother. Brother, push a lot.
Yeah, and y'all, everybody in the chat, if y'all got anything y'all think we should touch on, just hit us up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can message us on here. Y'all can send us something on an email or on TikTok. If you got any questions on religion, I mean, or something dealing with somebody's like culture, just hit us up. Yeah. And if y'all want to come up, I mean, y'all can come up and just say hi. You know, y'all ain't gotta just always say in the comment section.
If y'all got a time period in time that y'all want us to look at, you know what I'm saying? Because you want to understand chronology, let us know. 1400s, the 1500s, the 1600s, 18. I mean, any time period you want us to talk about, let us know. Any European nation that you want us to talk about that was involved in transatlantic slavery, let us know. The Islamic enslavement, any of that stuff. DNA, shout out to Vant. Anything about DNA, Vant is more than welcome to come up here. And matter of fact, you can come up here and do several other presentations on DNA. Like you can have some more.
Yes, sir. We're gonna get it cracking. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for showing love as well. I'm saying, because y'all be looking out while we dropping that knowledge on that nugget.
That's right. We
ain't
gonna
stop. Yeah.
It's just the beginning.
Right.
So, yeah, I still got all them DNA studies left, bro. My goodness. Because people keep sending
we gotta get like that John is on YouTube, bro.
I got 60 new tabs of things. I'm like, bro, I gotta get through this stuff. I'm like, man.
A lot, man.
I just got through 2 more things today, though. So slowly but surely.
If y'all are watching right now, and if you haven't liked the video, go ahead and like the video. That definitely helps the algorithm keep it cranking, keep these videos coming to like-minded individuals like yourself that's out there that want to hear the truth. So we appreciate you guys liking, sharing, following, and supporting us and stuff the way you guys been doing. We appreciate all of that stuff. Real.
Yep.
Real. Yeah, I got the West African. I got a couple of books, man, that we're gonna keep banging in. And
I don't know. I'm trying to, because he said that he wanted to have a discussion with Vanna on YouTube. Like they like after we did the first presentation, they were supposed to do like, I don't know if I'm not gonna call it a debate with because they was just gonna go through information with each other. And I don't know what happened. He just spiraled out and just started talking about the information he was supposed to be talking to Vanta about on TikTok.
Who are you talking about?
The Jonas cat.
Yeah, I ain't seen him in a minute.
So, okay. Is that?
I would love to get him over here so him and Vanna can have a sit down discussion. But
is that the Jaybird dude?
The who?
Is that Jaybird? Is that the same dude?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He welcome to come over here.
Yeah, I ain't seen him.
I haven't seen him on the joint either. He probably got caught up. But y'all come over here, man, and y'all, I open up the studio to discussion. We can have an exchange as long as it's respectful. Just let me know. We can do it.
That's because I found that article where they found that haplogroup A.
We can't hear you, Van. You getting broken.
You're breaking up.
Actually killed it. They're gonna have to find an African American over here that's 8 to 3,000 years old, but you're not gonna find that because of the parameters of the transatlantic trade. So yeah, that was basically mutilated. The only way they can explain that is through like the multi-regional theory. And ain't nobody got enough evidence for that.
Yeah, they got some new information on. Yeah, the last 2 weeks they got some new information on that.
Yeah. They be trying. That's why I be telling people.
I know, like, bro. I seen that shit too. I was like, y'all pushing it. They be trying to push that shit too. I was like, man, it ain't gonna stand up, but hey, go for it.
Yeah, they sure be trying, but ain't nobody going for it though. But yeah, that's what I was telling them the other day. Like, if they push that multi-regional theory, that basically like marks out all the haplogroups, because then the haplogroups and everything would have formulated at the same time.
Right, they would have been independently.
Yeah, those mutations.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they said it's coming from the same source. Like, you know how we all got the branch, like the tree. Like when you go to the family reunion, everybody where the tree where they come from. They're saying that everybody come from the same type of tree, but it branched out. Okay, so what's the home of the tree? That's what they have to get to. What's the home of the tree? You can't just say, oh, well, everybody just start evolutionalizing on each continent around the same time. Okay, well, if that's the case, how?
Yeah. And the funny thing is, Sheikh Auntie Diop said this shit years ago, before the haplogroups even came out.
He did.
Yeah,
he said it don't. He said that you don't see stuff like that happen twice in nature.
Yeah.
Like let's say I got a sunflower tree, right?
Yeah.
You're not gonna see another sunflower tree pop up like let's say we in Africa and pop up in America. The same exact tree. The sunflower plant. It ain't finna just pop up.
He said that shit years ago, way before DNA.
He said, he said you don't see that shit in any type of evolution where shit just pop up and it's basically the same.
He said
it has a migrational pattern.
Yeah. He said if black people never left Africa, the world would not be populated. He also said if it wasn't for the weather phenomena that change, black people would still be black. And
yep, that's how I feel.
Yeah. That's exactly where he was coming from. So that L3 group that he was talking about before he even had a knowledge of it, because he was
got some L3 in us, bro. I didn't even know that. We got L3 in us.
We got L3. Yeah, but it's funny, man, like how advanced he was with it. He was looking at the Grignaldi man, and then the what you call it, the Cro-Magnon man, and all of that shit.
Yeah, the Cro-Magnon.
So that's right. That's where he got. That's kind of where he pushed the information at. That's the limits that he can push it at the time, and that was what he came up with. And this was before DNA, and he was on that shit. Then you got whenever they took DNA, the first genome, and sequenced the first genetic sequence, and now you got compelling information that goes just along with what Sheikh said, bar by bar, bar for bar. Like that dude was badass, man, when it came to that information. But yeah, man, we're gonna continue to push y'all job ass turkeys across the edge. We're gonna deep fry y'all. We got it cooking like catfish grease out this mug. But yeah, family, thank y'all though for supporting us, yo. We appreciate the donations you guys been sending. We appreciate the follows, the likes. Definitely help us get these books. Shout out to Mo. His book is still out there, y'all. Pick that up. I got my copy. And stuff.
Yeah, I don't get my copy till the new ones come out.
We need a series of children books or something.
Yeah, I'm down, man. Let's put something together, y'all. Let's do that.
It's a lady on TikTok. She do black children books. I just forgot her fucking name.
Put something together.
We need her help. It was a nice little series.
I want to put together some courses, though. I mean, I'm down with putting some courses and stuff out to have for the youth and stuff. That way, if because this shit ain't taught in school, especially about the way we teach it, and this information will be out there, man. And I want to put some courses, and I might put a digital book out. I just I have to have time to write that shit. I don't know how the fuck Mo have the time to do all that shit he been doing, man. That shit is wild. But shout out to Mo for for using his time wisely on getting all of that stuff out there. But yeah, like courses and all types of stuff that we can do to share this information for the people.
Yeah, he held us. Earth Speak said that, then everybody started saying that shit. David even said,
"Stay what?
That the African soil is unfertile. It don't have sulfur." And
man, that's dumb shit I've heard.
I don't know where they get sulfur as the building blocks to sustain human life, though. I ain't looking.
Sulfur.
Yeah,
nigga, you die in that shit, nigga.
They that's what I'm, bro. That's what they said.
Yo, that shit is that shit is the nastiest, eggiest smell.
Sulfur is one of the building blocks to life.
Like them niggas was living around sulfur. Like, yo, they don't know nothing, man. Like I went to
China produces the most sulfur. It's not even close. Well, really, Eurasia.
China produces
compete with Eurasia.
Yeah, they produce majority of the fruits and vegetables and all types of shit.
Yeah.
Sulfur, nigga.
Even literally milk and honey, like India and China. They produce the most milk.
So China is the real land of milk and honey.
No, they're producing it at a like. I'm not saying they as the origin, but they just produce.
Yes,
China and India, they produce more like agricultural shit for the basis of life now than any other fucking continent.
Yeah, that's facts. Even with a lot of them foods they try to claim from America, really from Eurasia.
Yeah,
I saw that too, and even Africa too. The watermelon they keep trying to say it's from America, but a lot of the people
Africa.
say it's from the Sahara. It's a desert.
When I looked into it, it said that shit come from Africa, bro.
That shit is Africa. That's Africa.
The Sahara specifically.
Y'all know about them watermelons, nigga. That's some African shit.
Man.
The melons, nigga. That's some African shit.
You know we love the melons.
Know that.
Yeah, I hit Rick Kittles up. He never emailed me back. So that's probably because my email name ain't it was on Brother Kanoum. It ain't my regular name. So I'm probably messaging him because I want him to do a show or something. Just get us back.
Yeah, man. Where the fuck I was at? I was at I don't know if it was Costa or St. Luke. One of the fucking volcanoes. I about passed out because of the sulfur smell. That shit stank like some eggs. That shit, y'all can have that sulfur.
Bro, I had sulfur 8. And I got that shit in my eyes and it burned like a motherfucker.
Shit is the nastiest shit on the planet.
That sulfur 8 be getting your hair right.
Yeah, bro, I had that shit. I used to buy it all the time, but it burned my eyes. I had to stop.
Yeah. You gotta be. It is medicated. Yeah, basically.
We got sulfur and corn, y'all. What?
Some sulfur on that corn.
The children of the corn.
No, that corn need a little more sulfur on top of it before I eat it.
But I give them their credit, bro. They talk all that game, but they don't never show up.
Where they at? Where y'all at?
Because we could do the Royal Rumble, them versus us. They don't want to do that. They just like to talk trash.
Where y'all at? The link is in the motherfucking chat. Where y'all at?
Now they want us to leave them alone. Y'all do y'all thing, we do our thing, and we're not a cult. And okay, y'all called us out. Like they don't understand it. Y'all called us out. Then we start. The Empire Strikes Back, and y'all couldn't handle this shit.
They mad. They want to keep doing they want to keep drinking their own Kool-Aid in their own little tent. They don't like us parading around.
I don't know which one of them started this. Let's go against the Pan-African movement. Y'all movement come from us, and we studied y'all before y'all studied us, because y'all come from us. Y'all little brothers. We listen. When you go back and just look at the relativity of the origins of the Pan-African movement, the Afrocentrism, right? You're gonna see them inside of it, and then somehow they split when this Dane Calloway dude came into the mix. Because before Dane Calloway, they were using Paul Mark Washington. They were using his work, and he's Afrocentric. So they started using his work. Dan Calloway really used his work and just took the African shit out. That's what happened. If y'all get a chance, look up Paul Mark Washington. He was from matter of fact, I think he's a junior because his daddy's from Philly, and his daddy did a lot of good work in the community. And so he got, matter of fact, I showed the website on one of our, I think it was the second to the last presentation we did. Paul Mark Washington. Just Google him, and then it's gonna send you to his website, and you're gonna see that. You know that picture of the dude that they say is Pocahontas' daddy, and he's black, and he's holding a tray, and he's like tilting his face up, and he's smiling with big ass white
teeth. Shit is a fucking cigar.
Yeah, that's where they got that shit from Paul Mark Washington, because it's on his website.
That's a cigar.
But they don't know this
prop, yo. them little stands, cigar companies.
They was all over the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
And then they start slowly going away. But they don't know who Paul Mark Washington is because they ain't studied their own movement. It's all right. We're going to get them right. We're going to correct them. And if you guys go look, because as a matter of fact, I learned about that tobacco shit from Jabari. Y'all just go to Sinetta TV and look up Jabari and just watch Jabari debunking the indigenous movement. You're going to see.
Jabari good at that shit.
Y'all gonna see what we be talking about. Matter of fact, y'all need to subscribe to Sinetta TV, Garfield Reed podcast. He's on YouTube. Each one teach one.
Yeah,
so y'all can see.
Shout out to Rob Bourne and motherfucking True Storian.
That's it, Taylor.
Get on it.
Paul Mark Washington Jr. That is it. Exactly what I'm talking.
They like being lost in the sauce. They don't want to listen to nothing we got to say. But we gonna keep on saying it though. For those in the back, we gonna keep saying it, and we're gonna be back the same time again next week on the same channel
at the same time with the Dope Bronze.
That's right, getting right black at y'all.
Y'all make sure after this y'all hit the TikTok streets because Buck is doing his presentation right now.
Yeah,
I'm about to go over there and watch him, and so I get at y'all later. Y'all see me over there in the comment section.
Big push. Signing out. Peace, brother.
All right, y'all.
Peace. Yeah, I'm about to do this job real quick, so I'll see y'all later.
Okay, brother.
Right,
take care, man. Catch you on the flip side, man.
Yes, sir.
Peace out, man. The brothers always come through, man, and do their thing when they come through, man. They just come in here and say, fuck your couch. Get this information out, man. Shout out to everybody. Peace to everybody. If you guys are catching this on the replay, this is volume 9 of Slave Religion, the War on the African Mind. All of the brothers went in quite heavy with this information. We're going to catch volume 10. I can't believe it. This will be 10 weeks of consistent information that we've been putting in, y'all. I'm excited about 10. So yeah, stay tuned for that next week. Again, follow Buck on TikTok. Make sure y'all look at him. Again, I might come out randomly with some information on this YouTube pertaining random parts of history. I want to do more than just these weekly events. So you might hear me come out on the occasion with the presentation, like a mini joint. Oh shit, this ain't Saturday. I'm like, nah, this Monday or this Tuesday, this Wednesday, I might just have some random shit. But I just want to make sure you guys are aware of it. Again, thank you again for your support as well. Thank you for supporting the team at PortCityVibe.com. Go ahead and get you something nice. Y'all keep me busy, keep me shipping out these African necklaces. I got to go out and ship some this afternoon. Well, no, it's the mail already ran. What's today? Saturday. So no, I'm gonna have to do that Monday. Sorry, so y'all gonna have to wait. I'm gonna ship these out Monday. And appreciate all of the support that you guys have been showing. We really appreciate it. We don't just say it just to be saying it. It helps us keep the books and keep this stuff going, the equipment and stuff that we need to be able to share all of this information to you. Stay tuned for more videos in the future. Stay tuned for that African trip. Stay tuned for some courses and stuff like that. Stay tuned for Mo's book. Just stay tuned, family. With all of that being said, I'm going to leave out. I'm going to close out with our music that we like to share all the time. All right, family. Peace out. I'm going to come right back at y'all later. Peace.
Let us roll.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.